Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 951. In a house. Behind the screen in the living room is Jiang Feng's study. The study is very large, and it is basically copied in the form of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. At this moment, on the collapse of the study, Li Yuan lazily sat there with squinting eyes and looked at the old scholar. The old scholar stood there with his hands on his back without fear. The washed white robe, although stained with a little dust and vegetable juice, still did not let old scholar bend down to take care of it. After watching for a while, Li Yuan sighed. "Brother, how many years have passed since? Are you still going to have trouble with me?" "No, just some can't get used to, that's all. The old man has been upright all his life. The most is the person who wants to take care of everything." Old scholar ruthless went back. Li Yuan seems to have expected it a long time ago. With a wry smile, "I thought you were relieved. For more than 10 years, you have been in the same corner in Chainan City. But I am also partial to the same couple. How similar are we? But I can see through. Why can't you see it through?" Feng Tsai. Old scholar waved his hand. "This matter should not be related to Feng Tsai. Although I don't know what you are trying to do, if you dare to intervene in this matter, the old man will tell Feng Tsai what he really wants, even if he is desperate." What old scholar really thinks is naturally the identity of Li Yuan and the others. Li Yuan, hearing this, "I really don't know what to say." After a long silence, he said, "You also know that we are not malicious. Erlang and Feng Tsai, and all the things that have happened since this time, you must be watching. Yes, I have long regarded Feng Tsai as a friend, as you were when I was young. Don't mention that year." Old scholar yelled in a rare, angrily screamed. It seems that he does not want to mention that year, which was like a nightmare. Li Yuan gave a wry smile. "Okay, since you don't want to mention it, then I won't talk about it, but you also know about the girl you were. Feng Tsai lives in the world. They all follow the situation and don't have too much greed. But this year's tactics are too heavy. If they come together." Old scholar waved his hand. Similarly sighed, Li Shud. "I have said about this. Feng Tsi's affairs, he can do it himself. If it weren't for you, she would not go to Yangzhou, Yangguang, not even. Do you still want to repeat the same mistakes?" At this moment, Li Yuan finally shut up. Leak the color of pain on the face. After a while, Li Yuan said, "I did not consider everything in the past, so I don't want Feng Tsai to repeat the same mistakes. You must ask about you in the academy. After that, you have always regarded Feng Tsai as a son. I can't say much about this matter, but I remind you that although this matter doesn't look big now, it is the things that Feng Tsai has mastered. Once someone else has mastered it, even if Erlang and I want to be able to keep it." Li Yuan did not lie. What is in Jiang Feng's head, anyone wants to get it, and there are even people who always want to murder Jiang Feng. If it weren't for the Chainan garrison, and Li Shimin and Li Yuan standing on the surface, Jiang Feng. But now, once this Yuchi blends in, everything is hard to say. It is very likely that the network that Li Shimin, Li Yuan and the others woven to protect Jiang Feng will be completely broken. It's not that Li Yuan is not affectionate, but Jiang Feng is just a lazy guy. He's used to it. He's carefree. But old scholar said, "Have you ever thought, if a woman, or a person, wants to protect herself, what is the most important thing?" Right. And a sense of security, backing. For another example, a drowning person, what does he hope most? Is to get a life-saving straw. I know about you. The reason why she is like this, I just want to survive, that's all, in the midst of a pack of wolves. You are impossible to know about this. But what about you? Whenever you meet, you tried to repel her. This is to protect her. Let her and Feng Tsai be in conscience for the rest of their lives. And it is even possible to have hatred because of love. This is a seed of hatred. Think about it again. Feng Tsai Wastrel's character is natural. Impossible to support a home. And Jingxiu, do you think she can make this home fun? Can Jiang Mansion be able to do well in this Chainan city? Do you think Jiang Yuiao can do it? They may be fine, but before you appeared, A family must have a good wife and mother to handle housework. But there is still a need for someone who is good at business. You just said that Feng Cai has many industries now, and there will be countless things in the future. Do you think a good person can stand a big family property? You are right, gentleman is important, but a villain is also needed, just like the situation in your family now. What is old Y? What is old Sun? What is old Chen? With this combination, a no stronghold one cannot be formed overcome the family, but you don't want to see Feng Cai have such a family rise. I want to ask you, what are you afraid of? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 952. Li Yuan was silent. Old scholar is right. He understands the principle of being merciful but not in charge of military and wealth. But this Yachiya really can't understand it. At this time, what old scholar said made him moved. For Feng Cai things, outsiders cannot participate, especially life and industry. No matter how they protect, Zhang Feng still needs to bear the burdens he should bear, such as a man's responsibility and responsibilities, a family harmony and so on. But Zhang Yuao and Jingxiu are two daughters. Although Jingxiu is very scheming and very planning, when Li Shimin wanted to give her to Zhang Feng, it was this point that he valued her. But she is not good at intersection, not good at words, which is a bit difficult. Zhang Yuao is good, but too innocent. Without scheming, it is easy to be deceived by scheming people. These two people can lead a life, but as the head of the family, if you control the operation of the whole family, it's really a little bit worse. This is still an ordinary family. But is Zhang Feng an ordinary family? Unfortunately, Li Yuan sighed deeply, got up and patted old scholar on the shoulder, said with a bitter smile, Brother Ziwu is still the same as before. Everything is going to be the point. I admit that you won this time, but I still insist on letting the flow go. What do you think? While speaking, Li Yuan handed a cigarette to old scholar, but old scholar thought he hadn't seen it, and sat on the roof and said, the old man will tell Feng Cai clearly about this, but on the premise that this matter has not been completely unable to lose control, you have to come forward. At least to save the girl Li Yuan has nothing to do. I had to be nodded, and then left with his hands behind his back. In the living room, the three Zhang Feng sat quietly, thinking about their own thoughts. After seeing Li Yuan come out, Jingxiu and Zhang Yuao hurriedly got up. Zhang Feng took a look at it lazily, and then what to do. Li Yuan happily motioned to the two women to sit down before looking at Zhang Feng. Youngster, the old man will come and tell you something again tomorrow. I will let you go first today. As for this engagement, yourself it's up to you, as long as you feel worthy of them. While speaking, Li Yuan gave Zhang Feng a meaningful look and left in a hurry. At this moment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. You are the one who forced yourself to marry and blind date, and now you are planning to let it go? What does this mean? However, Zhang Feng was really relieved in this way. At the very least, in this matter, although he is a member of Great Tang at this time, his soul is still too. Although the great young man of the 11th century dreamed of 3 wives and 4 concubines, there were only 3 at this time, which made him a little unbearable. If this is too much, how about it? So, Zhang Feng has some headaches about marriage. If there is no year, he might not be a problem with marriage when the hospital is opened. But the crux of the problem is that Ye has appeared. And now I have a relationship with myself. First love in the true sense is unforgettable. Maybe Yachiya just wants Zhang Feng to forget her, right? But even if Yachiya didn't think so, as a man, would she be alone outside? The damn thing is not a man. At this time, old scholar did not know when he appeared in front of Zhang Feng, sitting in the main seat opposite him, smoking a cigarette while staring at Zhang Feng. In this operation, Zhang Feng got a layer of goosebumps all over his body. After watching for a while, old scholar asked, tell me, what do you think of this? Zhang Feng couldn't help being speechless. Looking at Zhang Yuao and Jingxiu, Zhang Yuao made a faces red, and he was about to rush away when he got up, but was blocked by old scholar. From now on, he will be under one roof. Now that the people who are eating are here, let's say it well! Jiang Feng was stunned. Jing Shu's eyes flashed as expected, and Jiang Yuiao's face became even redder. It doesn't matter where to sit or stand, she's anxious. Old Scholar pretended not to see it, and each minding their own business said, since you have done it, you must have a man's responsibility, and your own things, whoever says anything, have to be held in their own hands. That really belongs to me. Anything else I say can only be used as a reference, and I will be swayed. Jiang Feng, hearing this, instantly felt like a thunder in his head. He really didn't realize it. He didn't know when he started to pay attention to the feelings of others, and he was even a little biased. And what Old Scholar just said, why doesn't he understand? Even if Jiang Feng is asked to say, what he said is better than Old Scholar. But he even forgot about this. At this time, when Old Scholar said, he suddenly woke up. Old Scholar, you are right, this matter is my fault. While speaking, Jiang Feng carefully smiled and grabbed the hands of Jingshu and Yuiao, said with a smile, before, I was chained to myself by some unnecessary things, but now I think it really is. However, now that I have figured it out, you can rest assured that as long as this period of time is over, I will definitely give you an unforgettable wedding. How about ... Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 953. Yachiya was torn apart. But the pain in the body made her a little sweet, but the crack in her heart made her feel like she was out of strength at this time. She didn't know what she did wrong, why His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor rejected herself so much. Is it because of this face, sitting in front of the dressing table and looking at the beautiful cheek in the copper mirror? Yachiya felt a sense of disgust for the first time. For the first time, this face that was easy to do in the middle of the family made her feel confused. Hate it. Yachiya sat in front of the copper mirror all night. Early the next morning, Yachiya reacted late to the sound of a maid's knock on the door. Miss, it's time to go. But a person came at the door and said that it was young lady Yu who came from the palace. Yachiya turned around a little bitterly, took a look at the door, and then said indifferently, let him come. Miss Yu, give an order from the retired emperor. The door, an old court eunuch's voice suddenly sounded. The moment the sound rang, Yu was taken aback for a moment, but she had to open the door in a hurry and bowed slightly. Old court eunuch is of course the person next to Li Yuan. At this time, the old court eunuch glanced at Yachiya indifferently, and then lightly said, retired emperor said, it's good to do it for yourself. You and noble son Jiang He and His Imperial Majesty no longer care about the matter between him, but remember not to hurt Yachi's family. After speaking, the old court eunuch looked at Yachiya meaningfully and said, it's just like that. This is the result of discussions between His Imperial Majesty, retired Emperor and Empress Her Majesty last night. Noble son Jiang, don't you need to say anything more? See Yachiya without speaking. The old court eunuch, each minding their own business, said, the miscellaneous family advises you, if you want to stay, don't think too much. Noble son Jiang is the best gold medal for avoiding death. The housework industry is the right way. Do you know what miscellaneous family means? Yachiya was already full of tears at this time. There are surprises, but more are at a loss. Old court eunuch glanced at Yachiya, and then walked slowly. After he left, the maid happily helped Yachiya and said, Miss, you don't need to go. No need to go. There is no need to go anymore, is it? Yachiya turned her head and looked at the poem on the dressing table that Li Chengqian personally sent last night. She couldn't help being at a loss. She had indeed thought about conspiracy and things before, but she thought last night, even though she was still very unwilling all night, she also wanted to understand a lot. What about monstrous power? What about power over the world? She is a daughter. All she needs is a safe haven, a man who truly loves her and loves her. Before last night, she didn't understand and couldn't tell if Jiang Feng really liked her, but now His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor have both regressed. It seems that Jiang Feng should have won this last night. Right? This man, is it worth it? Silly man. On the other side, Jiang Feng got up early this morning, because Jiang Yuiao is not married yet. Jiang Yuiao followed Jiang Shan back to Jiang Mansion last night, and Jingxiu also followed. She is smart. She still didn't say everything she saw, so moved. Jiang Feng of Jiang Feng, can't wait to rectify her on the spot last night. But this is the case in this dynasty. If you are unmarried and do something unfavorable, if it is lighter, you have to touch the board. If it is heavier, it will take a year to soak in water. The smelly water ditch. If you can hold on for a year, you can stand up, even if it is awesome. So the Tang dynasty water prison is the most terrifying existence. If you don't beat you, you don't scold you. 3 meals a day are filled with meat and wine. But if you want to pull it, you can solve it in the water and want to sleep. So soak in the water. 2. The water jail is not to throw your whole person in the water, but this cell is the same as a normal cell, except that it is built in a stinking ditch, and the bed is good luck. When there is a drought, although the quilt on the bed is damp, you can at least sleep, but if you back it, you can sleep on a waterbed when it rains. In less than a month, if you don't freeze to death, you will also be killed. But there is a doctor here. As long as you have a headache, he will make an all-out effort to show you. This is the most nervous breakdown. When thinking of the water prison, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chill. Pushing open the door, the maid hurriedly waited for Jiang Feng to wash, and then tidy up the hair. Jiang Feng moved his arms while visiting the courtyard, and there were 2 little maids following closely along the way. After Jiang Feng waited for no one, he stared at the 2 maids and asked, "Prepare a sedan chair for me now and go to the city gate." The maid was stunned. "But this is Lord's order, they dare not resist." "I prepared in a hurry." But at this moment, the servant at the door hurriedly reported, "Lord, Li Lord is visiting, and he is already waiting in the living room." Jiang Feng hearing this frowned. "Li Lord, which Li Lord is it? It's full of white hair." Until the servant finished speaking, Jiang Feng understood instantly. Leave the servant hurriedly, then went to the living room. However, at this moment, Chainan City's city gate, but slowly came a long line of convoys with no end in sight. After the lead who handed the paper, the guard was also taken aback by the goods this time, and asked, "Are you sure? These dozens of cars are all tobacco?" White Deer Academy of Classical Learning Libation Chancellor Noble Sun Jiang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 954. In Jiang Feng's living room, Li Yuan is lying on Jiang Feng's tiger skin lounge, smoking a cigarette comfortably, and playing with Jiang Feng's small hip flask. Seeing that Jiang Feng came in, he took Jiang Feng's flask into his arms quickly, and Jiang Feng wanted to hit someone. "Why is Lao Tzu like this? And so is my son." It's true that it is natural. Jiang Feng didn't see it. Anyway, now this thing can be mass-produced. He likes to give it to him. As soon as Li Yuan entered the door, he smiled and said, "Didn't expect you to get up early today. Why is it because your little lover can't sleep anymore?" Jiang Feng quietly asked. "What little lover? Don't talk nonsense. By the way, what's the matter with me today?" "I'm still busy." "Things about Dongdu. I'm interested, is it?" Li Yuan faintly smiled, with a different color in his eyes, and asked, "What do you think of this Dongdu?" Jiang Feng doesn't know what kind of wind this lord is doing today. Unexpectedly also learn old Li to ask this kind of thing, waiting to lose your head. But looking at the origins of this Bai Yuan, Jiang Feng did a sound suppression action this time, and after dismissing all the servants, he said, "Lord, this morning, you are take the wrong medicine. We can't inquire about this." Li Yuan subconsciously asked, "Why can't I inquire about it? This is not related to my house. Ask what's wrong." And this is where the 16 Kings' house is located. The news is so rigorous. Let's talk about it. I also have a number in my heart. Jiang Feng is very upset. This matter, although it is really nothing, but it's a felony to comment on this Dongdu arbitrarily. After all, this is the rule laid down by the retired emperor. But seeing old Lord Li being entangled, Jiang Feng also helplessly said, "Thank you. Don't worry, let's say it slowly." "No." Hearing this, Li Yuan, "I'm willing to do it. If your youngster is fascinated, let's talk about it." Shouldn't this Dongdu be repaired? Jiang Feng lit a cigarette and searched for a long time about Dongdu. From the Han dynasty to the Tang dynasty's demise, then he turned to ask, Lord, let me ask you first, this Dongdu, do you think it can be repaired or not? This time Li Yuan asked, pointing to himself, shook his head and said, you youngster, am I not asking you? First tell me your opinion. Jiang Feng rolled the eyes and sat down in the seat. He dangled his two legs in the air, sipping tea to the spout and said, actually, if there is no such natural danger as Yellow River, there is really no need to repair it. Don't talk about it, don't talk about it. Isn't this Chengan-bad? It's on the Dragon Vein of Qinling Mountains to the south, and on top of the Dragon Head of Mount Longzi in the depths. What is this? This is where Dragon Vein converges. Turkic is blocked by an endless mountain of natural leisure, with Liang Province and Tongguan in the west based on natural risks, and the Yellow River in the east. Isn't this a treasured land? Look at the Emperor Qin and Han Wu. Why not go to the eastern capital? Instead, stay at Chainan all the time. If you look at the map again, you will know that if the capital is moved, there will be no Chainan control. The nomadic clan in the north and Tibet Tuihan in the south are bound to have no more worries. Once they take advantage of the emptiness to enter Chainan, then it will be difficult to fight back. Li Yuan hearing this was startled, and hurriedly asked, then you mean not to repair it? Jiang Feng mysterious smiled, hooked his finger, and Li Yuan patted Jiang Feng's head angrily. Jiang Feng said honestly, Xu, it means that His Imperial Majesty is preparing to move the capital. Once the capital is moved, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the north. If the north is turbulent, then the surname clan in the south, your character, you slowly pin. Li Yuan couldn't help but his face slowly sank. Although he is no longer involved in government affairs at this time, this Dongdu has always been his heart knot. Building is the general trend. The relocation of the capital was also for the sake of this aspect. It was before and after the change of Hua Shui that I had this idea and proposal, but this is what Jiang Feng said at this time. Li Yuan suddenly thought of the kind of no stronghold one cannot overcome that Jiang Feng had made, and the fire gun that was being cast, and he couldn't help but feel a little timid at this time. I couldn't help but feel a little upset at this time. The construction of the eastern capital was already a noisy discussion spiritedly in the imperial court. At this time, Great Tang's national strength was basically unable to withstand the repair of the eastern capital. Li Yuan asked again, then you surely think now it's useless to build the eastern capital? It's still useful. Although the previous dynasty was useless, it did a good deed. It connects all the major rivers in Great Tang. The eastern capital it is to be built, but the premise is that after the ironclad ship is built, when the time comes, Qianli Jiangnan must be reached in one day, and this eastern capital is the important place to contain the south. Jiang Feng said. Added, however, the premise is that the integration of the northern forces must be completed before, and the ore must be completed, otherwise, the dove will occupy the magpie's nest and become the king. Do you think His Imperial Majesty will agree? He's not a fool. Li Yuan couldn't help but let out a secretly thought. Forget it, it doesn't matter to us. You can just give me the blueprint for the construction of the villa and the approval of the required materials. As for the construction, I will let Erlang go. Just do it. But I really have an important thing to find you today. Jiang Feng hearing this, said, what's the matter? About the autumn hunter. Li Yuan looked at Jiang Feng and said, he doesn't know where your youngster got this basketball thing. Although there is a lot of rumors in Chainan and even the surrounding area, the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Writers assessment has also come out. This thing is not suitable! Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 955. Not suitable? How many meanings? Send just one sentence that is not suitable. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Lord, where did you get this news? Where? Li Yuan faintly smiled. You are afraid I didn't think that the old man lived in vain? Jiang Feng really didn't dare to think so. After all, He knew the four great Confucians and the relationship seemed to be pretty good. He also knew Sun Simiao and Old Scholar. It's a mystery. But Zhang Feng didn't think too much. After all, a businessman is bound to make friends everywhere. It's normal to have such a relationship network. He couldn't help but hurriedly asked, "You are talking about?" In the middle of the story, Zhang Feng suddenly cried out in surprise. "Did you get the news from the Ministry of Works?" "But this is still 6 days away. Damn it, it should be passed to me earlier." "It's all in Chainan City. He passed it to me earlier, he will die." Li Yuan approached Zhang Feng and said, "I suspect this is a ghost of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. What are you going to do?" "I gave the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, or..." Zhang Feng couldn't help but fight a cold war. He seriously doubted whether the old fogey was mentally abnormal and why he always liked it. "Encourage yourself to do stupid things?" "Imperial College of Supreme Learning what is that place?" "The Dam is the national school appointed by His Imperial Majesty, the first school of Great Tang. Let yourself take him," he thought Zhang Feng. "But is it possible?" Zhang Feng stared at Li Yuan silently, and Li Yuan stared at him a little sorry. "What did you do when staring at me?" Zhang Feng stared at Li Yuan and said, "I want to see if you are awake or not." "This kind of thing? But please, don't say it here, or I don't want to die." "Is there such a terrifying?" Li Yuan sighed. That's all. Don't talk about this. I heard that there are people from Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights from Ministry of Appointments, who heard about this basketball afterwards. I felt fresh, so I tried it. As a result, several bones were broken and they are still lying on the bed. Zhang Feng, hearing this, eyes are all green, and he asked with a trembling voice, "Dare to ask, do they know the rules of basketball? Do they use Kyuji to play basketball?" "What's the difference?" Li Yuan asked back. At this time, Zhang Feng was stumped. Fiercely rubbed his face, pointed to the door and said, "Don't you know that every basketball court I have posted a big note? Didn't they take a look? Didn't anyone tell them how to play basketball? Don't you tell them, do I use my hands in basketball?" Oh my god. What did Zhang Feng do wrong? Fucking. At this moment, Maza rushed into the study room with an innocent look. Before he waited for his salute, Zhang Feng asked silently, "Isn't he practicing?" "What's wrong with it?" "Well, just stay on the mountain." "You are here to scold you, right?" "It's okay, just say no." Li Yuan hurriedly persuaded Zhang Feng, only then looked at Mazu and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" Mazu didn't understand what happened to Zhang Feng today. Cowering glanced at Li Yuan, then Zhang Feng said, "That's what happened, son. This morning, Chen Sheniu, they played in front of all the students in the college before morning exercises. As a result, they started hitting people and even hit people at the end. They were hit by Mr. Boshi, and Mr. Bossy asked me to call. You go up the mountain and discuss it. Basketball stops. If this goes on, something will happen." Zhang Feng, hearing this, the blood pressure rushed up with a swish. Fuck. Damn it, can't get rid of the stinking problem, right? You like hitting people, right? Come, I'm going to play rugby now. Everyone damn me wearing protective clothing and I'll let you bump into it. Zhang Feng, while speaking angrily, left. This fucking can't live anymore. I just got news earlier that this damn Imperial College of Supreme Learning is acting as a demon. This didn't expect a way. Damn, something happened here again. There are still 5 days to go! Exclamation mark. Where is this enough? What can you do? You have nowhere to vent your strength, right? I like to pretend to force people, right? Okay, this time I will let you bump into it. Although I don't know much about football, it's still too late to teach you rookies. You from Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Works don't say that basketball is not good, right? Okay, I let you guys give me a good bump. Zhang Feng walked away so angrily. Mazu and Li Yuan are left alone, staring at Small Eyes. After a while, Li Yuan inwardly shouted a bad cry, and this grandson probably thought of some detrimental trick. Unfortunately, Li Yuan fiercely slapped his thigh and said, "Not good, Mazu, right? You can go back to Mount Q and tell Mr. Boshi about the matter, and leave it to me here. Li Yuan, while speaking, hurried out of the living room. Mazu also took a few breaths, which reflected it, and then Saya ran out of the door. And knowing this, the maid who was previously called by Jiang Feng to prepare for the carriage stared at the three people rushing out of the villa, and couldn't help being stunned. What's the situation? The carriage is ready. Do you want more? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 956. The 3-old man was still true son yesterday. I heard about it at the door. For their old fogey who is lying on the ground waiting to die, Jiang Feng can give them a bite of food. Eating is a great gift, not to mention the errands given to them at this time are so simple. They actually have wine and meat every day. Such a day, even if they live for most of their lives, they dare not think about it. But it's here now, so I can have such a good day every day. What about now? Jiang Feng actually wants them to live in the 16 Kings house. Where is that? That is the whole Chainan city, except for the Imperial Palace, the most prosperous and most enviable place of wealth. Where do they have what skills and abilities can go in? Jiang Feng ignored the nagging and refusal of the 3 elders, and pointed to the young seedlings in the wooden trough. Do people who understand go to ruin him? This is my painstaking effort, and you also know that this is my Jiang Feng's big secret. Are you not going to help me? While speaking, Jiang Feng flicked his sleeves angrily. You guys think about it. If you go to the old village chief yourself, or go to Chainan University to find an old scholar and ask him to call someone. Carry this thing. If you don't want to go, just say a word to Cowhide. Jiang Feng finished speaking and left. Only 3 old fogies who are still crying in their tears are left behind. The germination of potato seedlings. Jiang Feng is happy and worried. Fortunately, the potatoes are not soaked in the sea water at last, but what is worried is that the pollination of this potato. Other things are easy to say, photosynthesis, temperature, etc. Wait, it's July, and the temperature in Chainan too at this time is still very pleasant. At least before October, the temperature is still warm, and this temperature is enough for potatoes to mature. The most critical and difficult thing is the pollination of these potatoes. After he had to go there himself, once he was contaminated with other pollen by Chongcai flying birds, butterflies and flies. The effectiveness of the potatoes would be hard to say. This is to cultivate good varieties, that is, potato seeds. Jiang Feng seems to be extra cautious. Even if it receives a little external influence, the output and quality of this gadget will drop a lot. This gadget is the only one for Great Tang now. If this thing is broken, it's really bad. What is this? These are golden bumps one by one. If this is done, if nothing else is to make money, it will be much more profitable than the fine salt. Just thinking about potatoes like this, Jiang Feng slowly walked along the streets of Tongyue Street while slowly carrying his hands on his back, thinking about all the things since this time, and at this moment, Jiang Feng unconsciously walked to Wang Cripple's doorstep. I ran into Wang Cripple heading home to pick up things. Wang Cripple almost didn't recognize Jiang Feng. After Jiang Feng passed by, Wang Cripple suddenly remembered that Jiang Feng seemed to be on Tongyue Street, hurried up and grabbed Jiang Feng and said, Feng Tsai, no, Lord Dean, you wait. What's wrong? Jiang Feng is a little unhappy, but at first glance, it was the King of Cripple, and this was curiously asked. Wang Cripple hurriedly pulled Jiang Feng to the side of the tunnel. Then he stammering said, Lord Dean. Jiang Feng handed Wang Cripple a cigarette and lighted it himself, said with a smile, just call me Feng Tsai. This is not an academy. Don't be so cautious. Wang Cripple hearing this was overjoyed, hiding the cigarette in his arms like a baby. Then he said, well, I was born in the military. Although many of them have the ability to make a living, but I still have some good brothers, who are still hungry. This is not what I learned about our situation some time ago. After that, I want to come to live somewhere in the mountain. Jiang Feng interrupted Wang Cripple and said, it's not that I don't accept people. You have also seen that there are so many things on this mountain, but this person has already eaten more than 5,000 mouthfuls. It's not a way to go on like this. But Jiang Feng thought for a while and asked, "Where did you old brother do?" "I just retired from the Long-Yu army." "Isn't this gush going to fight?" "I could still hang around in the army, but now I can't do it." Wang Cripple sighed and said hurriedly, "What I'm talking about is not the kind of mixed eating and waiting to die. They are all good guys, and they are skilled. But in the end they trained recruits specifically for the colonel in the army." After counting down the days, it is almost more than 10. It's been a few years. People who can stay in the military for 10 years must have real materials or really have a relationship. Otherwise, especially in military powerhouses like Guanlong, it's impossible. There is something like that, and he has served as the captain of the army for such a long time. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't speak, Wang Cripple tentatively asked, "I heard from Mount Q's neighborhood yesterday that the dean moved into the 16 King's house to live in. That place is okay." "No, which mansion does not have a private military school of thought?" "So, Dean Jiang, do you want to nurse it?" "But you can rest assured, just give them a bite to eat. They are not greedy of." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 957. Jiang Feng is really angry about this. To say that these Ministry of Works Ministry of Rights people were conspiracy, then the next thing is not that conspiracy is his mother's disappointing. "People are bullying us, you fucking indignant. You still know how to pretend to be forceful all day long?" Jiang Feng is that angry. "I can't wait to let Chen Sheniu get out." "Do what you can't do, get the first place in trouble." In this way, Jiang Feng went out of the Baiyuan and entered the carriage at the entrance and pointed to Tongyue Street, and the carriage galloped away in an instant. Jing Shu's ability and vision are still very unique. These servants are all carefully selected by Jing Shu in Chainan City. Although Jiang Feng doesn't know how many of these servants were bought by human traffickers, at least the number on the door, the sturdy figure of the gatekeeper, is quite deterrent. In addition, this horseman is not bad. Although Chainan City has not opened a morning market yet, there are an unusually large number of people on the street. Most of them are chanting, fighting desperately on the court. Some people fight for a ball, and some people even yell at them. From young to old, there is no good thing about his mother. From in the bones, that's the kind of rudeness. "I only know about hitting people or talking with my fists." Although such a sturdy atmosphere follows the legacy of the Qin and Han dynasties, Jiang Feng can't control or bother with Cuju. After all, there is a reason why the national football team is so lazy. Yes, but this basketball player is playing with his hands. If this is 1 or 2 fouls, Jiang Feng still has a way to treat him as an outlier, but the strong words on the backboard, and the graphic explanation, basketball requires hands, and using your feet is considered a foul. But, who listened to Jiang Feng's sights along the way? However, not everyone is like this. Jiang Feng has passed 5 streets. In these 5 streets, he really saw some. Compared with gentle, thin people, he still follows the rules. Doing things. This can't help but let Jiang Feng erase the impulse in his heart to abolish basketball. As long as there are people, there is hope. But at this time everyone has not changed their habits, that's all. At this time, the side of Tongyue Street was shrouded in a cloud of grey smoke. This kind of smoke was a bit choking and pungent, which made people smell a little tight in the chest. Obviously, this is from the chimney in the stove where the cowhide rubber is refined. Jiang Feng didn't go directly to the cowhide. Instead, he returned to Little Tavern first. After finishing some meals, he put on a food box and went to the brewery next door. Someone has already killed the gate from the inside, leaving only a small gate that can only allow one person to enter and exit, and a large notice was written on the gate, which roughly means that it is here for the time being, closed. But at the door, there is still an old fogey sitting half squinted and dozing on the wooden pier at the door. Seeing someone coming, old fogey waved his hand without raising his eyelids. "Did you see the words on the door? I'm out of alcohol, come back after a year." "Senior is me, Jiang Feng." Jiang Feng faintly smiled and said, The old man hearing this is Jiang Feng. He suddenly woke up and squinted his eyes for a long time. Then he slapped his thigh and wanted to stand up, but Jiang Feng pressed him in place. You, slow down, it's easy to hurt your body like this. Old Foggy's excitement and dry lips couldn't stop trembling. Noble son Jiang, you. Why are you here? If you come, I'll just say it first. The little old man is easy to clean up. Jiang Feng did not entangle with the old man, pointed to the door and said, it's a very good job here, but there is a clumsy denial resulting in self-exposure. Old Foggy obviously did not understand what Jiang Feng said. Jiang Feng was too lazy to explain. Pointing to the door, Old Foggy suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, old ding, ding old man, open the door. Noble son Jiang is here. 2 exclamations rang out in an instant, and then only a single clank was heard, and then the closed door was slowly opened from the inside, and the 2 old men inside confirmed Jiang Feng. After that, he hurriedly bowed down to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng said good things for a long time, and only then did the 3 old men let themselves into the house. As soon as he entered the yard, Jiang Feng smelled. Is the thing I said before sprouted? As soon as I heard this, the 3 old men drew Jiang Feng to the wooden trough like offering treasures, cautiously removed the quilt covering it. As soon as the quilt was removed, the rows of tender and yellow potato seedlings just drilled out of the soil came into Jiang Feng's eyes. When Jiang Feng saw this, he couldn't help but gave a thumbs up from the 3 of them. Okay, it's really good. 3 old men hearing this, and then he grinned like a child. This thing has become? Jiang Feng nodded, shook his head again. I don't know, but this is still the first step. I will give you a task now, you must remember. 3 old men hearing this Spirit 1 Zen, noble son Jiang, you said, even if you let us pour him with blood, as long as you don't feel our blood is dirty, we will have no complaints. Jiang Feng was surprised and waved his hands again and again. Who said that? It doesn't have to be the case. I mean, I have a private garden in the 16th king's house. This thing is always unsafe outside. I plan to find someone to move this thing to my home. You guys, according to the method of this stove, people can get out of the same environment within today. As for the materials, just ask the old village chief for everything. How about it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 958. Jiang Feng hearing this, his eyes lit up. Are you sure you really don't need money? Wang Cripple smiled bitterly. It's all a bunch of rough people. People in the family don't die, or if they have been separated for many years and can contact them, do you think they can come to me in Chainan? My group of old partners are upright incomparable people came to your reputation as Lord Dean. They don't have any other abilities, but they are very easy to beat. 10. Don't worry, as long as you say who you want to beat, they don't say anything. He can pull it out for you at the ends of the earth. It seems these soldiers are not ordinary soldiers. Could it be that Lao Tzu has found a treasure? Hearing this, Jiang Feng haha said with a big smile, look at what your old Wang is talking about. Is Jiang Feng a person who lacks money? I admire this person most. It's the kind of person who throws his head and blood for the country. Otherwise, how could I go to Peace Street to find those veterans before? You know, as long as I want someone to be Jiang Feng, I wave my hand. A lot of people, but I still chose you guys. Jiang Feng said big words. He didn't even type at least the draft. And now he basically opened his mouth. Isn't it because it was cheap to go to Tongyue Street in the first place? Wang Cripple knows it well, but even if he thinks Mirror as flat and beautiful as a lake in his heart, it's still very moved. In this era, these remnants of soldiers, they are all driven as plague gods wherever they go. If it weren't for Jiang Feng, at this time their group of old partners would not be able to survive this famine. Not to mention such a leisurely trip on the mountain to eat meat and drink. Wang Cripple got excited and gave the most respected military salute in the army. Although his legs and feet were a bit inconvenient, and the movements he made were a bit funny, he still felt the best at this time. Jiang Feng's face was stern, and he hurriedly helped Wang Cripple and said, What are you doing? Don't be like this. Then tell me how many of your brothers are there? Wang Cripple hearing this rejoice. This is confirmed. 1. Originally there are about 30 people, but he has to leave away for his brothers, and his eyes turned. In this case, there may be more than 30 brothers temporarily, but the latter brothers may come at any time. Wang Cripple is not good at lying. He has said these words for a long time, and his face is rising. Hong didn't dare to look into Jiang Feng's eyes. How could his appearance be hidden from Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Human, I am a good man. After all, my house is big and there are more than 30 people. Just let them go directly. As for the people behind, when I get there, I'm going to get a security department. If your brother is reliable, how much is there and how much do I want?" How? Security department? Wang Cripple didn't know what it was, but Jiang Feng actually said that as much as there was. Wang Cripple was so happy that he almost had a bite with Jiang Feng. He hurried to deeply grateful thanks. Jiang Feng is also happy hooking up with Wang Cripple. I think about the future. For Jiang Feng, these veterans are like divine weapon. Now he is not sure where the crisis is and who is targeting him. From the Taoist Immortal Anointing to the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, unknown enemies have been hiding in the dark. Jiang Feng is also afraid, especially now that the family has a big business. It's really impossible not to get some reliable people. But he didn't expect this Dong Yui Street to be his blessed place, and he gave him such a good group of veterans, which is simply. In this way, Jiang Feng only needs to wait for Gao Kan to return from training in the military, and then form a security guard battalion. Then, thinking about it, the two came to the workshop of Cowhide, and didn't wait for Jiang Feng to shout. Then Wang Cripple shouted in his throat, "Cowhide, noble son Jiang is here to pull it." This shout was terrible. In the original workshop, Cowhide was carrying a small teapot and stride proudly ahead of the disciplines, but as soon as the noble son Jiang came out, the instinctual Cowhide instantly hit back to the prototype and turned around quickly. After seeing Jiang Feng, he ran out eagerly with salivation. "Noble son Jiang is here? I said that this queer always shit on my head. It turns out that this is noble son Jiang. You are coming." Jiang Feng's face stiffened, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense, and waved his hand. "It's all right, I will arrange manpower immediately, and I will get a new thing." Hearing this, I couldn't help but look at it. "Liang, noble son Jiang, stop playing basketball." "Fuck. You still have to keep playing basketball, but this new thing must be made today." "Forget it, let me tell you, you do it, so faster." Jiang Feng is too lazy to talk nonsense. Waving his hand, he was ready to roll up his sleeves, but Wang Cripple was stunned and asked, "Feng Tsai, what am I doing?" You just came here, immediately weave a basket for me, like an egg, with points on both ends, the size of a basketball, just like stretching the ball general." Jiang Feng pointed to a basketball on the table with a cowhide cover. Hearing this, Wang Cripple was overjoyed. He hurriedly turned over the cabinets in the workshop, and finally found a green in the stove. The oily bamboo, squatting in front of the stove, began to make bamboo strips. And Jiang Feng also started to draw the blueprint in a hurry. As soon as the blueprint came out, Jiang Feng handed it to a bewildered face. "The cowhide zodiac, here it is. I have to get it out for me before tonight. Is it feasible?" The cowhide looked at the blueprint, and then at the blueprint drawn to the King Cripple, clenched the teeth, said, "If you are in a hurry, I will fix it in 1 hour." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 959. It's this time, in Chainan City, everyone was horrified to discover a strange thing. The trucks filled with goods were rushing in from Chainan City without interruption. In Chainan City, these foreign merchants, who are full of body odor, are actually asking about a noble son Jiang all over the world. But if you ask the name, the person will be confused and will ask you, "Isn't it called noble son Jiang?" And it was the Chainan City gate guard who found that something was wrong. At first, they thought it was a normal business activity, but where did they know that the people in this team are actually getting more and more many, until the end. The carriage of these people directly occupied the main traffic arteries of Chang'an City. At this time, the city guard could not sit still, and drove his horse out of the city in a hurry. Looking at the densely packed convoy outside the suspension bridge outside the city, his legs were instantly soft. What is this going to do? With so many things, what is this going to do? In a hurry, the guard hurriedly blew a warning slogan, then rode around the congested Chang'an City on horseback, and then went straight to the Vermilion Bird Gate. After a while, this incident spread to Li Shimin, Zhang Sunwagu and Li Yuan, who were eating leisurely in the royal gardens. Originally, the three of them were discussing the question of Yachiya's stay or stay, but when they heard such a strange thing, they couldn't help but lose the thought of eating. Li Shimin waved his hand to let little Guizi took the city gate into the royal gardens and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Where did the city gate guard have seen this battle before?" And he shivered and said, "His Imperial Majesty Emperor Empress, Mrs. Retired Emperor, an hour and a half ago, a merchant reported a report saying that there was a large quantity of tobacco to be delivered to a person named Noble Sun Jiang. I didn't take it seriously, but it's been an hour and a half, and the main street of Chang'an is full of this group of people. Not to mention, the little one went outside the city to take a look." "My dear, that city in addition, there are more motorcades lining up to enter Chang'an City than in the city. If this all come in, then Chang'an City." "You said, is it tobacco?" Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and interrupted the guard to ask. The guard, hearing this, shuddered, and hurriedly lay on the ground and said, "Back to the retired emperor, it's tobacco." They said tobacco, but the little one basically checks every car. All are a kind of grass leaves that smell like dead leaves. The little ones think that something is not right. How can anyone spend money to buy so many leaves? This is just a silly. There's a problem. Li Yuan, Li Shimin and Zhang Sunwagu looked at each other, and then Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "You come back. I will only let the guard army go to deal with it. Just don't let them in." As soon as the guards left, Li Shimin asked, "Father Emperor, is this tobacco leaf just?" Li Shimin pointed to the wooden box containing cigarettes on the dinner table. Li Yuan smiled, nodded, "This thing is correct. I asked this youngster before. He said that a lot of tobacco will come in a while. When the time comes, this cigarette it can be mass-produced. This is actually what I entrusted to his sir's blessing to know." While speaking, Li Yuan couldn't help but laughed weirdly. Li Shimin and Zhang Sunwagu also looked at each other and smiled, and then Li Shimin said, "You have to eat first, child and subject, then go to this matter." "Wait," Li Yuan interrupted Li Shimin, "I'm going to take care of this. The youngster is very thief, but this youngster lives in my villa, so he has to give me some compensation. Otherwise I think about it. I feel uncomfortable in my heart." Li Shimin, hearing this, was a bit speechless, but still bowed and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Father Emperor." At this time, by the way, Father Emperor just said that Jiang Feng's youngster left in a huff. Could it be that he's still in the city? Li Yuan nodded, said, "After receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars, now the bastard of the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, has put out such a moth Jiang Feng. It's weird, but it's okay. This time belongs to a donkey. I don't rush to go, and I take it backwards. At this moment, I think I am thinking of a new trick in that rubber factory." Li Shimin, hearing this, his face was a little cold, "Or, I will come out." "No." Li Yuan shook his head and said, "Can you find out who did this?" Li Shimin shook his head. Li Yuan asked again, "Then who do you think is the most likely?" "Guanlong." Li Shimin can be sure of this, because before everything is related to Guanlong, and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning is basically controlled by the 8 members of Guanlong. There are also many of them in the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments. At this time, when this matter occurred, they were impossible to get out of the relationship. Seeing the rise of the chat between the two, Zhang Sunwagu quietly took all the eunuch, and court eunuch withdrew from the royal gardens. However, Li Shimin and Li Yuan did not notice. Li Yuan was smoking a cigarette and swaying the jug from Jiang Feng and said, "You are right, Guanlong people, I think so too. So I don't think this matter has anything to do with Guanlong. Li Yuan's eyes were cold, and he looked at Li Shimin and said, "Do you remember the last time you were dismissed in court?" Even he also dismissed the people of aristocratic families of Shandong from the Longyu business. Li Shimin frowned. Does the Father Emperor mean that the people of aristocratic families of Shandong, what did they do? Moth, Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 960. At this time, Zhang Feng is immersed in the design of football. This thing is not better than basketball. Elasticity does not need to be too good. It has a texture similar to Kyuju, but it must be a little softer than Kyuju. I have seen it by Zhang Feng, and it's like a bamboo stick wrapped in a thick layer of cowhide. This thing is really useless. The bamboo sticks were done 3 times. But each time was not satisfactory. Zhang Feng finally finalized the bamboo sticks and the general situation of rugby. Only then did he jump out of the workshop and breathe the taste of nature. That feels like rebirth. At this moment, little Gizzy did not wait for the carriage to stop, and shouted from a long distance, "Noble son Zhang, noble son Zhang!" With abhorrible cold, and a sense of sight of the ladyboy who once saw Sawadika on TV, winking at him, Zhang Feng resisted the vomiting, and hurriedly backed up a few steps until he leaned against the wall. Just stopped the figure. Zhang Feng is a very self-reliant person. Seeing that little Gizzy got closer, he stood up straight, and made a motion that could sprint for 100 meters at any time and asked, "Isn't this Takako? It's rare to see you come alone." After all, little Gizzy is the corner of Li Shimin, who is used to seeing all kinds of people, like Zhang Feng. Some surprised, but still said, "What is noble son Zhang talking about? Small things. 8 lifetimes are not enough." Noble son Zhang, no effort at all. Zhang Feng didn't bother to talk to him. Pulling, the key is that I can't hold back the feminine words. Blunt asked, "Did something happen to Old Li?" If Old Li hadn't sent him to kill Zhang Feng, he wouldn't believe it. He would come to himself. Little Gizzy coughed and looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully. He could only see that Zhang Feng was all hairy. Then he said leisurely, "Could it be that noble son Zhang doesn't know what happened in Cheng'an City today? What do I know?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. It seems that noble son Zhang really doesn't know. Just 2 hours ago, a group of foreign merchants came to Cheng'an City. Zhang Feng nodded, asked, "Then what?" Little Gizzy glanced at the direction of the Tongyue Street Memorial Archway gate and said, "But until now, the merchant's motorcade has been entering Cheng'an City end to end, and it is said that it is tobacco. There are more tobacco outside the city than Cheng'an City. They are waiting to enter the city." The second master hurriedly asked the younger one to inform noble son Zhang, and at this time basically, the fleet outside the city gate has been controlled, which has caused congestion in Cheng'an City. If you are entering the city and attract the attention of those great characters, it will be bad. Zhang Feng is shocked. After a few seconds, sucking a cold breath of air, asked, "You said, these cars pull tobacco?" Suddenly, Zhang Feng really remembered that he was in Mount under Q Street Market. He gave a foreign merchant a handful of silver bills. As for how much he gave, he really forgot. He just told him to buy as much as the amount of silver bills. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Do you know how many cars of tobacco there are now?" "Who knows this? But if you look at it in the past, you will know it." Little Gizzy spread out his hands, and then said, "Old Lord Li also knows about this, and is now waiting for you in your mansion for this thing." Tobacco is in the Tang dynasty. In the eyes of him, it looks like the leaves of trees outside the city, and they are usually bigger leaves. So many leaves of trees have entered the city, it is strange not to panic. At this moment, Nu Weili carried the sky blue official gown and ran over breathlessly, yelling as he ran, "Noble son Zhang, I found you!" Hurry up and take a look. The guard army has been alarmed. Now the whole Cheng'an Street is messed up. If you don't go, What will happen to heaven knows. Zhang Feng hearing this startled. You won't let them go to Mount Q. Nu Weili hearing this became even more anxious. The damn bastard came from Mount Q. Ting Shao was chased out by people outside Mount Q. There are so many things that everyone is embarrassed to read. Hurry up, go and take a look. Otherwise there will be serious problems. Zhang Feng couldn't help but also got anxious. This fucking. He also didn't expect, this time, so many tobacco leaves will come out. So many. Is that stuff really worthless in return? Is it really as cheap as leaves and grass? Zhang Feng hurriedly followed Nu Weili to Chainan City, while thinking about what to do with so many things. If this is missed by the gangster, don't be too much. What you need to do is just to fire a book, and the entire Chainan City has to be burned. He Zhang Feng is true for this charge, but he can't stand it. At this time, at the intersection of Chainan City and Vermilion Bird Gate, the Imperial City Guards are already waiting. The long knife at the waist and the lance in the hand are all erected. Even the Vermilion Bird the gates are all closed, and the densely packed archers on the city gate have all arrows on the black, waiting for them. Headed by a robust man wearing golden armor, expression indifferent staring at a businessman with a crooked beard in front of these carriages said, I give you time it takes to drink a cup of tea, take these damn it, get me out of the city, otherwise, all your goods today, and all your people, die. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 961. Why? We are all obediently and honestly merchants, and these goods are your people. Under Mount Q it is said to let us all of them worship to Chainan City. Look, this is the permit issued by the army master over there, and we have not dared to delay along the way, just for fear that noble Sun Jiang is waiting in a hurry, and this is here. Prepare. Without waiting for him to finish, the Jinwu Guards general wearing golden armor waved his hand, and instantly the city gate and the defenders on the city gate were all done out of preparations for the battle. The onlookers frightened the people and pushed back. And that time the merchant was also a little frustrated. At this moment, a sedan chair slowly came out of the door, with an indifferent voice shouted loudly, Stop! What are you doing? Quickly stopped the old man. After hearing this sound, Jinwu Guards slightly frowned, and then waved his hand. The defenders on the city gate released their bows and arrows. Wei Zheng came in hastily after learning about this. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise this one will be all over. Wei Zheng glued the fake beard to his face, making the original beard a bit longer, and also had 2 more ash-grey beards under the temples. I took the photo with a copper mirror, and after confirming that it was correct, I walked out of the sedan chair. Jinwu Guards had known the dress of Wei Zheng and the others. Although it was a little surprised at this time, there was not much shock. The leader of Jinwu Guards clasped his fists and said, Wei Lao, you are here at the right time. You can see how this is in style. What if there is an emergency military situation? What should I do if it is delayed? This. Don't worry, let me take care of this. Wei Zheng touched his beard lightly and looked at it. The merchant, who was already scared and stupid, said, the goods themselves need to be handed over to the employer. Is this employer in the Imperial City? No. But there are too many goods. If you don't hurry up entering the city, it's dark. In case there is a slight loss of goods outside the city, I can't afford to pay for it. Old mister, tell me, I've traveled 1,000 miles from back to the city. Coming to Chainan, I was hungry and thirsty. The horses dragging the goods have been hungry for 2 days. I also want to arrange the goods earlier and find a bite to eat. We have to be the master. While speaking, all the businessmen who came back knelt in front of Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng is always upright. Where can I be used to seeing such things at this time? What is wrong with other businessmen? No need to think about the tobacco leaves. It must be the raw material of the cigarettes Zhang Feng made. The youngster said before, so after listening to the tobacco leaves, he quickly rushed ahead of everyone. Come, if someone else is allowed to come, or the gentry people are the first to come, then things can be tricky. Wei Zheng frowned and asked, why not go directly to Mount Q instead? come directly to Chainan. The businessman, hearing this, even more grief and indignation. He walked outside the city and said, "Then Mount Q, isn't there a Chainan defender?" After seeing so many carriages of us, he was not allowed to enter the city. He also said that noble son Jiang is in the city. Let us find him in the city. No, Chainan city, we just came here. Damn Yachi Gong, what the hell is happening on earth? Don't you know that these things are Feng Cai things? Wai Zheng resisted the anger of Fire Dao. Since you found me, the old man will leave it to you. The noble son Jiang you mentioned is the school of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, Chang Jiang Feng. The merchant in the reply really didn't know Jiang Feng's name, and only heard everyone call him noble son Jiang. At this time, he hurriedly nodded. Those who had stayed far away heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but startled. What? These things are the things of noble son Jiang of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. My God, no wonder. I also said, the tree leaves here. How could someone collect things? It was him. Ha ha ha. Some time ago I heard that he accepted a foreign merchant, a lot of dark and swarthy and war beast stuff. I don't know what he's doing. What? I also heard that someone on Mount Q is really harvesting tree leaves, bamboo leaves, etc. Could it be that these things were decided by noble son Jiang? As the discussion continued to sound, sighs erupted in the crowd. Said earlier, with so many leaves outside the city, why do you travel all the way to collect the barbarians? And you can get it, noble son Jiang, that is heavenly God. How can you say that you can predict it? Noble son Jiang said that this leaf is useful. It is bound to have a big effect. If you don't understand it, don't talk nonsense. Amidst the discussion, Jiang Feng hurriedly squeezed the crowd away. This scene could not help but aroused the crowd's exclamation again. After all, Jiang Feng is a big hit in Chainan city at this time. The exclamation over there also gave Wai Zheng and the merchant a glimmer of help in an instant. Jiang Feng clasped his fists and let everyone get away with a loud voice. After seeing the posture of the city gate and old Y who was negotiating, he hurriedly said, old Y, right? I'm sorry, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how it would end today. Then Jiang Feng took out a bamboo tube from his arms and handed it to the golden armor guard, who swept it. At a glance, I saw that there was actually that kind of cigarette inside, and my brows couldn't help but either. Regardless of him, Jiang Feng kept saying, Jun Yi, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. You calm down, this box of cigarettes is for the brothers to suppress their shock, so go if you don't have enough. Tong Yui Street Paradise Restaurant takes it, it's my small property. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 962. Who else can wear golden armor? Although Jiang Feng hasn't talked about it, who can order the Vermilion Bird Gate to defend? Who else besides Jinwu guards? At this time, this idiot took all of the Vermilion Bird Gate. If he didn't catch him directly, it would be blessed by the heavenly god Buddhas. Jiang Feng has never seen Jinwu guards, but Jiang Feng is the name. In the palace, it is like thunder piercing the ear. Jinwu guards commanded the cigarette in the handle, subconsciously put it away, then said, Noble son Jiang, this is for your face. If it is someone else, the goods here, no matter what it is, you know the rules. Since this idiot doesn't know the rules, I will let him go this time. It's just so many things. What do you do? What happened in the palace just now? The commander of Jinwu guards knew it clearly. After receiving this information, His Imperial Majesty didn't even need food. What does this mean? But this thing, the commander of Jinwu guards has been thinking for a long time what role he didn't expect. Finally, he waved his hand and thanked Jiang Feng, and hurriedly returned to Imperial City. As soon as he left, Jiang Feng's mind became active, and the courage of those present finally grew. That time the businessman interrupted Jiang Feng when he was about to talk to Wai Zheng. After meeting the two of them, they said with gratitude, "Thanks to you, noble son Jiang. If it were not for you, I would have really caused a disaster. However, these things are really urgent. Originally things were not worth much, but now that the autumn rain is coming, As the saying goes, it's good. The autumn rain is as expensive as oil. Once and again I desperately buy this kind of grass and leaves. All I can tell you is, there are less than half of the tobacco leaves here, and there are more tobacco leaves. If they are not shipped soon, they will have to rot in the ground, or they will be burned to the ground by those damned fat. Jiang Feng hurriedly interrupted the merchant and said, I didn't make it clear before, so you can get these things to mount Q immediately. You'll wait for someone to take you up. Rather than waiting for Jiang Feng to finish, Wai Zheng patted Jiang Feng and said, Old Lord Li is waiting for you. You can wait for these things first. You can get so many things to mount Q. It's not a way. Let's discuss a proper way. Why is everyone talking about Lord? This Lord is almost everywhere where he can make money. Jiang Feng is that angry. But I still admit it. Well, then you wait first. Let your work go to a restaurant with the word chain and academy on the sign, and the food is mine. You can just say it. How about it? While speaking, Jiang Feng and Wai Zheng got into Wai Zheng's sedan chair together and left in a hurry. This is the first time Jiang Feng sits in Wai Zheng's sedan chair. The sedan is very large and spacious. Two people sitting side by side don't feel crowded at all. There is a copper mirror in the middle of the sedan on a wooden table fixed on the floor of the sedan. This one, Jiang Feng's interest soared. TSK. Old Wai, didn't expect. Do you still use a mirror? Wai Zheng has a red face. I just hurriedly hid the official robe. The mirror has not been put away yet, but who is Wai Zheng? Slap Han said, this is the beard built before, and I forgot to put it away, that's all. Don't talk about this. Don't you say these tobacco leaves are the raw materials for making cigarettes? It's this, don't you believe it? Jiang Feng shrugged, pointing to the cigarette on the table and said, if you don't believe it, you smell this, smell the tobacco leaves. By the way, you seem to have smoked that cigar, right? Wai Zheng is almost dumbfounded. When did the old man smoke a cigar? Jiang Feng slapped his forehead. He really forgot. This thing seems to have been used by the four great Confucian and Chen Sheniu afterwards. By the way, there seems to be old Lord Li. Wai Zheng stared, and couldn't help but lift the car curtain, looking at the rows of carriages full of tobacco leaves outside the window. His eyelids jumped. You do so much. How are you going to get it? I mean, what are your plans? I remember that under Mount Q before, you only bought a car or a few cars of cigarette leaves, which is enough for me to wait. These people have used it, you. So much. What are your plans? If you plan, I don't have any for the time being. Jiang Feng shook his head and pointed his teeth in the mirror, but this it is estimated that the fame in Chainan City has already started. Old Wai, what do you think we open a cigarette factory? Jiang Feng for a long time can't wait to see Wai Zheng talking, see Wai Zheng staring at himself, laughing said with a smile, I know what you are thinking about, old Wai. Do you know these things? How many first two did I use to buy them? Wai Zheng is silent. Jiang Feng sighed, secretly thought silently, and then said, these things, I only spent 100 silvertl or 10 silvertl. I can't remember, but I guess a car should be worth 10 cents. 100 tls. Wai Zheng was shocked. From Chainan City to Huang City Gate, there are also 3 miles. This is still a straight road. Even if this carriage occupies 1 square meter of land, from here to the city gate, and then the streets and alleys, counting the 3-mile road. Just as a car of 10 cents of leaf money, how many cars does it cost? Hundreds of cars. What about outside the city? That can't have thousands of cars. Even if it is 1,000 cars, 10,000 sticks, that is 10 silvertl. That is to say, if he counts well, if he counts 100 silvertl, there will be more tobacco leaves. Wai Zheng remembered what the businessman said just now, that there are more tobacco leaves, and he couldn't help being even more shocked. How much did this youngster buy? How much did you buy? Jiang Feng slightly smiled, looking at Wai Zheng, who was shocked, patted him on the shoulder, and then the dizzy Wai Zheng followed Jiang Feng off the sedan chair and entered the villa. As soon as he entered the Bai Yuan, Jiang Feng saw Li Yuan playing Wu Qinzai in the courtyard. After seeing Jiang Feng, he beckons with the hand and said, "Youngster, let's talk about things outside. What are you going to do?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 963. As soon as you enter the living room, Li Yuan also found Wei Zheng, who was like a meditator, and ignored him. He looked at Jiang Feng and asked, "Those tobacco leaves are the main ingredients of this gadget, right?" Li Yuan pointed to the cigarette on the table and asked. Jiang Feng nodded. "Isn't this something obvious you still want to ask?" He wanted to make a sign to hang on his chest, and he wrote to Chainan City. Suddenly the tobacco leaves that appear are just a few big characters of the raw materials of cigarettes. This explains it. One or two is okay. If there are more people, seeing one person say it again, it's annoying to death. Li Yuan lit a cigarette, held it in his hand, and said, "I just heard that the answerer said that there are still a lot of this stuff. People who are where they are going to get fat. Land, don't you plan to get some seeds to plant yourself? The purpose of this thing, as long as these people send the goods to the mountain, they will know what it is for. Do you think they will give you the tobacco leaves in the back?" Jiang Feng assuredly said, "This will not bother you. I only spent about 100 silver. Even if it is more money, Jiang Feng can still get it. But even if they know the purpose of this thing, in this world, I Jiang Feng dare to say that there is really no one except me. Yes, besides, even if they know the manufacturing method of cigarettes, Jiang Feng said with a smile, "You old Lord Li is also old oil. Can it be this don't have any business acumen?" Li Yuan called ha. He knows what kind of business is. If he likes it, he only needs an imperial decree to pass to the king's account. He dare not give it? Li Yuan glanced at Jiang Feng and said, "You youngster, don't interrupt. First, let me talk about this normally. Even the cigarettes I waited for were buckled and searched. Why did you get the blood? Have a big fight?" Li Yuan didn't bother to go around in circles. As soon as this circle is around, Jiang Feng, this bastard, will definitely get him in. This youngster definitely knows his purpose, but it's been a long time since he walked in. This youngster doesn't even mention this things. This is going to circle with yourself. Jiang Feng chuckled and said, "Don't worry, let's talk about what to do with these tobacco leaves first." No. Are you youngster fooling you? Think I don't know what abacus you are doing? But I remind you that once this thing is on Mount Q, you have thought about it after an autumn rain. You might as well throw it away. Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. Even if I throw it away, it won't make you cheap. But this thing is expensive. If it is really thrown away, Jiang Feng is really reluctant to bear it. Jiang Feng could not help but sighed. Then tell me, what about this thing? This Chainan City can't hold it. I don't get Mount Q. Or tomorrow, His Imperial Majesty, will I have to send someone to heavenly prison to eat the board? Li Yuan, hearing this, approached Jiang Feng and said, "Do you really want to hear my thoughts? You can choose to be silent." Jiang Feng shrugged. Obviously, he underestimated Li Yuan's cheeky. Li Yuan was smoking a cigarette, and neither too fast nor too slow said, "Chainan can't hold it, but I know that people from Erlang, at this time, we are preparing to go to the Eastern Palace in Liuozi for repairs. If we can take the opportunity to hand over the goods to them and let him take it to Liuozi, it will be easy. I'm afraid there's little stuff. Liuozi City has the largest warehouse of my Li family, which is really not good. There are hundreds of acres of wasteland. There is enough toss in that place. What do you think? Cigarette, this is a good thing, just like you said. Now in Chainan City, although there are not many people who can smoke cigarettes, the matter of cigarettes has long been spread. It's magical. If you sell cigarettes to the people at this time, it's the best time. And this Liuozi is far from Cheng'an. Unlike Cheng'an, the eyeliner all over the world. Jiang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Yuan. He was a little confused. I was almost disturbed by Li Yuan, and hurriedly asked, "Lord counts me to be afraid of you. Can you do it? Can you just pick the important ones and say it?" Li Yuan, it's also a little innocent, shrugged like Jiang Feng. I'm not all I learned from your youngster. Lord, let's be fine, say, don't you do it. Jiang Feng resisted the blood in his heart and said stiffly, you want to say that tobacco is a thing to expand its business, right? Where does he know what old Lord Li wants to say? This product, I almost wanted to go around for him, but Jiang Feng is so easy to deceive. Under Jiang Feng's repeated insistence, Li Yuan finally slapped his lips, and wittily stopped talking about it, but instead asked, what is the cost of this cigarette? Jiang Feng immediately became vigilant. What did you ask about this? Isn't it because your youngster made this thing that made His Imperial Majesty very angry? At noon, several ministers wanted to enter the palace, but forcibly after being blocked by these people for an hour, His Imperial Majesty and others became impatient. One person rewarded the board. You say, can these people not be angry? At this time, Erlang is spinning in these people's houses, otherwise these people don't care what you are, the Viscount or Chenan University Libation Chancellor, or White Deer Academy the Dean of Classical Learning. These people have been beaten, they have to find a place. Do you think you can handle this group of old oilers? Jiang Feng pondered carefully, and it really is. Jinwu guards are all dispatched. Although he doesn't know which Jinwu guards is actually an official, but the golden armor, as well as what the person said and did at the time, can be seen. Is it because His Imperial Majesty is really angry? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 964. Plus, this Chenan really has a ban. Jiang Feng was really shocked by this thought. Quickly said, Lord, tell me, what should I do about this? Li Yuan was overjoyed, but still calmly said, actually, the matter is very simple, but I really don't know where the selling point of this cigarette is. Let me talk about how you make so many tobacco leaves. What are you doing? Does this still need to be asked? Isn't this just about making cigarettes? Jiang Feng didn't finish speaking, and hurriedly shut up, but it was too late. Li Yuan had already got what he wanted, smiled and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said, that's right. You did this thing to sell it, then this is business. But now Chenan, you don't need to think about it. It will definitely be targeted. Then we have to think of a holistic strategy. Mount Q. You don't have to think about it. It's not safe to get this cigarette factory. You say you are the one. If you open an academy, what do you do for that many? Sideline makes others look at it. Even if you really want to do sideline, then you have to find a place where no one is there. Making a fortune in silence is the king's way. Otherwise, if you act so arrogantly, it will inevitably arouse the resentment of those ministers. When the time comes, don't talk about who you have a relationship with, those people who want to do you. Even Lord Zhangsan can't wait for you all day. You say, is this the truth? Well, Jiang Feng was really stunned. The current situation is unknown, and someone is secretly engaging in him. For the time being, I don't know who is doing it. Even if he knows it, he can't help it. Seeing Jiang Feng's situation, Li Yuan hit the railroad while it's hot. Look at the autumn rain. When the time comes, when the weather comes, these smoke leaves will return to the tide after all. Once the tide comes back to you, let's talk about it. Doesn't this cigarette change its flavor? So, I think that with so many tobacco leaves, you can get them even if you don't eat or sleep. You can't finish it for years, but there is still such a big piece of meat in Chenan City. Do you want to let him out and don't want to give it to these people? Stop. Jiang Feng hurriedly called to stop. If you let Lord continue to talk about this, will you let me take the knife and apologize? Jiang Feng silently wiped the cold sweat and saliva on his face, and leaned back calmly. Lord, if you have something to say, please tell me about this cigarette factory. Put it in Liuozu and put it in Liuozu. You have the final say, won't you? As long as we make half of the money, what else do you like to do? Li Yuan, hearing this talented, smacked his lips with pride, deliberately took out the pot of Jiang Feng from his arms and drank a sip of wine in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's teeth are itchy, but there is no way. After all, he doesn't like to use things that others have used. At this time, after the matter was finalized, Li Yuan said earnestly, youngster, don't think you are a loss. You know that what I have carried you down is endless trouble. You youngster will be safe. Prepare for your autumn hunt with peace of mind. That is the major event. As long as this is done, everything will be fine. You know, when it comes to business, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved. Some worries. Youngster, are you sure of this autumn hunting? If it doesn't work, I will find a relationship for you. This autumn hunting, he really helped. Nothing is busy. After all, there are some things that he can use. The retired emperor, and even Li Shimin can use the relationship. But this autumn hunter and the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Association, they really can't get involved. The most is to defend closely. There was an accident, that's all. The key lies in the strength of this autumn hunter. To put it bluntly, there is no strength to prove your existence. Even if there are more people to help, it will not help. Zhang Feng waved his hands again and again. No, if the youngster can't even handle this thing, isn't Zhang Feng too useless for me? Even if I won this autumn hunting leader, what's the use? I really don't need this, Zhang Feng. Li Yuan smacked and said nothing, just a thumbs up. Then he'll be here waiting for your triumphant voice. By the way, I heard this morning that your basketball was rejected. Are you sure you don't need me to use your relationship? This matter, obviously someone is targeting, otherwise, those people may know the magic of this basketball, but they still have to make such a conclusion. Every new thing emerges. There are bound to be endless people. If you want to submerge this thing in the red dust, the appearance of one thing will inevitably affect the interests of a large group of people. This is the situation in basketball at this time. If you want to push, you have to knock down the people who are pushing him and preventing him from coming out. Looking at Li Yuan, Zhang Feng wanted to express his thoughts, but he felt that speaking of which was endless. It was like talking about a duck. Zhang Feng didn't bother to talk about it. After the appearance of football and jerseys, it is not too late to talk about other things. Otherwise, he would be able to stand this autumn hunting. After all, the Academy's affairs are raging, and it is imperial edict. And what is it, at this time? If Kushu fails to win the first place, then it is simply too embarrassing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 965. When applying, the sun has slowly drifted westward. The sun after autumn is called the 24 autumn tigers at this time. That formidable power is simply, at night, when it's cold, you can't wait to put on your jacket. But when it's noon, you can't wait to strip everything on him. Zhang Feng hates sitting in a sedan chair. Although he can avoid the glare of the sun, it also makes him lose a lot of interest, such as watching the crowds on the side of the street galloping on the basketball court. For example, the attractive grotesquely shaped food on the side of the street. Every time, even if I have watched it for a long time, but every time I look at it, the mood is different. And the things I see are even more different. On the sliding pole, Zhang Feng is holding a football in his arms, wearing sunglasses, watching where to watch, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. A little girl on the street. That is fascinating. It was a burst of screams. At this moment, when the sliding rod just arrived at the city gate, the familiar sedan chair appeared in front of Zhang Feng, and there seemed to be some dispute in the city gate ahead. The city gate at this time was actually blocked. Zhang Feng also disinclined to pay attention to, while playing rugby, chatting with people on the street, occasionally sing a poem, and the people waiting in line to leave the city burst into exclamations. Sound and the voice here could not help making the city gate guard angry. He banged on double-edged saber a few times and shouted, "What are you arguing about? Do you want to leave the city? Don't leave the city. Fuck me off." The guard's angry shout stopped abruptly when he saw Zhang Feng, and then as Guzi hurriedly said with a smile, "Yo, isn't this noble son Zhang? Are you going out of the city? Come on, let the previous ones make way. Give way to noble son Zhang." Noble son Zhang. The people at the city gate were surprised, and Eunice sitting in the sedan trembles even more. At this time, during the riots in the city gate, Zhang Feng couldn't help putting down Erlang's legs and sitting upright. He recognized it. "Isn't this the sedan chair that Yuya used to take when he went to find him before?" Could it be? He suddenly thought of what Yachiya said last night. and he couldn't help but feel a faint pain in his heart. Is she really going back to Jiangnan? Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But there are so many people here that he is really not good at asking you here. I had no choice but to urge the bearer to leave the city quickly. When passing by the Yuya sedan chair, Jiang Feng and Yachiya in the sedan chair were extremely nervous, as if stealing king was caught. General. But in the end, Jiang Feng was defeated by reason. He sighed and exited the city gate. Once out of the city, Jiang Feng would look at the fork and ask, which way to Jiangnan? The bearer heard this shocked, and his eyes turned. If you want to and the others, the Waishui River is a good place. If you don't want to stop there, you're done. The younger one will pick you up again, as a bearer, and a bearer who often waits for work at Mount Q. Why don't you know something about this, Lord Dean? For other things, they may not know what they don't know. They don't understand the first-class porcelain or big characters, but they can give you the type of sedan carriage. Said that the whole day did not bring repetitive samples. Jiang Feng did not say at this time. They all knew what Jiang Feng was going to do. After all, in front of the little tavern on Tongyue Street, they had seen Yachiya come and go on this sedan chair. Seeing and looking at noble son Zhang's expression at this time, who doesn't know what's going on? Jiang Feng hearing this couldn't help but blushed. If he was acquiescing to 4 people, after the Waishui River change stopped, Jiang Feng alone stuffed a piece of silver bills. After the 4 people left, this only then did he seriously look at the Waishui River in front of him. This is the place of the Wai River Treaty in history. On the wooden bridge that can accommodate 3 carriages side by side, although it has been more than a year in the past, the traces of swords and axes on it still show his inner suffering like the Walden story. Under the bridge is rolling, a bit muddy, mixed with branches washed from the depths of the Kinling Mountains, rolling in the river water. At this moment, a burst of faint fragrance made Jiang Feng suddenly look back, but at the next moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. Behind the silhouettes of Kinling and Mount Q, Yachiya is wearing a pink gauze, with a trace of sadness in her beautiful face, which makes Jiang Feng's obsession. Her heart seems to be fiercely, it's like a hammer. Come. Jiang Feng asked stupidly, and Yachiya faintly smiled. 2 crystal teardrops in his low-angling eyes fell on the bridge floor under Jiang Feng's feet in the sun. Yachiya was holding back her tears. When she lifted the head, although her eyes were red, the tears in her eyes had already disappeared. The wind is so strong today. Yachiya smiled and couldn't stop crying. Jiang Feng felt a pain in his heart, and he reached out to hold her, but Yachiya stubbornly took a step backwards. Said with a smile, "Noble son Jiang, please respect yourself." Jiang Feng smacked his lips and sighed. Yachiya is right. What is he now? Is it her husband? Or what? He is nothing. What qualifications does he have to embrace others? Jiang Feng gave a wry smile, then withdrew his hand and said, "Don't go, can't you? Old Lord Li on my side, they don't oppose you anymore. No, Chainan is not suitable for me. I'm a little tired. I want to go back and have a rest. I think about the things during this period. When will I figure it out clearly? Or wait for you to have a home of your own? You come and pick me up on the sedan chair. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 966. Yachiya still left. Jiang Feng is a bit lost. He doesn't want this Great Tang's first woman to be involved in his affairs. Yuya is very smart. She should know what she has only seen with those gentry, and she also knows what happened at this time. Crisis. And she was anxious that she asked her to help herself find out if there was any connection between the Jiangnan clans and the aristocratic families of Shandong. Otherwise, she would be impossible to leave so quietly, without even leaving a hug. Jiang Feng stood on the bridge with a little heartache for a long time. The sun, from the dazzling color, hung on the top of the mountain, slowly falling down at the end of the Waishui River between Mount Q and the Kinling Mountains. Only an incomparably splendid afterglow remains. Noble son Jiang, should we go back? At this moment, the bearer seemed to be unable to wait, and stammering asked. Jiang Feng sighed and threw the cigarette butt in his hand fiercely into the Waishui River. Finally, He glanced at Yuya, who disappeared into the boundless mist, lightly saying, "Wait for me to kill 5 surnames 7 clans. Zhang Feng, swears to give you the most beautiful, unique and unmatched wedding in Great Tang." When Zhang Feng whispered, Yachi Gong was helpless. I walked over, stood on Zhang Feng's side, waved his hand to let the bearer leave, and handed Zhang Feng a flute. "Let's go. It's getting late." "You said is it dangerous to go back this time?" Yachi Gong looked at Zhang Feng's back and wanted to pat his shoulder, but the guy couldn't help but sighed. "No, after all, I'm the one older male cousin's family still has some prestige in Jiangnan. I have found dozens of good players who have retired from the army and gave them to her. In terms of safety, you don't have to worry about it. Old Li has already arranged them. However, since you don't want her to go, why don't you keep her?" Zhang Feng gave a wry smile, patted Yachi Gong on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, Lao Yu." While walking slowly towards Yachi Gong's sedan chair, Zhang Feng said lightly, "In fact, there are many choices in a person's life. Some people choose ease, some people choose to guard. Let's go, Lao Yu. I respect her choice, and I also believe that distance is not a problem. I understand her and he understands me." Yachi Gong smiled bitterly at Zhang Feng's back. He really couldn't figure out how these people who like to chew words could attract women so much. Originally, he was worried that Yachiyo would bring Zhang Feng into the ditch, but now it seems that he was wrong. His Imperial Majesty was wrong, the retired Emperor was wrong, everyone was wrong. Zhang Feng is a freak. As long as everyone is attracted by him, they will be attracted by him. Even Yachi Meiya, who is like Yu Jiangnan, is impressed by him. How can he not see Yachi? Yu has broken her body. Jiangnan has never lacked handsome men, not to mention the kind of brimming over with talent, even men who look even better than Zhang Feng at the very least. But none of these men made Yachi lower her head, and today, she was willing to do so for Zhang Feng. Yachi Gong sighed and waved. "Let's go up the mountain." Yachi Gong really can't understand these two enchanting people. Sometimes, this Feng Tsai is always run away by Yachiya, and sometimes, this Yachiya is fascinated by Zhang Feng. Now there is such a setback again. And Za is not far away in the darkness. Li Shimin opened the car curtain, and after watching Zhang Feng leave with Zhang Sunwagu, Empress Zhang Sun's eyes were ruddy and said, "Zhang Feng can obviously keep your concubine just wanted to stay." "Why did the second brother stop concubine?" Li Shimin faintly smiled, waved back to the palace before saying, "You still don't understand the youngster's plan? This youngster, this Yachiya, is all human spirits. Which one is the one who saves trouble?" Yachiya returned to Jiangnan. It must be because of what Zhang Feng encountered during this time. Zhang Sunwaga hearing this was taken aback. The second brother means that Yu is helping Zhang Feng to inquire about the gentry? As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Sunwaga couldn't help covering his mouth. Li Shimin is solemn and nodded. "If you don't make a scene for others to watch, how can others believe that they are breaking up?" In this case, the gentry in Shandong province and Jiangnan will let go of their guards, and you will definitely have there are more suitors than before. So, Guanyin, Zhang Feng and Yachiya do have feelings, but at this time, Yachiya still has to be a little more stable. This Feng Tsai is still a little impulsive, but it's okay. This scene is perfection. Hearing this, Zhang Sunwaga cry out in surprise. Could it be that all of this is the two of you and Father Emperor? Li Shimin nodded, and Yachi, this attention is Yachi, it's just a woman. You think I'm really full to stop her and Fengzi's good deeds? At this time, Zhang Sunwaga finally woke up, astonished. Is Yachiya also deliberately failing just now? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 967. The next morning, Cheng Chuma and the others, trembling in fear, stood at the door of Zhang Feng's small wood house, and did not dare to move. Last night, after Zhang Feng returned to the mountain, everyone saw his gloomy, terrifying face. Even Li Chenqian went up to inquire, but Zhang Feng scolded him. Then called everyone over, fiercely criticized it a bit, and after everyone recited the multiplication and division table and the book of songs outside his little wood house, This made everyone get out. While leaving, this evil star actually made everyone report at his door early this morning, before morning exercises. If he couldn't see anyone, just get out. Now, everyone is blown up. Even Kian Wanli, who had been taking care of the paper mill business, was arrested. More than a dozen young men with big eyes stared at small eyes, and they didn't know what was going on. In the end, I asked Yachi Gong. Yachi Gong just gave them a piece of advice. Don't mess with Zhang Feng. At this time, everyone is uneasy. This morning, more than a dozen people hurriedly got into the kitchen and grabbed a large bowl of leftovers before dawn, and then hurriedly came, but no one was careless. The body stood straight and didn't even dare to let go, because last night, according to Old He in the room, the light in Feng Xi's room was on all night. What is this concept? In other words, Feng Xi didn't sleep all night. Maybe he was there at this time, watching everyone in the crack of the door. And that damn Shiva is the person most people want to beat at this time. In this batch, if you ask him anything, he is just two words. I don't know. I'm asking, I don't care about you. An angry Li Chenqian kicked Chen Chumo secretly and ordered him to blow Shiva tonight. When everyone's legs were weak and their heads were sweating, the door now finally opened. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Feng still had a gloomy face, staring at Shiva, who was squatting at the door. Are you ready for the armor I asked you to prepare? Quasi. Ready. Zhang Feng nodded. Let someone take it over. By the way, you too. Shiva. I wanted to cry, but Li Chenqian and the others roared excitedly in the heart. Happiness, it's so fucking fun. Today, basketball Chen Sheniu, Chongzi, Big Fool Y, you Bailin, plus Kian Wanli, you guys don't practice anymore. Wait for me to teach you a new thing. As for the rest people, I will give you 10 days before the end of the autumn hunting and the mid-autumn festival. If you don't train me to get the results I want in basketball, no matter who it is, give it to me. At this moment, Li Chenqian and the others were blown up and wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. His face is flushed. At this time, Cheng Chumo and the others' heart fell to the bottom, and weakly asked, Feng Xi ... cough cough, Lord Dean, where are we? He was in a guilty conscience and couldn't help it. Having known Zhang Feng for so long, this was the first time he saw Zhang Feng so furious. Li Chenqian and the others didn't know what Zhang Feng was going to do. They asked Shiva to get the armor for a while, and then kicked them out. This was obviously unreasonable. Zhang Feng didn't hide it either. He waited until everyone was waiting impatiently and said, Did you see that thing? Everyone is hearing this. Follow along. Looking in the direction of Zhang Feng's fingers, he saw a flat basketball with cowhide at his door. Zhang Feng continued, This thing is called rugby. Don't you like hitting people? Okay, starting from today, I will join you. Let's practice to the death. We must give this thing to me before the autumn hunting. That is, during these 5 days. If we can't practice, the academy will be disbanded. Understand? Can everyone not understand? If you don't understand, you can understand. No way, I don't understand at this time. It is simply courting death. While speaking, Zhang Feng looked at the boxes of armor that the students had brought, and pointed at everyone. Come on, one piece for each person, and all of them are neatly dressed for me. Then Zhang Feng rushed to the door and followed him up. Last night, the King Cripple and the others beckons with the hand. Wang Cripple took his more than 30 veterans, hurriedly lined up in formation, and ran here. And this scene could not help but aroused the attention of all the guard troops who were on a mount. Q disguised as escorts, and made Cheng Chumo, Li Chenqian and the others alarm bells. After all, the distance here is not far. After a few breaths, everyone came to Zhang Feng. Without waiting for Wang Cripple's introduction, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, You are all veterans. There is a set. Now that you choose to follow me, Zhang Feng, I will give you the first task. Have you seen these 5 people? I limit you to train me in 5 days. Among the 30 veterans, a few were swaying after seeing Cheng Chumo. Isn't this Xiao Cheng? This, how to be a student here? And which of them dare to train Xiao Cheng? But the guys who are eating are important at this time. and they can only pretend not to know each other. One of the guys with a scar across his face clasped his fists and asked, "Noble son Jiang, how do we train these people? If it's a basic rush, it's less than 3 days. As long as you're willing, under the condition that we don't kill them, we can train you." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 968. Scarface, hearing this, looked at Cheng Chumo suspiciously, but in the end, after weighing his future life and the past, he was still heavily nodded. "If this is the case, we can really practice it." While speaking, he hugged Jiang Feng and said, "Old Guzi, Quinzu, Gachang Jiang, Zhao Size." Amidst the roar of Scarface, among the 30-odd veterans, 4 people who looked similar to Scarface came out. These 4 people are exactly similar to the Scarface. They look plain. They don't have the explosive muscles of Uboki's visual impact, and they don't have burly figures. Even the 5 of them are at this time standing together. Some are actually a bit shorter than the City Iron and others. Jiang Feng slightly frowned. But after these 5 people showed their scars and strong 8-pack abs, Jiang Feng decisively shut up, pointed to the armor on the side and said, "This time we trained it's not going to kill the enemy. Have you heard of Kyuju?" Scarfaces nodded. Jiang Feng asked again, "This time, I will use Kyuju to train a new type of gadget. You can hit people on the court, but the only condition is that you are not allowed to hit people. No quasi kick. Who dares to hit someone and get out?" Then the field is divided into 2 groups of forwards and rears for confrontation. As for these individual selections, 15 people were originally needed, but only 10 people were selected. For the rest, you should find someone by yourself, but the only condition is to scratch, kick, and hammer. Once they appear, they will foul immediately and will not be hired in the future. Jiang Feng, the rules of rugby have been said 3 times intermittently, which explains the rules that are probably similar to rugby. He even went on the stage to practice for an hour, and then he left after Yushinan's repeated calls. When he took off his protective armor, he rubbed his painful chest and stared at Scarface and said, "What's your name?" The Scarfaces, hearing this, hurriedly dismissed Jia Ran and said, "Little Jia, famous Da Oren." Jia Da Oren, Jia Da Oren. Jiang Feng has always admired the Great Tang's naming system, prostrate oneself in admiration, but this time, Jiang Feng was still amazed, staring at him and asked, "You are here? Isn't anyone called Du Zitang?" "Yes." A weak voice came out of a man in armor in the field. Jiang Feng rubbed his head and waved his hand and said, "Training continues, right Taoist. And the rest of your brothers, let Mazu take you to my mansion. Everything in the mansion is up to you. Responsible, by the way, where the 3 old men are, you should pay more attention to it. Normally, no one is allowed to enter without my permission." Cheng Chumo, they are already breathing heavily. But when Jiang Feng said that, his eyes lit up instantly. This grandson has changed his personality since he returned to the mountain. Isn't it allowed to enter somewhere in this Baiyuan? Is it hiding something shameful? When Jiang Feng left, Li Chengqian screamed and took off the armor on his head, lying on the ground wailing again and again. From the tossing last night to the present, it's all morning. Where is it so tormenting? I don't know which careless man it was. He actually took the armor of the general. The weight of the armor was about 50 katis. After this set of actions, everyone was tired and paralyzed. At this moment, Jia Da Oren squatted beside Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo also knew what he meant. He glanced at the people who were playing basketball and said, "Just call me Iron Ox. In the mountains, everyone is equal." Jia Da Oren couldn't sit still anymore. Although Wang Cripple had known this situation a long time ago, but now it seems that he is really afraid of it. After all, he had met the son of Cheng Yojin, the murder god, once in the army. I couldn't help but feel that Jiang Feng got up. He was such a madman, he could be trained to be so meek. Then, deference is no substitute for obedience. Jia Da Oren sighed. "Since Lord Dean asked me to train you, it is still in this urgent time. Youngsters, don't blame me. I don't know what you were before, but now you only have the last identity, either a dead person or my soldier. There are 2 last options. Do you want to get out now? Your second-generation ancestor, either shut your mouth for me, and just give me what I say. Your uncles give you some color. Would you dare to open a dyeing workshop? Cheng Chumo is that angry. But Jia Oren really misunderstood his meaning, thinking that Cheng Chumo, the son of the general army of the city, must have discussed with the Dean Jiang Feng a long time ago. This time the matter is more serious, so let yourself train them to death. This kind of weird request made Jia Oren a little flustered, but Cheng Chumo said, "What should I do? He can't be sorry for this bowl of rice, right?" So, on the other side, Yu Xinan with a frosty face looked at Jiang Feng, who was stunned, scolded, "You look at what is the style? This is obviously the academy. You still have to find someone who can do martial arts, teach them, and also bring armor. What is this? It's simply nondescript." Jiang Feng weakly smiled and said, "Has honored teacher ever heard of in a word, only after bitter hardships can be no better than others?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 969. Yu Xinan hearing this, sighed. Look at this. Are the barbarians in the barracks orgy, or the students of the academy going crazy? Jiang Feng hearing this black face. What are you talking about? You may not always know that Kuxiu this time ... Something has happened. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly and pointed to Cheng Chumo and said, there is no other way, so I prepared to do this. Later, the students will go to the forge and let them rush to make a batch of special protective gear. And then it will be fine. Of course, if you are not at ease, when the time comes, you can personally talk to the students. Go to autumn hunting. There are still 4 days left. Yu Xinan is also anxious today. After hearing that Jiang Feng is doing something weird, he hurriedly thought about it and wanted to see what the youngster wanted to do. But this look, it doesn't matter. It almost angered him. Seeing that this time is coming soon, this is another new thing. Even if it is Kyuju, such practice, 3 days may not be effective. Jiang Feng's eyes turned, looking at Yu Xinan, who looked a little angry and said, "Honored teacher, don't worry, you first listen to me and finish my plan." See Jiang Feng's eyes burning. Staring at himself, Yu Xinan couldn't help but waved his hand. "Anyway, this academy belongs to you. Tell me about your plan." Honored teacher, the student's current professor's thing is called rugby. Although it's a bit hasty at this time, what would happen if I changed this to Kyuju when the time comes? The student's move is to train their on-spot reaction, and the overall ability to cooperate and cooperate. If you don't say Kyuju, honored teacher knows it naturally. There is no way to dismiss that kind of Kyuju. And every Kyuju game is light. There will be a lot of people with torn skin and gaping flesh and even broken bones and muscles. Then let's go. Can you see if there are any rules? It's all about torture, or use brute force first. Beat the other person on the ground. What is this? This is a bandit behavior. And this Kyuju is a physical entertainment project, but they have made it into this way. It is simply unbearable to look at. Jiang Feng is telling the truth. Yu Xinan couldn't help feeling a little moved. The appearance of Kyuju itself is for entertainment, but it has gradually developed into a tool for profit and competition. It has become a tool for those wealthy people to compete for their financial resources. Where is the significance of Kyuju? So Yu Xinan was so angry after seeing the dress Jiang Feng just gave these students. At this time, listening to what Jiang Feng said, I couldn't help but nodded. He hasn't paid attention to Kyuju for a long time. Even Kuxiu is too lazy to go now, mainly because the annual autumn Xiu, in addition to the Kyuju, singing and composing poetry, is to compare each other. Unfortunately, Yu Xinan looked at the people in the court again, really looking forward to it. If this time because of Jiang Feng's change, all the Kyuju customs of Great Tang are changed, it is best to add both basketball and rugby. Isn't that what everyone wants to see? Basketball can strengthen the body and body refinement. He has seen it with his own eyes during this period of time. Although it was temporarily destroyed by the people of Imperial College of Supreme Learning at this time, this autumn if Jiang Feng can win because of this, then this basketball and football. When the time comes, Jiang Feng invites these people to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, then this thing is basically done. When these people come to the academy, let them take a look at the academy's broadcast gymnastics, and let them see the basketball and rugby. At that time, Yu Xinan couldn't help. Some snacks heat up. The scene of thousands of people doing exercises on the mountain at the same time is quite spectacular. As soon as he thought of this, Yu Xinan grabbed Zhang Feng, but after thinking about it, his face flushed and said, "Feng Tsai, are you sure this autumn hunting, you can win the first prize?" "Don't win, Tang. What are you doing?" Zhang Feng asked back. "Well, let me tell you something. You give me a stroke. What you mean is that you want this group of little brat to use catenary rugby to train them during this time teamwork ability, and this Mazu and the others let them train this basketball. The purpose is to go to the professor for the whole academy in the future." As Yu Xinan said, Zhang Feng really has a bold ideas. That is going down the mountain to experience, just like those monks in TV dramas do. Looking around, he grabbed Yu Xinan and said, "Mr. Boshi, you come with me. I really have a big plan. You first listen to it." While speaking, Yu Xinan was pulled into the small wood house by Zhang Feng again. After closing the door, Zhang Feng said, "Look at this basketball. I watched this basketball in Chainan City the past few days. Basically, many people will not play. I mean, isn't it that the hospital has not been opened yet? I plan to have the right to train a group of people, and then let this group of people train all the students of the entire academy, and then let these more than 3,000 before the academy opens. All the people go to Chainan City, let them teach everyone in Chainan, and use meteor blazing prayer to spread the correct use of basketball. What do you think?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 970. Because of a lot of annoying things, I got together before. Zhang Feng hasn't really thought about how to make Great Tang people quickly accepting basketball. At this time, it seems that he really found a way. Mainly won the first prize of this autumn hunting, and then let the observation group of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights come to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. At that time, as soon as they went up the mountain, all the students, using the effect of radio gymnastics to promote the popularity of basketball and rugby. In this way, people who like gentleness, go to play basketball. For those rash and rough people, just troll me and play rugby. As long as you have the strength to smash this protective gear, you will hit go. Anyway, a pair of protective gear requires 100 pennies. In this way, the business has also started, and the popularity of basketball and football will not dissipate because of the disapproval of the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights this time. It will also rise a lot. In this way, Mr. Boshi, I am going to put on a new style of school uniform for all the teachers and students, as well as the teachers and students of Chainan University. What do you think? If you do it, you have to get a big one. What do you think? Yu Xinan narrowed his eyes and wandered in the living room for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons, he asked, "Let's talk about it first. What does this school uniform look like?" If you just go to the ready-made clothing store to buy ready-made items, the whole Chainan City will probably not be able to come up with so many things at once. But if you want to talk about the customization, it is Chainan City's. All clothing stores can't do it either. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He turned around and drew the styles, materials, etc. of the school uniforms he thought of on a piece of paper. The styles of school uniforms, it was made according to the appearance of Chinese tunic suits, and even the student hats at that time were drawn. Yu Xinan looked at this look rather nonsense, and the style that the people were wearing, slightly frowned. What kind of look is this? So weird. This is you don't understand? This is called beauty. If there is no beauty, what else can be done? Here is the reason for the lack of time. If I have enough time, I will have to customize a batch of basketball uniforms and a football clothing. And even if there is a female class in the future, the female students' clothing, I want to be unified. Yu Xinan was very tangled at this time. If you wear such a costume, then isn't it exactly similar to the common people? What's the difference between this look and that foreign domain barbarian? He didn't believe that Zhang Feng had only this method. He shook his head and said, "No, your idea is very good. The academy must have its own service. For example, Confucian scholar needs to wear it. Confucian robes, and the common people wear short shirts, and the sergeants should wear his armor. This is an eternal principle. Which ordinary people have you seen to wear Confucian robes? This is simply true. It's ridiculous. This matter is not discussed." A frustration flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He is still a little hastily. In this era, there are still some rules for grades and dressing, such as sitting posture, walking posture, not eating and sleeping, etc. There are strict rules. At this time, wanting these old stubborn to change their inherent thinking is almost a fantasy story. Thinking of this, the excitement on Jiang Feng's face slowly dissipated a little, lit a cigarette and sat in the room for a few laps, and said, "Honored teacher, look, how about ordering a batch of Confucian robes that belong to us with sky blue as the main color? Although I have a textile factory with this concept, I told old Lee before. The three major factories, now the paper mill, the smelter, the rubber factory, and the winery, have produced 4. But this is the most critical textile factory. It is time to prepare." "Textile factory? Tell me about your plan." At this time, old Lee, they really haven't told me about it. As for the other things you said, old man has seen it before. Do you want to use this school uniform to go to the textile factory? Yu Shinan took a sip of a pot of tea that Jiang Feng hadn't known for how long. The main reason is that the stove of this lazy man is off, and his mouth is abnormally dry at this time. It is too late to start a fire. The most important thing is that Yu Shinan wants to suppress the blood in his heart. He knew that Jiang Feng had sold him a big deal, but it was precisely because of this juncture that made Yu Shinan curious to death at this time. Yu Shinan wanted to refute it, but when he thought of the things that this youngster had produced, they were so shocking, and he couldn't help but be concerned about one of the 3 major factories that Li Yuan had mentioned before. Keen interest arose in the textile mills. After all, at this time, Great Tang's external presence is basically based on silk ceramic tea. And how to open a factory for silk production. Do you want mulberry trees in mountainside high, middle and low? In this case, there is no 7 or 8 years. How can you do it well? With full of doubt, Yu Shinan stared into Jiang Feng's eyes and asked, "Feng Tsai, tell me what you think, as well as this textile factory. How do you want to do it?" Jiang Feng said with a smile, "In fact, it's nothing. You know that someone is doing me right now, but you don't really know who is doing me at the moment, so we have to find out." Lu, now old Ox has taken people to Lanshan to look for coal mines. This is bound to have something to do with Wang clan of Tai Yuan, and now basically several big clans have provoked it all the time. The so-called lice are not itchy, so let's simply let the spearhead take the initiative to leak out. Aren't they hiding in the dark? Then let's make a big deal. We take the initiative from business, the academy's cultural industry, etc. At the same time. What do you think? Sitting and waiting to die is not my Jiang Feng character. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 971. Yu Shinan smashed his mouth twice when Jiang Feng was shocked. The reason why I came to Mount Q this time is not because I want to satisfy my appetite, nor is it because Jiang Feng, the youngster, can do things. What they value is Jiang Feng's courage, and this unique and innovative teaching method. Now they have seen the problems Jiang Feng is facing in business. I don't see anything for the time being. After all, everything has gone into a fever pitch. Even if others are greedy, they can't copy it. This is the trigger point of the contradiction. I can't get you in this regard, and Mount Q can't get up. What should I do? Then, how good is it to completely destroy you from other aspects? And isn't this just right in their arms? From the time he couldn't find the Kyuju team, Dao deliberately delayed the release of the news. And then it was only 5 days before he released the news that basketball was rejected. This is personally angry, and those in secret are waiting for Jiang Feng to get angry. Once Jiang Feng gets angry, someone will join Jiang Feng to publicly insult the imperial court commander and be dissatisfied with Kuxiu. although he Yushinen and the others know that Old Li is his Imperial Majesty. But this can't hold up these leisurely people. Even if Jiang Feng chooses to remain silent at this time, it is on the top of the autumn hunter. If the boys of the academy lose their share, it will still be the closing day of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Is it what they need? You shrink on the mountain. We can't do anything about you. But we only need to get rid of the things on the mountain. You still can't go down the mountain? And now, Yu Xinan suddenly realized Jiang Feng's plan from Jiang Feng's plan. This is to fight these people who are hiding in the dark. Jiang Feng is really angry. At this moment, thinking of the terrifying weapon blades that the smelting workshop saw, and what Jiang Feng said at that time, Yu Xinan couldn't help but mourn for Jiang Feng's enemies. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. With a wave of your hand, you immediately draw up a charter, and we will discuss it with Old Li in the future, and you can prepare for the autumn hunt with peace of mind. As for these things, we will do it. After all, the old man really seldom walked around in the market in the past 2 years. What do you say, old man? And the others are also part of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, even the old man. For those who don't give me much face, the old man wants to see who dared to break the ground in me drinking the piece of land. Jiang Feng, hearing this, was overjoyed in an instant. That was what he was waiting for. As long as there are 4 great Confucians standing up to withstand this sky, what else is he afraid of? Hurrying to the desk, while writing out all the plans he made, Yu Xinan asked on the other side, now you tell me how to build your textile factory, so you don't want to plant it on the mountainside. Mulberry, wait for the last 7 or 8 years to start spinning and weaving. I told Old Li that the textile factory was built under the waterfall, and a water wheel was built underneath it. To use water, the car drives the linkage device, and then hundreds of looms can run at the same time, and it doesn't require many people to operate it. Yu Xinan really wants to say a fantasy story, but opened his mouth. He is speechless again. At this moment, Yachi Gong, who thought he had already gone down the mountain, screamed at the door unpreparedly. Jiang Feng shook his hand and gave a good picture. White paper is basically scrapped. Jiang Feng complained, a little bit annoyed. Lao Yu, can your fucking noise be like thunder? Fine, in case Mr. Boshi is scared, can you afford it? But Yachi Gong, as if he hadn't heard, walked into the living room with his hands rubbing his hands, staring at Jiang Feng with beaming eyes, and asked, what you said, that kind of thing? Can't I leave it to my people? Jiang Feng looked at Yachi Gong, who was almost staring at himself, drooling. He had some hairs that counted down. Originally, Yu was so rough and mad. If you take his portrait, stick it on the door, it works better than the door god. It was nothing more than Yachi Gong's excitement at this time. The army has always been short of food and clothing. On the one hand, it is because of the problem of payment and silver. As long as it can think of a way to hold money, Yachi Gong will be robbed even if it is robbed. After all, that many brothers in the army are waiting to be fed. Seeing that this is about to cool down, he starts to worry about the clothes in the army for the winter. There is a lot of activity in the army. Basically, a piece of clothing will be damaged if it doesn't take long, plus all the year round, they rushed past in that muddy water, and sometimes they were too sleepy. Many sergeants wrapped their clothes in the mud and fell asleep. A piece of clothing lasts less than 3 months. Just like your beggar's clothing. The imperial court will only issue clothing supplies once a year and every quarter, but this is basically an utterly inadequate measure. What the military can issue is the population of staff members, and in addition to staff members, there are more people in this army than staff members. In addition to the organization, they are inquiring about intelligence and transmitting information. The identities of these people are extremely hidden, unless as a last resort, really no one will report their establishment. This is mainly for protecting these people. So, it doesn't matter this summer, at worst shirtless, but not in winter. Every winter, a large number of soldiers freeze to death due to hunger and cold. Now it's hard to get a trace from Jiang Feng. The news that his brother can have a good winter, how can he give up this hope? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 972. The more you think about it, the more excited Qigong gets, and he stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Feng's shoulders and said, "Smelly youngster, I'm asking you, how did you say that the textile factory was doing well one day? When will it start?" He asked, half hope, half pleading. Jiang Feng only rolled his eyes when he was pinched, and beat Qigong's hand weakly, and said, "Lao Yu, can you let me go first? I'm almost choked to death by you." Jiang Feng seems to be able to hear his scapula wailing at this moment. "Don't let go. If you don't say anything, I won't let go." Qigong at this time seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Jiang Feng was pinched tightly with both hands like iron tongs. It seems that Jiang Feng dared to say a word. He will choke Jiang Feng to death. Jiang Feng kept screaming for more Mapi in his heart, but he didn't dare to scold it. Yu Xinan was also a little anxious, looking at the cold sweat on Jiang Feng's face and the unstoppable shaking hands and feet. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Qigong's arm and said, "Lao Yu, the old man orders you let me go. If you don't let go, this youngster has to return to the West." Qigong stared at Yu Xinan with blood-red eyes. Yu Xinan frightened again and again, backward, and finally fell into a chair before giving up. Jiang Feng was also a little frightened by Qigong's current state, and said quickly, "Lao Yu, we have something to say. I have actually planned for this textile factory for a long time. Oldly as I know, it's just too early, and it's too busy during this time. Where can I have time? If it wasn't for this school uniform today, why didn't you put this earlier? Get something out." Qigong stared at Jiang Feng with red eyes. "Why didn't you get this thing out 10 years ago? You know, how did we spend the winter 10 years ago? Have you not experienced the winter in Longyi Road? At that time, my family and my biological brothers, were lost in the vast desert. In the end, they did not enter Turkic. They were forced into Snow Mountain by the Turkic people. It's not my brothers who have not been beaten. If they fight, they won't be opponents several times with my brother. But they are cold." Finally, at vast Lotus Mountain, they were frozen to death on the mountain alive until when we finally found them. A few hundred people, just holding weapons and holding our supplies, were frozen into ice sculpture. Feng Tsai, have you ever had such an experience? When you see your life and death friends, when you see Inox they encounter such a thing, what will happen to you? Qigong cried. Thinking of these mothers, the suffocated brother, Qigong exploded. He said in a hoarse voice, "You are indeed an expert, but what about expert? You were there at the beginning?" "Even though you were not there at the beginning, but you master, why didn't you take this thing out?" "Longyi Road at that time? Go and find out." "If it wasn't for me." Lao Yu. Yu Xinan saw Qigong completely plunged into it, crazy, almost telling the story of the year. His identity was exposed, and he hurriedly scolded, "The old man knows that you pay much attention to your brothers, but people can't come back to life. Besides, it's not Feng Tsi's fault." "Why are you so angry?" "On Feng Tsi, with ability, you go to old Li theory." Qigong, an angry roar towards the sky, shouted. Everyone who was practicing outside the scared door didn't know what was going on. But with that scarred face, it was the first time that Jia Daoren had seen General Yuchi roar like this, and couldn't help feeling sad. Roar also said, "Continue training. As long as I don't die, I will die." In the room, after an angry shout, Qigong seemed to be sober. Gazed at Jiang Feng and continued, "Feng Tsi, my tone of voice is a bit heavy, but you really don't understand something. You are not always wondering why we have such great strength and why people like us can also go to business. Are you thinking, why our military training and these things can be tested in the chain and barracks?" Jiang Feng hasn't thought about it yet. At this time, I saw Qigong take the initiative to say, nodded, who couldn't help being curious. also forgot the pain in his shoulder. Yushin opened his mouth and finally sighed, fiercely smoking a cigarette. He didn't want to look at Yachigong's eyes. Yachigong said like a dream, 10 years ago, we were also young man in our 20s. Our family suffered a disaster. My original blacksmith was born. At that time, old black, we were also born as a farmer, but because of the turmoil, we had to join the army in order to fill our stomachs. We thought that we would be able to eat as a soldier, but we never thought that the darkness in the army is simply not a place for people. At that time, my army had been stationed at Human Pass outside Liang province, and a group of playmates in my village who grew up together, because they wanted to return to escort supplies. But on the road, I met Turkic people going south. They wanted to protect the material, and this was, Yachigong said, tears flowed down uncontrollably. So after that, Old Black and the others and I left the barracks, but our brother can't die in vain. So we will desperately make money every year, and then give them as much supplies as possible. Every time I see the cheering soldiers in the barracks, the shadow of old friends will always appear before my eyes. So, there is the people of S will always say that we are rough and we are ash. Why? Who are we defending our lives in vain? If it weren't for the boundary line that we filled out with our lives, who's fucking so comfortable now? Why? What rich people look down on us? Why? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 973. Yachigong gets more excited as he speaks. In the past 10 years, the backlog of anger in the heart broke out completely at this time. I shook Jiang Feng's shoulder vigorously, tears running everywhere. It seems that Jiang Feng, who is in his hands at this time, is the murderer who killed his brother. Seeing Yachigong's crazy state at this time, Jiang Feng didn't worry anymore, and didn't worry anymore. He can feel Yachigong's heart-wrenching feeling, and pain. In despair and cold, the person who has seen the most desperate thing in this life, but now easily gains warmth and is suffering from gains and losses. Under the turmoil of emotion, I thought of the brother who used to be, and remembered the tragedy of the brother who was frozen into ice sculpture in order to give the materials in his hands to the brother who needed him more and to guard his home. So, feelings need to be vented. If a thing is buried in the heart for a long time, it will multiply. When it encounters a trigger point, this kind of grief and sorrow will explode exponentially like a blowout. I was wondering how to let go. After Jiang Feng heard only a muffled noise, Yachigong, who was pinching him, slowly softened to the ground, and behind him, his face was gloomy. Cheng Yojin then slowly withdrew the hand knife. Obviously he cut this knife down. Originally Cheng Yojin was about to go to Chainan City. After learning about Jiang Feng's situation, he wanted to go up the mountain to have a look, but he saw it once seen. He also saw Yachigong, who had fallen into a madness. He was afraid of hurting Jiang Feng, so he decisively stunned him. At this time, Jiang Feng slowly fell on the recliner and panted heavily. His arms seemed to be insensible, hanging softly on both sides, making it numb and itchy. Cheng Yojin ignored the unconscious Yachigong on the ground. After dragging him aside by his feet, he tore Jiang Feng's clothes apart. Pull the cardigan. Cheng Yojin and Yushin couldn't help holding breath. Cold air. I saw that both sides of Jiang Feng's neck were already swollen high at this time, and the place where it was pinched was bruised at this time, and Jiang Feng's two arms were even more present at this time. In purple-black, the ischemia is obviously serious. Jiang Feng tried to wave his hand with difficulty, but his teeth and mouth were in pain for a while, so he had to say with a bitter smile, "I'm fine, but my shoulder hurts badly." I rested for 2 days and was rubbing mine. Ethyl alcohol should be fine. This is ischemia. Just move around. When Jiang Feng saw Cheng Yojin holding his shoulder, tears flickered in his eyes, and he quickly continued, "Just now it's my fault." Lao's heart is agitated, but he is sad and needs a good health care. But I don't dare to be careless. It's best to let elder son prescribe him a medicine. Cheng Yojin stared at Jiang Feng at a glance, speechless, saying, "Your youngster has a big heart. If it weren't for me to come in time, maybe something will happen. If it hurts like this, you still care about that old bastard? If you don't win the title this time, Mid-Autumn Poetry, if you don't take the leader, it's simply intolerable. Cheng Yojin is a little pleased with Zhang Feng's performance at this time. If this matter is let Old Li know, then the consequences will be. Turned his head and stared at Yushinan and said, "You don't know Liar's temper. No one can drink him in anger, so you can stand and watch. What if Feng Tsai has something to do? As long as you yelled, 'Lao Tzu doesn't believe in Inox and they that many people can't help him.'" While speaking, Cheng Yojin rushed to the door angrily, staring at Cheng Chumo. They beckons with the hand, and then pointed at Cheng Chumo, and the others cursed, "You are still Feng Tsi's brother." Just before your eyes, Feng Tsai almost had an accident. Don't you know? You have eaten all the food in the dog's stomach over the past few years. Can you not make it? And you guys have been in the barracks for more than 10 years. You are all in the army mixed eating and waiting to die. Can't you see this? Wait for you all person. Everyone will automatically go to receive the reward. Each person will follow the military regulations, and each person will have 20 military battles. If there is another time, then don't blame I don't recognize people. Where can everyone dare to say anything? Now Zhang Feng is lying in the room and cannot see Cheng Yojin's appearance. Otherwise, it will definitely startled. At this time, Cheng Yojin has restored the appearance of Chainan, the unrelenting great demon king. Murderers looking. Zhang Feng resisted the soreness on his body, and quickly asked Yushinan to support him, and walked out of the door. As soon as he left the door, he said with a bitter smile, "It was a happy thing. It's me deliberately mystifying, which caused a misunderstanding. I'm tired of you. When I get better, I will make a table of good things that you have never eaten. I will compensate you well," which is regarded as an apologize. How? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 974. As soon as this happened, Shiva ran away to Sun Simiao's small bamboo house. After a while, Sun Simiao and Duyang Zun and the others hurried over after hearing about Zhang Feng, and Cheng Chumo and the others hurriedly put Zhang Feng on the bed. However, Zhang Feng screamed loudly as soon as he touched the bedboard. Sun Simiao complexion sank, glared at Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong lying on the ground, but Duyang Zun normally didn't look the most not used to Zhang Feng. But when I heard that Zhang Feng had an accident, Yachi Gong was the culprit. As soon as he entered the door, he fiercely kicked Yachi Gong's butt fiercely. As soon as Sun Simiao arrived, he drove everyone out, and the average took Yachi Gong out. Only he and Zhang Feng were in the small wood house. Outside the wood house, everyone has a gloomy face. Cheng Yojin even carried his hands behind his back, clenched his fists, and sighed in front of the small wood house. He knows the strength of Yachi Gong very well. That guy has been holding a lamb in his hand, and he can crush it for you. How hard is this? Zhang Feng's neck. Can the lamb's head be strong? Meteor hammer is in his hand, as light as nothing. What are other people's meteor hammers? A dozen catties are amazing, but this meteor hammer weighs 40 catties. How much strength can this kind of hand strength be under the agitated mind just now? Just look at Zhang Feng's neck and arms. In case this youngster is really set back, everyone here, according to the tempers of His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor, it would be a weird thing not to kill everyone. But this cannot be completely blamed on Yachi Gong. This old youngster is also sad because of that incident. Yachi Gong knew Jinda and Li Jing, a few people, and I have been a partner for many years, and everyone knows what tempers these are. So everyone chose not to touch the things that year. I watched more than 700 brothers from the same village, staring at their eyes, holding weapons, and frozen into ice sculptures in front of my eyes. I couldn't stand it personally. That's how the Iron Man, in the heart, left a lingering shadow forever. And in the room, when Sun Simiao took off all Zhang Feng's clothes, he couldn't help but startled, and his face was gloomy and dripping with water. Zhang Feng saw it and insisted on his pain. Elder son, don't get angry. It's nothing. It's okay. It's all hurt like this, but you still say it's okay. How big is your heart? Let's take a break from now on. If you want to talk, The old man needs to give the needle. First, get through the bloodlines of your 2 arms. While speaking, Sun Simiao took out his box of silver needles, which is comparable to a barbecue sign. About to stab, Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted, "Wait first, I will show you a good thing. Rub that thing on your body. This thing can be said to be a good baby. It is magical for anti-inflammatory, invigorating blood and disinfecting." Sun Simiao didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Feng, so he glanced at the oil lamp with the silver needle and was about to pierce Zhang Feng down. Zhang Feng, who was frightened, dodges again and again. "Elder son, you believe in youngster once. How can youngster use his own life to fool around?" These are all things youngster prepared early. That stuff it's called ethyl alcohol. It's a good baby extracted from white wine. Sun Simiao studied white wine at the beginning. As long as this thing is ignited with fire, it is used on a person, rubbed and beaten vigorously. The miraculous effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. At this time, Zhang Feng said that there was something good, and frowned. "Why didn't you say it earlier? You should take it out at one point." Zhang Feng was afraid of elder son, so he hurriedly sat up, struggling to sit up, and then said with his mouth to the shoebox he created, "The youngster has inconvenience with his hands and feet. Please also ask elder son to help the youngster take it out. It's in the dark under the shoebox." Although Sun Simiao is a little suspicious, Zhang Feng's painful suck in a cold breath at this time still makes Zhang Feng a little unbearable. Clenched the teeth, Sun Simiao lowered his head to look for it. Sure enough, when the shoebox was pulled out, the sound of a door bolt rang out. Then Sun Simiao's hand was lifted up vigorously, and under the shoebox, a hidden compartment appeared, and there was a burst of wine scent inside. The secret compartment is about half the size of the bed, but there are about 7 or 8 jars of fine wine in neat and tidy. "Take a look." Sun Simiao glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng sneered, "This is my last inventory, there is really no white wine. By the way, I drew a circle with red paint. The jar with the words ethyl alcohol is ethyl alcohol. Don't make a mistake." Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He picked up a few fist-sized small wine jars next to a big jar. "I took 5 of them and put them in my arms. After taking out an altar, I first knocked on the mud and took a sip, then slowly covered the hidden compartment and asked, 'How do I use this thing?' Let's try to put it like that kind of liquor, slap it, or a bit." Zhang Feng said briefly, "Knead first, and then wait for the body to heat up, then perform the slapping effect." "Better. Do you have a smaller one? For example, do you have silver needles that are as thick as your hair?" Sun Simiao found the largest silver needle from the box full of silver needles and looked at it. Zhang Feng asked, "No? Do you want to puncture the blood and let it go, or do you just make him hurt?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 975. Outside the small wood house, Ouyang Zun and the others also came after hearing the news. When they saw Yushinan, they gathered around and whispering, and from time to time they pointed at Yachi Gong, pointing fingers. Yachi Gong was anxious, with his right fist punching back and forth in the palm of his left hand, turning around the door of Zhang Feng. At this time, in the room, there were 1 or 2 screams and groans from time to time, which made Yachi Gong and the others very frightened. If this is put on someone else, then they really don't care, but this is Zhang Feng, and it's a big mistake made by himself. At this time, Yachi Gong, an Iron Man, also has a bit of embarrassment on his cheeks, red up. But when thinking of what Zhang Feng just said, Yachi Gong stiffened his neck again and felt right. Cheng Yojin looked at Yachi Gong, looked at the 4 of Ouyang Zun, and then at Zhang Feng's closed door. He sighed and patted Yachi Gong on the shoulder. He can understand Yachi Gong's mood at this time, and anyone, at this time, can't calm down. If Zhang Feng's thing came out, what would it be? That will make the hundreds of thousands of troops in the army from now on never suffer the cold again. Don't say it is Yachi Gong. Even myself, after hearing this, I was a little excited. It's this time. The closed door of Zhang Feng slowly opened. Sun Simiao walked out carrying the medicine box. Upon seeing this, Yachi Gong hurried forward and asked, elder son, what happened to Feng Tsai? Sun Simiao glared at Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin, and the warning in his eyes was self-evident. Feng Tsai is not a major problem, it's just that the shoulders are a bit dislocated, plus the meridian is blocked and displaced. The old man has given him a needle to release the bruises and reset his muscles and bones. As long as he recuperates for a while, it is not a big problem, but you can hear me clearly. If you dare to mess around again, Feng Tsai, I must report it truthfully. Listening to Sun Simiao, Yachi Gong and the others are sighed in relief. As long as no repercussions are left, this youngster is only 20 years old and will be raised for a few days, getting some nourishing ingredients, and being able to jump around again. Yachi Gong still has the weight under his hands. Otherwise, if this one goes down, would he have a sheep's head on his shoulders? In addition to Jiang Feng's fascinating ethyl alcohol existence, Sun Simiao just put blood on his arm and then reset it. At this time, his mind is still full of ethyl alcohol. Words. Sun Simiao looked in his arms and asked for a fist-sized porcelain bottle of ethyl alcohol from Jiang Feng. The elated one went to boil medicine for Jiang Feng, and by the way, he went to study what kind of gunpowder potion. As soon as Sun Simiao left, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin plunged into Jiang Feng's bedroom almost at one end, and Shivu at the entrance of the meal just saw nothing. I went to train with Cheng Chumo and Scarface Jida Oren. As soon as the six entered the door, they smelled a smell of ethyl alcohol in the air and couldn't help but glance at each other. Is this stock still in stock? When is this all? Could it be that I was still secretly drinking it just now? Jiang Feng leaned hard on the pillow, seeming to see the intention of the four, and was so busy. This is ethyl alcohol. You have seen, big fool. Why? If you want to drink, it doesn't matter, but please go to the mountain to drink. I still have a small jar, enough for you to go to the west. Yushinan and the others don't understand what this is. Under Cheng Yojin's explanation, a few people had no choice but to touch their noses as if they hadn't heard them, and pointed to Jiang Feng's arm. Yushinan. Then they asked, this smell of alcohol on you, is it ethyl alcohol? Yes, Liu and the others know it. I haven't used this thing before, but this time I really have this thing thanks to it. Otherwise the youngster will really be hard to this time. Avoid calamity. A few people can't help but slander, is this thing really so magical? But Jiang Feng didn't dare to elaborate on this stuff, and now there are only a little bit left. If you don't save a little bit, in case you meet a silly person again someday, give it to him. When it's over, there is no place to cry when you encounter such an emergency. Yachi Gong stared at Jiang Feng with red eyes. Feng Tsai, are you sure it's okay? Jiang Feng looked pale. Grin. I lifted the right hand with difficulty, and grinned with pain in an instant. So, you, rather than waiting for Jiang Feng to finish, Yachi Gong looked serious when he saw it. Begin to undress and untie. By the way, he took it out from the broom behind the door and threw it to Jiang Feng. Feng Tsai, this time, I was reckless. You want to beat or scold, casually, but after beaten and scolded, can this manufacturer be responsible for me? I promise that I'll give you as much as it is. I don't need a penny. However, as you know, many brothers in the army are not full of food and clothes. Every winter, many people will freeze to death. It looks like winter is coming again. I really don't want to see the tragedy of the brothers that year. In order to protect the homeland, I ended up freezing to death in that place. And finally I couldn't even return a corpse to capital city. Although I am a businessman now, but while speaking, Yachi Gong has already taken off his clothes and only has an inner shirt. Yushinan and the others were also touched and looked at Jiang Feng without saying a word. Jiang Feng sighed. When did I say I was going to hit you? Even if you don't say it, I will always sell these things. I promised you. I will give you this matter, give you full responsibility. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 976. Yachi Gong is like a little child, cheering excitedly. Gone. Jiang Feng sighed indifferently. Ouyang Zun and Chu Siliang opened their mouths, but Yu Xinan was left behind in the end. Yu Xinan and Cheng Yojin took Jiang Feng from the bed to the recliner at the door, basking in the not very hot sun. Cheng Yojin wanted to say something a few times, but the words reached his mouth. Can't tell. Jiang Feng also saw the weird appearance of the two of them, smiling and said, Mr. Boshi, old Chen, what is the relationship between us? Just say anything. Lao Yu is frank and straightforward in life. Although it is a bit unpleasant to meet for the first time, youngster is not a vengeful person. Youngster, you must never do this. Blame Lao Yu. Yu Xinan smacked his lips and said, are you weird? Why do I wait for the great confusion of aloof and remote, and why I am closely related to merchants like Old Li and Lao Yu? Jiang Feng doesn't want to know that they are all fake. In this era, merchants are the lowest ranked positions among the scholars, farmers, commerce and industry. They are scolded as porters, buying low and selling high, and so on. But this is the market economy. If it weren't for their existence, where would it promote the circulation of taxes and goods? However, these scholars are characters from aloof and remote. Normally, these merchants have to salute even if they meet a Confucian scholar. Even more, how are these great people who named sheikhs the whole world Confucian? However, since the Chenan University was opened, the relationship between the old Li and Yu Xinan, as well as the son Simiao and the others, is as good as a biological brother. Jiang Feng is all curious. Jiang Feng nodded. I still hope honored teacher will answer, but I am also very curious. Lao Yu is frank and straightforward. Even if I had made such a big joke with Lao Yu would not be half a complaint. But why did he change his temperament so much when he talked about the textile factory today? And how could the brother be frozen like that? Yu Xinan carried his hands behind his back and watched, looking at the dazzling sunlight in the east. He squinted his eyes slightly and said, you don't know anything. All of this starts with the previous dynasty Yang Guangjun's expedition to Goguryeo. 300,000 troops will be buried in Goguryeo. Do you think that as a common people, a businessman, the children of the aristocratic family can sit back and relax? Wrong. Sui Dynasty 72nd Road Anti-King 36 Bandit Cholera World, Human World. Where is there any hidden land of peace and prosperity? Lao Yu and the others back then were passionate young people, and they were thinking about their family and the world. But in the end, the family was ruined and his wives were scattered. You can see that you are so hungry that you can only eat bark. The root of the tree is for life. Or have you ever seen the kind that eats rice in order to survive? I have seen it. Yu Xinan was trembling all over at this time, as if thinking of the horrible scenes he used to. His face turned pale. After a long time, he continued, originally, a few of them were also prepared to seek a life because of the disaster at home, but after seeing these things on the way, they were all passionate young people, which don't want to calm the chaos and return the world to peace. However, everyone has their own ambitions. From then on, we met in Chenan City and prepared to work hard for the world. Don't ask us how. I know, we have known for so many years. What you can see is only our present, but what you haven't seen. So don't blame Lao Yu. At that time, after he joined the army, he was highly spirited and vigorous. I finally returned to the village, and basically brought out all the young and strong people in the village. But it was also in that winter day, he was stationed in Liang province because of military orders, and those in the same village were not so lucky and became heavy soldiers. In the winter of the 13th year of Day, there were more than 30 brothers in his clan, and more than 100 sons in the village. The Turkic, who were looting southward and looting, collided together. Finally, they were forced to enter vast Lotus Mountain. When talking about this, Cheng Yojin saw Yu Xinan's voice trembling, and he sighed. That batch of baggage is basically the first batch of military uniforms for the frontline soldiers to spend the winter, but there are more than 100 and 200 people. How can they resist Turkic's 3,000 elite? There is Sui who is chasing behind dynasty soldiers. No one knows how they blocked those people. When we got the news, it was already the second day. When Lao Yu and I went, I saw in vast Lotus Mountain, there were corpses everywhere. all Turkic corpses, and even when we reached the top of the mountain, we saw broken corpses all over the ground tied to trees by Turkic people. Some soldiers bit a Turkic man's ear, or a piece of flesh. Cheng Yojin's eyes were red, the fists clenched tightly, and the eyes that were already huge. At this time, the eyes are more protruding, and Jiang Feng was silent. Standing up hard, bowed deeply at Dongfeng, Yachi Gong lowered his head, squatted on the ground. His body twitched rapidly, and no one knew what sad memories he was experiencing. Cheng Yojin eased his breath before saying, "When we found the mountain, there were only 7 people left in the team of more than 100 people, and behind these 7 people were our supplies. And they still clenched their weapons tightly in their hands, and their eyes were still staring at the direction of the enemy down the mountain, but their movements were forever frozen." So, Feng Zi, this is a nightmare for everyone who has experienced that battle. No one dares to touch it easily, but today, oh, Cheng Yojin sighed heavily and said nothing in the end. There is only silence left. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 977. Jiang Feng finally fell asleep after drinking the medicine. When he woke up, it was already the next morning, and it was very quiet today. I did not hear the anger of the students running, nor did they hear the sound of doing morning exercises. Some of them seemed to be in dreams. Jiang Feng's arms at this time are no longer so painful, but a little sore. Under the action of ethyl alcohol and Sun Simiao's medicine, Jiang Feng's arms are slowly recovering, except for muscle soreness. Outside, everything is business as usual. When he opened the door and was about to call Shiva to prepare breakfast, he was shocked by what was in front of him. I saw that the door was still thick and dense, and it was not bright yet. Jiang Feng wondered what time it was at this time. When he swept his eyes to the side, he saw Yachi Gong still sitting yesterday. The place to sit. I saw that Yachi Gong seemed to have stayed up all night, carrying a double-edged saber in his hand, waiting for Jiang Feng to open the door. Yachi Gong was about to cut fiercely from the tendon on his left arm. On the arm, there are already 2 traces of blood, flowing down the arm. Jiang Feng was shocked when he saw him, clenched the teeth hurriedly, clenching the blade tightly. Just because of his fierceness, if this blade goes down, it will not die or be disabled. People in the army have always been simply, stand by one's word, look for the truth, no one can change. Yachi Gong has been annoyed since he was sober yesterday. He has been guilty of confessing death, thinking that if Cheng Yojin stunned him later, it would be uncertain whether Jiang Feng was dead or not. Lao Yu, if you recognize me as a brother, then you put the knife down. If you don't recognize me as a brother, then you can chop off my hands. Jiang Feng scolded coldly. Yachi Gong hearing this, he sighed hoarsely in an instant. It's all elder brother's fault. If it wasn't for elder brother's madness yesterday, how could you be like this? You disturbed me, but I am here. In my heart, I can't get around myself. If it's because of me, this time Kusyu's affairs are delayed, then I really can't make up for 10,000 deaths. Jiang Feng hurriedly interrupted him. At this time, Cheng Yojin, who had not slept for the whole night, went to the depths of the Kinling Mountains and hunted a wild wolf, and was coming over carrying the wolf meat. He happened to see this scene. Hurry up to discourage. Lao Yu, what are you doing? Feng Tsai is not such a person. Why are you so stubborn? At this moment, the sound of morning exercises began to sound in the distance. This sound filled the entire court's angry voice, which made Yachi Gong react, because he was a little bit angry. The chapped lips opened, and finally he sighed deeply. Regardless of the blood-filled arms, he casually tore a cloth bandage from the clothes. It was stopped by Jiang Feng. In future generations, it's not an exaggeration not to sew a dozen stitches on such a big wound. Jiang Feng took Yachi Gong to the living room, disinfected him with ethyl alcohol, and then disinfected it with ethyl alcohol. Yachi Gong was wrapped up with the cotton strips. Jiang Feng saw both of them staring at the small porcelain bottle in his hand, and the cotton sermon that had been soaked in ethyl alcohol and used high temperature to consume poison. This is what I didn't allow before. The ethyl alcohol that you drank to death, the disinfectant product, this cause, forget it, don't say it, let's talk about it after the physiology class comes out. He knows, if this thing is talking about, then these two people can come up with one person pulling his hand, one person pulling his foot, and he can't be divided instantly. There is no Yu Shinin and no Sun Simi Ao here. After finishing all this, Jiang Feng bandaged his palm. After Jiang Feng was bandaged, Yachi Gong looked at the numb feeling on his arm, clicking one's tongue in wonder, and waved his hand. I saw you didn't eat last night. This old youngster did something again. Wolf, then you will taste my craftsmanship today, and I am apologizing for you. If you don't agree to this, then yes, I agree, but the promise is not a success. Jiang Feng shrugged. Follow them obediently. The two did not leave much, and after a long glance with Jiang Feng, the three of them bypassed the waterfall and came to the outskirts of the farm. This is the place where the manufacture used to be called Huaji, but now the food factory has been set up, and it has been abandoned here, and all the weeds are used as fertilizer. When the three arrived, Elder Gao had already built a small stove made of mud by the creek here, and the fire inside was thriving. Seeing the arrival of the three, Gao Lao just glanced faintly, then pointed to the farm behind him and said, "It's a coincidence that you are here. When I heard that Feng Tsi-sam was injured yesterday, I was sent to buy a wild lamb at the foot of the mountain to get it for Feng Tsi. You are just a coincidence. Now that you are here, go inside and bring the wine table out, and let's eat here." Then the feeling is good. Jiang Feng is already hungry. When I hear this, where can I wait? Efficiently, a few people put Jiang Feng on a rock and sat beside the bonfire and waited. Within a quarter of an hour, they put a roasted lamb with chard outside and tender inside in front of Jiang Feng. Old Gogan didn't care about his heartache, and took out a jar of dusty white wine from the house. The drooling Jiang Feng, who had been greedy for a long time, was about to take over the wine altar, but was pressed on the stone by Yachi Gong. "You are hurt. You can't drink. Come and eat meat. Eat more meat to make up for it." While speaking, take one out of your arms and set it in the same way. A dagger full of precious stones cut a piece of the best meat from the thigh of the lamb and placed it in front of Jiang Feng. Rather than waiting for Jiang Feng to speak, he cut a piece of meat as big as a fist and stuffed it into Jiang Feng's mouth. When Cheng Yojin sitting side by side saw this, he kicked Yachi Gong out. "Are you fucking feeding me, or do you want to kill Feng Tsi?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 978. Yachi Gong stared at Cheng Yojin and climbed up in the mud. The meat in his hands was already covered with yellow mud and carbon dust. Angrily, he slammed the meat in his hands fiercely. "Cheng Yojin, do you still want Lozi to feed you? You have to eat and do it yourself." Cheng Yojin is not worthy of him. He took it. The piece of meat, swiftly inserted with a dagger, leaned against the fire, and then cut off the muddy area outside, and ate it with keen pleasure. The Yachi Gong trembled all over. Elder Gao quickly persuaded, Okay, how old are you? Are you still fighting here? It's not more than 10 years ago. Feng Tsi, it's literati. Not like you barbarians. You have to look like you when you eat. No wonder Old Li always said you when you were at home. Look at you. How old are you? What are you doing here? Hearing this, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin sat down angrily. And Jiang Feng's meal is called a refreshing meal. I don't know how the meat is marinated. It also has grilled seasoning and a strong pepper and cumin flavor. Wild mutton has a strong smell, but after doing so, there is a bit of smell, and there is also a smell of scented sandalwood cooperating with the atmosphere of fog and rain at this time. Jiang Feng couldn't help but eat extra sweet. During this period of time, he hasn't eaten well, and this time is rare to be so crude. But let's put aside Yachi Gong. This old youngster seems to have a guilty heart. He keeps stuffing Jiang Feng's mouth with meat. Wherever the meat is good, he stuffs Jiang Feng's mouth. What kind of tendon? Sheep, loin. The tears of Jiang Feng who are eating are about to flow out. The key is not to drink. Smelling the delicious white wine, and then watching the three people's unstoppable drinking, Jiang Feng was so greedy, and finally after Yachi Gong snatched a leg of lamb from Cheng Yojin's hands, Jiang Feng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Blocked Yachi Gong. Lao Yu, are you planning to choke me to death, or want to hold me to death? You lost your mind because of the previous pain and accidentally hurt you. Youngster, but youngster is not a baby, right? If you put aside your age, it is estimated that you are all youngsters' uncle generations, but thank you for not abandoning. We became a brother. Originally planned to be today. I went to talk to you early in the morning, but when I saw you again, why did you make the youngster feel so embarrassed? When Jiang Feng said this, Yachi Gong put down the meat in his hand and sat opposite Jiang Feng, chuckled and said, "It's enough to have you, but of course you can't stand Lao Tzu's apology. Lao Tzu's life has never been seen before. In the army, the dead souls who died under Lao Tzu's hands are not even considered. In fact, even if it was wrong, I used my fist to force him to straighten him. At the worst, I would live forever. That's all. I have lived enough in this life." The time I lived and died at vast Lotus Mountain had long been looked down upon. Cheng Yojin, hearing this, sighed with Lao Gao. Nothing was said. Yachi Gong paused, but his low Anjing eyes were instantly occupied by a burst of anger, and he clenched his fists tightly and said, "In my place, people can die of old age, sickness, and death by fire. There are many ways to die: by hacking, drowning, being scolded and trampled to death, but there are only two ways to die. That is freezing to death, starving to death. This is the most desperate and painful way to die in the world." Lao Tzu, I have been in the field for so many years. Even if I left the military, I still can be regarded as a soldier. If the children are aggravated, I still hope that they will enter the military in the future. I just hope that in the future there will be no one who starves to death or freezes to death. I just hope that one day, all the people of Great Tang will not be frozen to death, starve to death, and have enough food and clothing. Even if you let Lao Tzu die at this time, just take it. I don't have a word of complaint. At this time, Jiang Feng suddenly said, "No wonder Iron Knox and the others are so powerful. This is all instilled by you. But you can rest assured that once the things of my textile factory are implemented, and once the firecrackers are successfully developed, they don't talk about opening up the territory, but it is enough to protect the safety of my Great Tang people." Seeing that the topic fell on the textile factory again, Cheng Yojin said, "You textile factory, I heard that you are going to use the waterfall. How many people are not needed?" Jiang Feng nodded, "Yes, after all, people have limited labor. Even if one day, one night is unsightly to spin, you can spin at most 3 feet a day, which is considered the best. It's too late. But I have a way here." The three Yachi Gong heard this and asked in unison, "What way?" "Using the natural advantages of the waterfall, 12 water wheels are manufactured. The linkage device of the water wheels can drive 100 to 300 large looms and weave at the same time, and only 3 or 5 people need to look at one point!" And using the linkage of the water wheel in this way, a large weaving machine can spin one piece of cloth a day, 300 looms. Jiang Feng's voice stopped abruptly, and then stared at the three of them and asked, "How much cloth do you think can be spun?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 979. 3 days later, Jingxiu and Zhang Yuiao moved back to the mountain again. The main reason is that Jiang Feng is too unreliable. When they walked away with their front foot, Jiang Feng almost choked Lao Yu to death on the back foot. After the old village chief and old scholar learned about it, the two old men almost peeled Lao Yuxing with a kitchen knife, but fortunately, old Li called Lao Yu to Liuozu in time. Ship a batch of cement, which made old scholar and the old village chief not get what they wanted. However, the two women were stuffed to Jiang Feng again. The name says, Jiang family has to keep the family property, otherwise, if everyone comes out like this, what else is there in old Zhang's house? When Jiang Feng's doll came out, he stretched out his hand and asked him if I wanted a little housekeeping skill. What else did Jiang Feng have at that time? The two girls also seem to know about Jiang Feng and Ye, but Tang dynasty is good. The atmosphere, that simply makes Jiang Feng love and hate it. Don't you say it's okay, this can be 3 wives and 4 concubines, and can get along well. You say okay. This custom of 3 wives and 4 concubines makes Jiang Feng feel sorry for the 2 girls. Today, Jiang Feng rarely woke up early, and he also wore the Great Confucian clothes neatly, and Jiang Yuiao, who was led by him, also wore a rare gorgeous gown. This was given by Zhang Sanwagu. As soon as he appeared, the wild beasts who were present screamed again and again. Zhang Sanwagu is even more mediocre and nodded. And Gingxiu, not to mention a light yellow outfit with some pink decorations. It looks like a noble concubine, compared with Jiang Yuiao's gold-rimmed feather coat. There is a little more dust-free immortal qi. At this time, at the gate of the mountain, Li Shiman and Zhang Sanwagu sat in a sedan to say hello to Jiang Feng, which was considered as a farewell, and Wei Zheng and the others also followed Jiang Feng. Say hello. When I walked to the gate of the mountain, Jiang Feng took the 2 women down the carriage, and said with everyone, "You guys don't want to send each other away. If you don't succeed this time, you will be benevolent." I don't believe Jiang Feng. Now, the rugby and basketball I made can kill him. Kyuju. After that, Jiang Feng waved his hand, and several people with a weird costumed Li Chenqian who wanted to go crazy, lowered their heads. With a flushed face, Jiang Feng hurried down the mountain with Jiang Feng. These 3 days, Jiang Feng secretly went down the mountain once, and found the king cripple, explained the manufacturing of rugby uniforms, and then asked Nui Ali to join the army and purchased 15 sets of leather armor by official means overnight. I remodeled it into the red and white that Jiang Feng wanted at this time. There is a number from 1 to 15 on the front of the chest with white paint, and there is also such a weird number on the back. But above this number, there are 4 words that everyone knows. White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Every autumn hunting is held in Lanshan. This is a good place for natural hunting. The land is sparsely populated and the scenery is beautiful. Although it has experienced the erosion of the locust plague, the land is in this month, under the nourishment of autumn rain. The horn of life was blooming again. A group of people came out of the area of MTQ and went all the way to the west. As long as they walked along the official road along the Waishui River, the next town appeared, Lanshan. Along the way, because there is only one day, I joined the Ministry of Works Ministry of Rights at the Waishui Bridge, and then after the registration was completed, I wandered towards Lanshan. Along the way, everyone spent another 2 days. In these 2 days, they were basically students from the 2 major academies, plus the Institute of Great Culture. The 4 major academies of Cheonan University. The students ask questions about teaching, or hunt together, cook together, etc. There is nothing wrong with other things. 2 days are fleeting. 2 days later, when Jiang Feng was standing in an open wilderness, he looked around. Li Chenqian, full of smiles, asked, "Are you looking for Erpigu?" Jiang Feng asked in surprise, "Is it right here?" Li Chenqian nodded. Jiang Feng, hearing this, busy squatting on the ground, looking at the stones on the ground to observe. He almost came over with his head to dig for him to see if there is any coal mine below. Li Chenqian saw this, and hurriedly dissuaded him. "You still have to stop a little bit. As far as I know, this is Erpiling, not fake, but it's not that it is all coal mines, right?" The messenger told Old Docs, "Maybe in the evening, Old Docs will come over. You should prepare first, and we will see you later." Jiang Feng hasn't understood what Li Chenqian said. "What do you mean?" Just beside a river between the 2 mountains in the open area, rows of tables and chairs have been placed at this time, and the students who participated in the autumn hunting are standing upright in the position of the academy, while White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Cheonan University stood on the positions of Bingtsai and Dingtsai respectively. Rather than waiting for Jiang Feng's question, a small servant of the Ministry of Works stared at Jiang Feng with a stern face and some complaints. "It's the first time you participated in the autumn hunt. Forgive you. Don't you go there quickly. Kushu is waiting for you." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 980 Autumn Hunting. In a certain sense, it is actually going through the scene to let the people of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights know what the students have learned during your year. The main thing is to get the outstanding disciple from the academy, and meet people from these two departments first. To put it bluntly, let the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Appointments record the peak talents in their notebooks first, and then report them to His Imperial Majesty, and wait 3 years later after the imperial examination is over. The Emperor will personally check the test papers of these people. Children is basically selected from these people, but not necessarily, because every year there are many people who think that for some reason, they will be hidden by the academy like an apple of one's eye, and will be released when the imperial examination is amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. This is also Zhang Feng's plan. Now so many people are staring at Chenan University and White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. If these people are released at this time, what's the deal? The beginning of autumn hunting is similar to the sports meeting of later generations. First, the people of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights praised the current His Imperial Majesty, and then it was to encourage all the students. After that, Libation Chancellor from a few major academies went up to give a speech, because White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Libation Chancellor of Chenan University are both Zhang Feng, and this time the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Institute of Great Culture are the same connected branch. The same is true. It's easy. Originally, the Imperial College of Supreme Learning took the stage to give a speech. Zhang Feng is also ready to study what these people are saying. After all, he really doesn't understand these things. It's all fake if you don't feel nervous. It's just that this time, the people from Imperial College of Supreme Learning are very good at playing. The two Lord Dean basically got up at the same time and smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "I have heard that noble son Zhang brimming over with talent, and there are countless amazing and brilliant poems circulating in the world. But these are only one-sided, and as everyone knows, as the Dean of an Academy, Libation Chancellor, this is not only reflected in the poems, the poem etiquette must have hunting. Although you have invited 4 great Confucian scholars to go up the mountain, I will not know what methods you use. But if you want me to be convinced, it's still a bit difficult." And the one in the Institute of Great Culture is wearing a white fatty embroidered with a large text on the Confucian robe smiled and said, "Nonsense, brother son, you are a bit difficult for a strong person. This Dean Zhang is a newcomer, yes, and it is also a joint name of the 4 great Confucian. The recommended great Confucian. Let's pay attention to what we say." Cheng Chumo and the others heard below is irritated and almost beating people, but Li Chengqian is still holding on tightly. Now, he knew that these 2 grandsons were going to be unlucky. Zhang Feng sneered, patted the shaking hands of Zhang Yuiyao and Jingxiu, got up, rushed to the 2, and the 2 grown-up babies of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights who had been watching with cold eyes. The fist instantly caused a few people to frown slightly. If this etiquette is used in other places, Tao is fine, but where is it? This is in the autumn hunting scene, and all the literati Inc. guests are here. This etiquette is simply a kind of contempt for everyone. But the more Zhang Feng is like this, the 2 people of Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Institute of Great Culture, the more the smiles on their faces. It seems that the more prominent Zhang Feng's performance at this time, the better. Zhang Feng glanced at the 2 and couldn't help but smile. When the 2 saw each other, they were happier. "Noble son Zhang, noble Lord Zhang, Lord Libation Chancellor, please consider that you are Chenan and the youngest great Confucian in Great Tang. This time the autumn hunting I'm giving you the first opportunity to give a speech." Zhang Feng smiled and asked, "Dare to ask if you are?" Libation Chancellor of Imperial College of Supreme Learning said with a sneer, "The surname is Sun in the next, the word is Yanbo, and the name is 5th rank Imperial College of Supreme Learning Libation Chancellor." "Oh, Yanbo, hello, are you sure this time me?" Yanbo was stunned. I don't know what Zhang Feng means, but he is still nodded. "Go ahead, don't waste everyone's time." Since brother Yanbo has spoken, then this Zhang is not talented, So let's talk about the last one this time. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, I Chang'an University and the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Do you all know it? The foundation of my establishment is to make all the people of Great Tang get rid of the situation of poverty and whiteness. I believe that everyone has seen the things caused by this locust plague. What I did by White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, let's not talk about them. These are all small things. As long as we can benefit the people of the world, let's do it. Leave aside my academy's practices. Let's talk about weight. The one surnamed Sun is a bit unsightly. I got used to Jiang Feng, and hurriedly interrupted Jiang Feng and said, Dean Jiang, this is Kuxiu. Let's talk about Kuxiu. Jiang Feng twitched his lips and said again, my academy, the foundation of the courtyard, is to make Great Tang no longer illiterate. And what I want to say is that the current Great Tang can be seen as long as it is not blind. From the opening of the waterway merchants' way to the emergence of salt making to Cambodia's trade, these all are the foundation for making Great Tang stronger and stronger. Think about it, what is needed for a powerful country? What is needed is that there are more literate people. Don't ask me why I want everyone to be literate. First, see if there are many foreign merchants during this period. If all of us remain as usual, how can we do business? What does it mean to be illiterate? It's a country's face problem. A strong country must first become prosperous. That is naturally national power, but how can a country's national power become strong? This involves one of the most basic things, and that is culture. Culture is the soul of a country. I want everyone to be convinced of you. It's not how many troops you have and how strong military power you have, but how many people can read and write in your country. Hyphenation man. This is the face of a country. I have done this with statistics before. The ratio of people who can read and those who are illiterate in Great Tang is 100 to 1, which means 100 people. Inside, only one person may be literate. But this literacy is only in the literal sense. Why is this? It's not that they don't want to, because everyone knows that everything is low grade, only high school. But now, what do you see? At this time, the people in the field, listening to Jiang Feng's words and listening, couldn't help but feel a little moved. Jiang Feng was right. They come to read and recognize characters. Aren't they all exactly similar to what Jiang Feng said? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 981. Jiang Feng speaks with enthusiasm, and the person standing below listens even more as if drunk and stupefied. Cheng Chumo, who is familiar with Jiang Feng's temper, realized it at this time. Why did Li Chengqian not let him talk before? It turns out that this group of people is going to pretend to be forceful again. This is simply, when will I be able to be like Feng Tsai? At this moment, the people of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments in the field were stunned. You said what Jiang Feng said was wrong. What's wrong? Although it is not as cliché as everyone said before, but if you look at what Jiang Feng said at this time, his face is flushed, and you are almost dancing with excitement. The students on the field were also so excited by Jiang Feng's enthusiasm, and even almost as soon as Jiang Feng said what he wanted to do at this time, he would just throw off his arms and just do it. And the people of Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Institute of Great Culture are uncomfortable at this time. The face is full of discomfort like eating shit. It looks as uncomfortable as it is. Zhang Yuiyao behind Jiang Feng almost stood up and called to Jiang Feng. Jing Xiu was also full of colors in his eyes. My Great Tang, talents are all over the world. If everyone has a tolerant heart, how can I be oppressed by others? From the time of Emperor Qin, do you look forward to our martyrs? Which one is not straightening his back and working tirelessly for the rise of Han Chinese culture? The Emperor Qin unified the 6 countries and created unified currency, unified writing, and Han Wu is for the prestige of my Han people. It is famous in Huanyu. There was once a classic famous sentence, do you remember? The man who committed crimes against me, no matter how far away you are, you will certainly be punished. What is this? This is my Han Chinese. It is the first time that I straighten my backbone and let all the world, everyone can see that our yellow-skinned and black-haired descendants of Yan Huang have stood up. But now, you turn around. Our emperor, create. This is the unprecedented Wenji martial arts, and the imperial examination system was held in an unprecedented manner. Of course, although this imperial examination was not created by His Imperial Majesty, it was also implemented in a real sense in our era. His Imperial Majesty created and unprecedented. This achievement is simply to catch up with the Qinhuang and Hanwu, and you look at the current cooperatives, etc. What are these? These all are. It represents our His Imperial Majesty, in order to straighten our great Tang's waist, to frighten the foreigners, and to protect my people from being humiliated. Look at you again. Some of them are here. One road is overwhelmed by thorns and thorns, but there are more people on this road. But what I want to say, it is to do. If you don't do it, you won't die. Now His Imperial Majesty wants to make progress. I want to catch up with the Qin Emperor and Hanwu, but my great Tang is a big country, but there are countless illiterate people, and there are still many people who are starving. Years ago, His Imperial Majesty humiliatedly signed the Wai River Treaty, cut the white horse, and made a covenant. Why? This is all for the sake of my great Tang people from being humiliated. And what can we do about this? It is to bear this burden on our shoulders and make our contribution to the rise of great Tang. So some people say, my white dear Academy of Classical L2 earning is to dance wildly on the edge of death. Some people say that I pay a little master's money, find a master, and I can earn a little without learning things. Why should I go to the academy? Some people will say, what kind of academy you have? Bad rules. Academy needs to charge high fees to highlight his status. But if I want to say, this damn thing is bullshit. Whether a person is tall or not depends on whether he works hard to learn things, and the rewards for achievements, relying on the sky and the earth, relying on the relationship and relying on parents. What is that? Then all the fucking damns. Let me say that such a person is not worthy to learn the sage Tao of the sage Confucius. Can they just mix and eat and wait for death? What to learn? Mixed eating and waiting to die, isn't it? Zhang Feng got more and more excited as he spoke, and even said all the things he had always wanted to say with a gun and a stick. And this time, Zhang Feng is not only talking to the students present and the people of the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Rights, but mainly to the large number of people watching outside, and those who are preparing to be admitted to the hospital in advance. I prepared to see the students of Kushu. Every year, Kushu is to show the country's desire for talents, and to show its grace. It is also a time when the country confirms talents in advance, and it is also the major academies, the time to prepare to recruit talents. Because at this moment, Great Tang and all the men of the right age around him will go forward and succeed. Even a month ago, they will all come to watch the ceremony. This time is the time to show whether the academy is strong, and it is destined to see whether an academy can recruit peak talents in the next 3 years. At this time, I heard Zhang Feng's speech on the top of the mountain in the distance. I don't know which loud voice shouted, okay, good point. Being a man is like Dean Zhang, it is better to go home and raise pigs. Dean Zhang, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, are there any more people? Dean Zhang said so well. Let's have one more paragraph. One more paragraph. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 982. At this time, Li Chenqian and the others looked at the boiling scene in the field, and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Although they have known Zhang Feng's abilities for a long time, how can they think that Zhang Feng can have such a sensational effect with just one sentence? At this time, the people of Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments and Institute of Great Culture were also taken aback. Where have they seen such an opening speech? This is simply to grab someone. Some people couldn't help but become anxious. But at this moment, the Ministry of Appointments officials glanced in the crowd, but saw Li Chenqian and the others. Although Li Chenqian and the others were disguised, they were often in walking around in the palace. They also know a lot about the situation in the palace, and they have naturally seen the current son and the crown prince. Although this person at this time looks somewhat similar to Crown Prince, Li Chengqian is the crown prince. The temperament on him is something that no one can simulate. So, when the people of Ministry of Appointments saw Li Chengqian, they couldn't help standing in place as if was struck by lightning. My God! Is this Lord Crown Prince? I have long heard that this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning was founded by Lord Crown Prince, and this Zhang Feng is just a dean under Lord Crown Prince. Is this all really? Some people from Ministry of Appointments were not sure about it, so they couldn't help but hurriedly pulled a friend of Ministry of Works and asked, "My lord, do you look at the one in the palace?" People, the official of the Ministry of Works, whose name is an adult, is hearing this slightly frowned and wants to refute, but after looking at the direction the insider is looking at, he also slightly frowns. At this time, he also saw a white-clothed Li Chengqian. Although it looked a bit delicate and pretty, but he couldn't see why it was. Because of their status, Li Chengqian carefully disguised themselves every time they went out. So although everyone can see something from his elegant movements, but if they don't often Li Chengqian and the others contact, let alone outsiders, even playmates who grew up together may not be able to recognize them. At this time, the Ministry of Works and the adults stared at the Ministry of Appointments official in amazement. I said, "Old money, are you dim-sighted from old age? Crown Prince isn't the Lord always in the palace? And at this time, hasn't it been heard that he has been helping His Imperial Majesty with some politicians? How could he have time to come here to fool around, and my great Tang law?" Before he could finish, the old official of Ministry of Appointments waved his hand with a pale face and whispered in a low voice, "Don't you hear some rumors in the palace?" "What rumor, mister?" he couldn't help asking. "I have heard people say that His Imperial Majesty and National Duke often pretend to go out of the palace, and it seems that His Imperial Majesty and the others did it in the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Even the retired Emperor is the honorary Deputy Dean of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." After listening to the adults, his brows deepened. As the Ministry of Works, he has a 4th rank staff. Some things are still known in detail, but at this time, I heard an old friend say so. After thinking about it carefully, I was deeply sighed in relief. Taking a picture on the shoulder of an official surnamed Qian, Ministry of Appointments, I said that your old money is also real. Too nervous. If these things are really like this, how could Lord Zhangsun not tell me to wait? Anyway, I am all in the urgent department. If there are such things, how can we not receive a little bit of wind? During this period of time, His Imperial Majesty and Crown Prince are, because of Chang'an's economy and trade and the street market under Mount Q, are very busy. Coupled with the help of the real country, I have been busy at this time. Where can I go out of the palace? Think about it carefully. Is your Lord Zhangsun in the palace every day, or in the Ministry of Appointments? Have you ever heard of Lord Zhangsun going out of the palace? Plus, you said this retired emperor is the Deputy Dean of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Do you think too much? The relationship between His Imperial Majesty and the retired emperor has just been eased. How can the retired emperor come out and mess around? I patted the official surnamed Gain on the shoulder with an adult, and said with a smile, old money, you are really unknown and inexperienced. This is what the retired emperor values most. Do you think the retired emperor will break his own? Do you think His Imperial Majesty and Empress will allow him to do this? I heard him say that the Ministry of Appointments Qian's surname is this, only deeply sighed in relief. It is true that the retired emperor has established rules. No member of the imperial family shall use any form to favor the occurrence of any one thing. At this time, the rumors of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning are becoming more and more fascinating, but he didn't believe even if he was killed, the retired emperor could do this kind of thing. And after hearing this with an adult, Sir Qian's expression has improved a bit, and the expression in his eyes when he looks at Li Chengqian and the others is no longer so in awe. You say this, it seems that I am really somehow too nervous, but if you look at this youngster's mouth, you can really say it. Zhang Feng, who was eloquent and impassioned, was a little speechless when he glanced at the youngster's mouth. nodded. Jiang Feng didn't notice at this time, but Li Chengqian and the others had discovered the anomaly of several officials. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 983. While Li Chengqian was secretly wondering whether there should be some reaction, but after seeing these two people muttering a bit, he looked at himself again, and he just passed away like this. Let Li Chengqian deeply sighed in relief. These two old foxes are really the main participants of this autumn hunting. And they have seen them in the palace several times, and they have also seen each other several times. If their identities are exposed at this time, there will be a huge hole. Fortunately, these two idiots did not recognize themselves dim-sighted from old age, but this also sounded a wake-up call for Li Chengqian. If you want to conceal your identity for a long time, then rely on this. It's not good to dress up in disguise. He has never understood why Father Emperor keeps those who are buried. What will happen if he bluntly tells Jiang Feng? Is the youngster still scared to death? At this moment, Jiang Feng's speech also stopped just right. The three parties, the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Appointments, also hurriedly stepped forward and invited Jiang Feng to come down. They really dare not let Jiang Feng go on talking. They seriously doubt whether this youngster will keep talking about dark. The three officials waved their hands at the students and signaled that all the students and the people who were onlookers were excited to calm down. They said, Dean Jiang said very well, as Confucius once said, yes, education for everyone, irrespective of background, is also roughly the same, but because of time, we will no longer pursue these things at this time, and we will no longer study these things, if it is. No, when the official finished talking about the battle, he waved his hand and yelled, this matter is not in a hurry. When this autumn hunting is over, Lanshan County is very close to my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. When the time comes, I invite everyone. I went to my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning as a guest. It just so happened that the braised pork, etc. and the beer called chicken were invented by the people of my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. When the time comes, I invite everyone present to go up the mountain. How about the tasting? After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he added another sentence, everything is free. Jiang Feng, if you do, it instantly caused a blockbuster applause. At this time, the three-party officials have opened their mouths, and it is hard to say anything. You say refuse, how do you refuse now? At this time, it is no longer a question of whether they want to go or not. The key is that Jiang Feng, the youngster, came directly to the bottom of the pot and directly blocked their roads. Students don't want to go anymore. The three of them could only smile at Jiang Feng and hug Jiang Feng, signaling to wait until after the autumn harvest, and then hurriedly announced the official start of the autumn harvest. In fact, sales are very simple. First step is the academic exchanges between the academy students. To put it bluntly, it is to build relationships. And boosting is forcing it. A group of people gather together. Whoever says wins counts. Jiang Feng has never been afraid of him. Chenan University will not say anything about it. There are people from Chensheniu, the stubbornness who was pulled over, the stubbornness who grew up in Chenan City, who can rank first with that mouth. As for Chensheniu, the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth slightly raised, giving all the students present a moment of silence. Fortunately, this academic exchange lasted for 3 days. Jiang Feng had nothing to do with the Institute of Great Culture and Libation, Chancellor of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. They talked a bit, but they were basically guns, bringing sticks, even quite suspenseful. But these people also know that Jiang Feng's work cannot be taken advantage of by Jiang Feng. In the end, he can only escape from waste. And then with the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of the tripartite talks between rights, which is a bit difficult. Fortunately, Jiang Feng, with Jingxiu. Jiang Feng doesn't understand these red tapes, but after observing Jingxiu's 3 major sect masters, He really helped Jiang Feng a lot. Jiang Feng was so excited that he couldn't help but wait, hugging Jingxu and kissing on the spot. This trivial matter finally ended after 3 days. 3 days later, it was still in this place. All the students stood straight, except that the students in the 4 academies of A, B, C and D were basically making eye contact. There are envious ones. There is fear. Some people are dissatisfied. More fearful. People with a discerning eye can generally see something. That is, Cheonan University and White Deer Academy of Classical Learning obviously gained the upper hand. As for the Institute of Great Culture and Imperial College of Supreme Learning, these places, it's a place where the teachings are upright, and each one is refined in manner. Who can compare to these wonderful works of Cheonan University and White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? At this time, in the Institute of Great Culture and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, some students still have obvious bruises and scars on their faces, looking towards Chen Sheniu and the others, their bodies trembling from time to time under. Obviously, I was taken care of by these stubborn priorities. While Cheng Chumo and the others waited, they looked steadily forward, looking at the 6 Jiang Feng in front of them solemnly, as if they had no idea about those eyes. This can't help but make the directors of the Institute of Great Culture and Imperial College of Supreme Learning itch their teeth again. But there is no way. Jiang Feng has always supported him. If his mouth is not good, he has to rely on his fists. If the fist doesn't work anymore, then your damn thing is useless at all. Get out. Obviously, Chen Chumo and the others have come to the true biography of Jiang Feng in classical Chinese studies, and Jiang Feng has not been disappointed. At this time, where can the heads of the 3 major departments fail to see the truth? But I could only sigh helplessly, and announced, "Everyone." This year's autumn hunting activity, it seems that everyone is quite satisfied. Then since it is academically, everyone has already communicated, so let's proceed to the second link, and see that there is no forest behind me. The 4 academies of A, B, C and D will all be scattered later and divided into several squads. Each one, the number of squad is 5. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 984. For every squad, 5 prey must be brought back before sunset today as an important part of this autumn tree. As for the fact that there is no 5 prey or no hunting for the team of 5 people who arrive at the prey, 1 point is all deducted. And this time, the credit of each academy is the total number of academy participating in the autumn hunting. After the hunting activity is over, a unified evaluation and ranking will be carried out. As for the academy with the lowest ranking, it will be eliminated directly. 3 years later, you all know that the old man doesn't say anything anymore, and the remaining 3 academy, in the last round of discussion among students, the outstanding academy of this year was evaluated. Similarly, this autumn hunting is also judged by points. The academic exchanges in the previous 3 days, actually it can also be as a way of getting acquainted with each other. After 3 days of running in, the old man thinks that you should already be familiar with each other. Then the old man announced that this hunting meeting has officially started. The important link is finally here. The number of autumn hunters this time was originally planned to be an academy and the number of participants was 30. And this time Jiang Feng originally brought 30 people in an academy, but these damn guys actually said that Jiang Feng's academy was just established this year, and it's not enough to have that many people. So only 15 people can participate in an academy. In other words, the number of people occupied by Cheonan University and White Deer Academy of Classical Learning at this time is only 1 academy quota. This is where Jiang Feng is angry. People of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Appointments, after knowing that these 2 academy are both industries under Jiang Feng's name, they have a very strong attitude and determined that these 2 academy belong to only one. The system, after all, is the academy's libation chancellor. Dean Yu is the same person, and Jiang Feng has lost his temper. He can only pinch his nose to admit it. I originally thought that I could pick up a bargain, but now it seems that this is not a bargain. This damn thing is definitely targeted at him by these miscellaneous hairs. Although there are still 2 academy places in the quota at this time, It seems to outsiders that they have taken a huge bargain, but the discerning person can see at a glance that there are others in the academy of others. 30 people. But what about his academy? And their purpose for doing this is also manifested at this time, that is, they prepared during this hunting. Hunting is also a test of a student's ability to survive and hunt in real life. A test of hand-eye brain coordination. Besides, there are other academies who are accompanying you, so it's hard to cheat. Kusu's success or failure is mainly determined by points. At this time, the number of people at White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Cheng'an University suffers. There is also a significant gap in points between others. This when you want to win, you can only rely on these stubborn true abilities. Zhang Feng really does not doubt the abilities of these guys. Although they are stubborn, the stubborn circle of Cheng'an City is not so easy to enter. These people are the second-generation ancestors who were abandoned by the family. They are proficient in eating, drinking, prostitution, gambling, riding and shooting, and this is why Zhang Feng chose them to come. As for the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, although there are only 5 people including Iron Knox, Hao Chiajun, Mazu and the others still exist. Speaking nicely, it's actually just walking through the field. In terms of learning, let them walk around and support the facade. As for the hope that they hunt and win the first prize from these people, Zhang Feng can only think about that's all. Who can afford to read books? Who is not the one with good conditions at home? And what about Mazu and the others? These are all from mud-legged origin. Seeing these people does not kneel down, Zhang Feng has already been educated during this time. In ancient times, respect and inferiority were very important. The purpose of their coming here, on the one hand, is to build up their self-confidence. The most important thing is to support the facade. After all, if there are a bunch of big bosses in an academy, Zhang Feng really can't hold on for the face, which makes others think, after all, Cheng'an University is made up of those stubborn children. Zhang Feng really didn't count on these people. Zhang Feng doesn't want to be compared again at this critical time. And if he loses the game this time, Zhang Feng will really lose all the games. At this time, the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Institute of Great Culture are taboos. See Zhang Feng. At this time, his face is a little bad, and he can't help but secretly cheer. It seems that they think at this time that Zhang Feng must be feeling distressed about this matter. Zhang Feng glanced at the two of them, and did not say much. Following the orders from the Ministry of Works and the adults, a group of Ministry of Works officials carried a big box and appeared in front of the 4 major academy students. The good person in the box is a dagger. The official of Ministry of Appointments looked around dignifiedly and said, "This hunting is not allowed to be disabled, let alone dead, injured or missing, especially if it is man-made. If I can know, if someone dares to use brute force or violence, then the official has the right to expel it at this time, and hand it over to the government for investigation. And in the next 10 years, it is not allowed to appear in my Great Tang within an academy, otherwise take responsibility for the consequences." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 985. After some warnings, Sir Qian of Ministry of Appointments waved his hand impatiently and signaled the students to leave. For these things, Zhang Feng was disinclined to pay attention to, and Chen Sheniu was enough. With the charisma and prestige of the 4 great demon kings, who dares to do it? Scare can scare these people to death, so is it necessary to take action? Since nothing happened, Zhang Feng also took Zhang Yuiao and Jing Shu's 2 daughters, and wandered on the Erpiling. In the past 3 days, he was suffocated. People are also strange animals. When I am busy, I want to be free, but once I am free, I feel panic. In these 3 days, although listening to Jing Shu's small songs all day, the days were very comfortable, but Zhang Feng was always a little unhappy. Furthermore, Zhang Feng had long wanted to go to Erpiga to see what was going on in the coal mine and whether there was any eyebrows. However, it does not seem to be the time at this time. They simply took the 2 women along the stream down the mountain, enjoying the beautiful scenery while reciting poetry and composing them. The amused 2 women laughed from time to time. Feng Tsai, Feng Tsai, here, come here, I'm old Dox. Just as Jiang Feng drew a silk thread from the silk clothes on his body, ready to weave a pair of fishing gear, listen to the song, and go fishing after Taoist immortal's life. Nujinda sneaked out of the bushes not far in front, and wore a straw hat made of leaves on his head. At this time, I was poking out ahead to greet Jiang Feng. If I didn't identify it carefully, Jiang Feng really couldn't tell that it was Nujinda. Nujinda has a long and ugly appearance that can make children cry at night. At this time, doing so completely frightened the look pale of Gingxiu and the two girls. After Jiang Feng determined that this person was Nujinda, he took the Mitsubishi Army stab in his arms, comforted the two women, and stared at Nujinda and said, I said old Dox, this stab by God. Don't pretend to be scary, okay? Jiang Feng had a dark face, and finally let Jiang Yueyao stop crying, staring at Nujinda and said, I have been here for 3 days. Why have you been no news? This is still here to scare me, right? You just owe it. Nujinda laughed, got out of the grass, looked around, and then took a picture. The dirt on my body. I also want to come out earlier, but isn't this to avoid suspicion? Just in case you let others know, you are still a bit difficult to handle this matter, and the noses of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Appointments are dogs. If they smell a bit of wind on this matter, do you think we still have a sip of soup? Jiang Feng hearing this, but ordered nodded. Nujinda was right. If these two bad guys learn about the existence of the coal mine, then they really won't be able to catch anything. Jiang Feng could not help but hurriedly asked, did you find that thing? I found it. Let's find a place to pipe down and talk while eating. Jiang Feng is holding his head full of question marks. Give it back to his mother while eating? So, have you prepared this in advance? With doubt, Jiang Feng took the two women and followed Nujinda around in the woods. After a while, he entered an open field. In the open field, 3 servants were standing. In a pile of charcoal fire, there is a roasted whole lamb on it. The whole lamb has been roasted. The pig is golden, and it is still braving with oil. It seems that Jiang Feng's eyes are straight. This is it. Here is a tidal flat protruding from the small river. In the hidden part of the tidal flat, a hut has been built, and Jiang Feng can see faintly, something like bedding. It looks like this is a post for the people of Old Docks. Outside the tidal flat, outside this post, Jiang Feng can faintly see 7 or 8 people holding a sharp double-edged saber on the tree or lying on the ground staring like a dead dog all around. Nujinda ostentatiously pointed here and said, how? I am a place that ordinary people can't find. Come on, I know you have suffered in the past 3 days. This is today the wild goat caught in Erpi Ling is fat. While speaking, Nujinda met the 3 of them and walked to the roasted whole lamb. At this time, bursts of cumin mixed with the peppery mutton smell made Jiang Feng couldn't help but take a few mouthfuls of saliva. The premise is that Old Ox will take a bath first. Before a few people walked in, someone had already prepared the bamboo stool that was made in a hurry, and the bamboo table was placed on one side. At this time, after setting up the 2 women, Jiang Feng looked towards the whole roasted lamb. On the side of roasted whole lamb, there were 3 grilled fishes, which were also randomly flipped. Watching, Jiang Feng was speechless for a while. Mutton, Jiang Feng was about to eat and vomit, but when he saw the fish, his eyes started to light up. He pulled the 2 women and said nothing. He stepped forward and was right by the river. Go and search for this wild onion and ginger everywhere. After a while, Jiang Feng picked out a fairly complete broken clay pot from the river, and put chopped green onions in it. The ginger juice, poured a bowl of juice and poured it over the grilled fish. In an instant, the smell of grilled fish was completely detonated. After that, Jiang Feng fumbled for a while, took out bottles and cans, and smeared the fish for a while, then drove away the 3 people who roasted the whole lamb, and sighed. This sheep is a serious sheep, but it is completely ruined by you. We are suffering, for the sake of my stomach. Let me come. Nujinda has long been anxious. We are waiting for Jiang Feng's words. Waiting for Jiang Feng to say this, Nujinda grinned and passed the dagger in his hand to Jiang Feng. Here is the knife, you come. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 986. Jiang Feng also disinclined to pay attention to Nujinder. After all, a rare picnic, Jiang Feng misses his college life a bit. While thinking about this, while looking at the mutton, Nujinder's eyes straightened. 1 foot 1. And all the guards around him kicked out to find the wild onion and wild ginger Jiang Feng just looked for. Someone. He also sneaked into the Kuza camp and stole a cauldron, twisted all these things into ginger juice, and handed it to Jiang Feng. When the small half pot of ginger soup was poured down, a burst of noise erupted on the charcoal fire. The smell of roasted whole lamb was all covered by the thick ginger juice. And the lamb was alluring in an instant. The scent is spilled out again. I can only see Nujinder swallowing her saliva. Jiang Feng only rolled his eyes. Finally, even Zhang Yuao and Jing Xiu stared at the golden yellow grilled fish and roasted whole lamb drooling. Jiang Feng had no choice but to put down the roasted whole lamb in his hand. He twisted a handful of shallots on the grilled fish, roasted it on the fire, and handed it to the 3 of them. However, there are only 3 fish. At this time, Nujinder looked at the grilled fish in the hands of Jing Xiu, Zhang Yuao and Jiang Feng with a face of stammering. Zhang Yuao had a thin face and blushed and passed the grilled fish in his hand to Nujinder. This Nujinder, it is simply a change of cattle. After catching the fish, Jiang Feng was stunned and swallowed with a crack. Jiang Feng was shocked to find that this product did not even chew. I swallowed it directly. I saw Jiang Feng's toothache. He was afraid that this old bastard would be stuck by a fishbone and could not get up at once. But fortunately, Jiang Feng really underestimated Nujinder's stomach. After swallowing a roasted fish that was more than a catty in his hand efficiently, he was not addicted. Nujinder looked towards Jiang Feng again. Bottles and cans placed on the ground. Taking advantage of Jiang Feng's efforts to eat grilled fish, he pours his brain on the lamb again, learning Jiang Feng's appearance. But this time, Jiang Feng's bottles and cans, it was completely empty. Bursts of spicy flavor in the air, and strong cumin flavor, which made Jiang Feng seriously doubt whether the roasted whole lamb that turned from golden to black at this time was poisonous. However, when Jiang Feng watched Nujinder sucking his fingers, and then secretly cut the meat with a razor to eat, Jiang Feng of Jing almost spit out the overnight meal. While looking at the ground, what frightened Jiang Feng the most was that the fist-like gourd-shaped bottle contained a pound of salt, which is actually all. This old youngster actually scattered all the people on the whole roasted lamb. Isn't this going to kill people? After the 3, Jiang Feng pointed at their belly and said that they couldn't eat any more. Nujinder happily held the roasted whole lamb and tore off a lamb hind leg and chewed it. Zhang Yuao's face turned pale. It wasn't until after eating a leg of lamb that Nujinder wiped his greasy mouth and said, "Youngster, we really got lucky this time." Even Jiang Feng had been prepared for a long time, but at this moment, listening to Nujinder's thoughtless talk, he really asked, "What's wrong?" "What? You asked me what?" "The Erpiga you mentioned is a great gift from God to me, Great Tang. When we first came, we really didn't know where to find this thing, but fortunately it wasn't an autumn rain before. After a long drought, there was a landslide on this mountain. Guess what?" Then as her body slipped, something dark and crushed instantly appeared. "That's cool," Nujinder said with joy, and the beards on his mouth were flying like dancing. "Finally, I sent someone to investigate the situation. Guess what, good guy? A mountain is full of damn coal." "Brother, you said this is not." "After taking the Grand Canal, what is this?" Jiang Feng was also a little frightened, although he faintly felt that Lanshan did have coal reserves. Besides, since the Song dynasty, there have been people mining, and the retrospective time of this specific mining is really unpredictable. However, from the conversations of several people, he can make it clear that in the early Tang dynasty, he hadn't found where he lived in this era, so whether there was coal in this mountain, really I don't know. But Jiang Feng knows that this Lanshan coal yard is a super large coal mine that will not be hollowed out within 100 years. You know, this has been mining for more than 1,000 years before. It hasn't been evacuated like this. It is conceivable that this time is true developed. But at this time, it doesn't matter to Jiang Feng. He hurriedly asked, "You tell me why there has been no news during this period of time, and you haven't sent me any news. Did you meet again? Wang clan of Tai Yuan, are you in trouble?" Nujinda, hearing this, put away the smile on his face. Even the leg of lamb in his hand was not fragrant anymore. Smacking your lips, nodded, said, "You are right, we were indeed targeted this time, but those people don't know about it yet. They seem to have taken it from Tai Yuan this time. Some people are preparing to come over, and they seem to have heard the rumors and want to explore this place thoroughly. But fortunately, Old Ox is smart. After finding out that there is coal, I found Lanshan County directly. Ling, I bought all these 2 batches of hooks, so I was entangled with them at this time. After all, there was nothing in it, so I didn't dare to spread it out. Otherwise, I would have given him Liz's character on the ground. It was a violent meal, but the more we hindered, these people really seemed to have a temper and they had to go in. So during this period of time, in order not to make things worse, I dare not dig out the news. Just 3 days ago, I heard that you were here. I took the time and prepared to tell the story, but I also encountered a problem here, that is, the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Rights people seem to know. Is it honest? I have a hunch that one of these 3 companies must have some contact with the people of surname Wang. Otherwise, why would people from Wang clan of Tai Yuan come here during the autumn hunting period? By due how people want to go in and explore. So I think there should be something strange in this. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 987. Zhang Feng, hearing this, his face turned gloomy. From a series of recent events, Zhang Feng really hasn't looked at this event to 5 surnames 7 clans. After all, at this time, Zhang Feng was unwilling to offend all these people. But if this Wang clan of Tai Yuan is involved again, the matter will be a little confusing. If you say that Guanlong faction is targeting him, Zhang Feng, then Zhang Feng can still make sense. This Wang clan of Tai Yuan, your damn old man didn't provoke you. You ran over here at this moment. What do you want to do? Want to muddy this water? But how does this cement mess up? What are the benefits? After all, no one knows what's in the mountain. It's just a rumor. If it weren't for Lao Tzu's crossing, Lao Tzu didn't know that there was such a thing in this poor village. It seems that these people are really here for this autumn hunting. In the end, Zhang Feng just connected the final result of this incident to this autumn hunting. If Kushu Zhang Feng loses, then they have 100 reasons to kill Zhang Feng here. And in order to be sure, they have to make preparations in advance. On the one hand, they tried to delay Zhang. Another factor for Feng's victory is to use their convenience in the palace to drastically reduce the number of people Zhang Feng can take. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smiled coldly. Do you think you are prepared? Believing or not, I will wait for you to give you a big gift. When Old Ox came over, Zhang Feng had a faint feeling, because each year's autumn hunting is basically held in Nanshan County. Although the location is different, it is roughly the same. It is within the range of Lanshan County. And after knowing that there is a coal mine in this Lanshan County, and there are people from surname Wang who are active, Zhang Feng combined this time the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments. The Ministry of Rights always stumbles itself on 3 aspects. Zhang Feng could not help but think of some other things. Sure enough, what Old Ox said at this time really allowed Zhang Feng to string together all the things before and after. Quickly asked, Old Ox, how many people have you brought here this time? Nujinda shook his head and said, there are not many people. Probably less than 200 people, but 200 people are you? Don't worry, all of them are good players. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel confident. But there was a killing intent flashing under my eyes. He hooked his fingers and attached his ears to Nujinda's ears and said, if you can get people out, you can bring this matter back to the Academy. Academy's smelting workshop right now. They should be able to rush out hundreds of Mitsubishi Army Thorns within these 3 days. Let your people bring these things, and be ready to fight with these people at any time. Now she is hearing. This was surprised. Feng Tsai, Are you going to have a complete fallout with those aristocratic family great clan at this time? Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. I'm not stupid. What the hell did I provoke them to do at this time? But I heard Nu Weili, that is, Chainan County Magistrate, talked about he used to be a county magistrate in Lanshan County for several years. He said that there are many bandits in Lanshan County. Because Lanshan has not been harmed before, he did not send troops to capture it, but you said that if it is in the autumn hunting the critical moment, or when these people want to do it. Until Jiang Feng finished speaking, Nu Jinda's eyes lit up. A good idea. This is a good idea, I understand. I'll do it now. As for the other things I don't understand, I'll leave it to you. As long as there is something you say, I've sent my right-hand man to ambush next to you. As long as something happens, you scream. It's okay. For the rest, don't say he comes to more than 500 people, even if he comes to 10,000 people. I really didn't put him in the eyes of old docs. Jiang Feng smiled, shook his head, but he didn't say anything. And for these people, Jiang Feng is just preparing to leave back off. After all, the coal mines Cheng'an, this time if the coal mines affairs are exposed, these people in Ox's hands are the most powerful backing for guarding this coal mine. As for these people who want to start, Jiang Feng really wants to take a look, what exactly these people want to do. This is one of the other things. You help me send a message to Mr. Boshi, saying that he is ready to invite everyone from Kukari to visit here. Let them do Bayan's training speeds up a bit, at most 10 days, at least 5 days. We will definitely return to the academy. Nu Jinda does not know what the Mitsubishi Army spurs and what he meant by preparation, but according to Jiang Feng at the command, waved to a person next to him, and then nodded. That person instantly dived into the river, and disappeared silently in front of everyone without leaving a trace. At this time, Nu Jinda asked, Feng Tsai, I ask you one thing. You have to tell me honestly, what is the relationship between us? Say it. Jiang Feng was angry with the thin bamboo branches while looking at Nu Jinda, but at this moment Nu Jinda looked at Jing Xiu and Zhang Yuiao. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Jiang Feng faintly smiled and said, just say well, it's all a family, and there's nothing to hide. Although Jiang Feng said this is normal and natural, but listening to the two women have flowed into the ears. That is the other one. It's so interesting. Nu Jinda couldn't help but eyes opened wide, and the eyes staring at the two women changed. It seemed that they wanted to see something different from the two women. Did this youngster suddenly change sex and take these two women down? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 988. At this time, Zhang Yuiao and Jing Xiu were flushed with shame. Jing Xiu can't see anything while wearing the veil, but he can see from the white joints of Jiang Feng's hand that he is holding. She is not at peace at this time, and Zhang Yuiao, who didn't know how to hide his thoughts, let alone, just one after another little star flashed in the beautiful eyes. Nu Jinda looked at Jiang Feng with a faint smile and coughed and asked, what the hell is this Mitsubishi Army stab you are talking about? I have never heard of it before. Can you tell me in detail? Tell me about the purpose of this thing. Could it be that this thing is the nothing that cannot be broken spear you said? Jiang Feng was hearing this, and suddenly a little head grew. This what do you say about the stuff? Speaking of which is endless again, but now that I have nothing to do, Jiang Feng has to tell Nu Jinda the ins and outs of the Mitsubishi Army stabbing, touched Jiang Feng in his arms, and finally took out what was in his arms. Come out. Jiang Feng's arms are loaded with a beautifully manufactured Mitsubishi military spike. Not only are they equipped with handles and hand rests, Jiang Feng also has a different configuration according to his own academic and ergonomics. When the time comes, let this one in, so not only can it be perfectly assembled on the musket when the time comes, but it can also become a perfect weapon when held in your hand. The 3 bloodletting troughs have been painted with bright red clay paint at this time. Cooperating with it, crisscrossed barbs and striped ravines, as well as the cold light flashing 3-edged blades. Nu Jinda stared at this Mitsubishi Army thorn at this time. Unexpectedly there is a feeling of one's hair stand on end. Although Jiang Feng was a little unwilling to let the two women see this thing, He didn't think much about it at this time, but at this time Nujinda looked at the things in Jiang Feng's hands and his eyes were straight. Feng Tsai, this is the Mitsubishi Army Thorn. This thing does not look like a sword, nor does it look like a dagger, nor does it look like a knife. This thing is really, is it useful? After a moment of excitement and anticipation, Nujinda couldn't help but feel a little discouraged at this time. When Jiang Feng saw this, not only was he not angry, but he looked at Nujinda a little jokingly, and threw the Mitsubishi Army Thorn in his hand to him. Did you see that tree? Go try it. Nujinda was a little speechless, a little disappointed, and threw the army thorn in his hand. There is no such thing yet. His axe is sharp, and it is as light as the firewood stick in his hand. He seriously doubts what this thing is for, but Jiang Feng said so, and he also showed a silly smile on his face. I couldn't help but let the cow in, and the alarm bell rang in my heart. Once this youngster showed such a mean expression, it was bound to happen a major event. According to Jiang Feng's statement, he waved the Mitsubishi Army Thorn in his hand, and casually moved towards the lightly thorn passed on the pine tree with a thick wash basin. But this time does not matter. The next moment made Nujinda stunned. Although it was a careless stab, he also used a little bit of strength. After all, this thing has a sharp edge and can leave a trace on the tree no matter what, but he absolutely didn't expect that under his unremarkable stabbing, the 5-klong Mitsubishi Army stabbed more than half of the tree trunk. At this moment, Nujinda's eyes shrank fiercely, and even the cold hair on his body stood up, and asked in amazement, Feng Tsai, you tell me honestly, this stuff, is this stuff like what you said before? Nothing that cannot be broken. Until he finished talking, Jiang Feng hurriedly made a silent gesture and said with a smile, that's the thing I said. Hiss. Well, Nujinda could not help but take a long breath. He didn't believe in evil. He pulled out the Mitsubishi Army Thorn from the trunk, and then made fiercely moved towards the trunk stabbed in the past. But the next moment, let her have one's hair stand on end, the scene of appeared. At this time, under his concentrated attention completely, he only felt that it was as easy as piercing the body of the lamb at this time. This Mitsubishi Army Thorn must be completely submerged. Nujinda couldn't help but his eyelids jumped wildly. He hurriedly pulled Jiang Feng aside and pointed at the Mitsubishi Army spurs, and asked, youngster, tell me honestly, tell this all about it. What kind of ability do you have? Don't you want to be your mother-in-law? Believing or not, I am anxious and beat you up. Jiang Feng put his hands around his chest, and said desperately, I want to know, huh? But when he saw Nujinda's murderous eyes, Jiang Feng shrank his neck and said, actually, the function of this thing is really more than this. You see the 3 red slots above? Have you arrived yet? Actually, the thing is for bleeding. If you wear an animal or a human body, the 3 bleeding troughs and the 3 cutting edges will continue to cause bleeding, making his wounds unable to heal. And you look at the crisscrossed misconceptions on the Mitsubishi Army spikes. These will also completely destroy the muscle tissue in the injured area. Therefore, under normal circumstances, you must not use this thing. The child is left outside. Once this thing falls into the hands of the enemy, think about the consequences. When he was in the smelter before, old Chen had already tried it. He didn't know where to come up with a general level. The kind of clear light armor you wear. Guess what the result is? The hardest part of the breastplate. With my strength, I can easily stab him 3 times in one breath. Do you think? Jiang Feng didn't finish what he said, but he didn't need to say the rest. Nujinda held the Mitsubishi Army stabbed in his hand, but Jiang Feng ruthlessly followed. He snatched it from his hand. Want it? Who the hell doesn't want it? Nujinda asked rhetorically. Jiang Feng without the slightest hesitation put this thing into his arms, holding head indifferently, and led the 2 women slowly moving towards the outside of the woods, saying, if you want, just send your confidant to get this thing over quickly. If you are late, I can't guarantee that old Li or old Chen will send the first batch to Kush. Hearing this, where can Nujinda sit still? I hurriedly picked up a handful of stones from the ground, moved towards all directions and waited for a few positions, smashed them, and shouted, What are you bastard waiting for? Don't hurry up and give it to Lao Tzu. Get this thing back for me. If it's too late, I will remove your legs when you come back. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 989 White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Next to the waterfall, the four Yushinan sat on a stone table under the jujube tree. The playing cards on the stone table were still blown everywhere by the wind, but none of these attracted the attention of the four. Even the dates on the jujube tree above everyone's favorite on the table can't make a few people happy. It seems that as soon as Zhang Feng left, a few people began to feel a little unhappy. It's like something is on your mind. At this moment, Sun Simiao, who was also hurrying down from the mountain, carrying the herbal medicine basket, saw the appearance of a few people, and a touch of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He threw the empty herbal medicine basket on his back to the ground and sat down. He sighed and sighed next to a few people. When this youngster was there, it was quite disgusting, but didn't expect this walk, really reluctant. I don't know what happened in Lanshan. Yushinan gave a wry smile, and handed the teapot beside Sun Simiao. I heard that this autumn hunting, the Institute of Great Culture and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning are in collusion. Dear Academy of Classical Learning. Oh, Ouyangzon smashed the stone table heavily. I knew this time we should go with it. If we go, I'm an old man, but I want to see what tricks those guys can do. At this time, Shiva's unique voice rang from afar. Everyone hearing this, and hurriedly looked towards the direction Shiva was coming from. After a while, Shiva hurriedly appeared beside a few people. Without waiting for him to gasp, Ouyangzon hurriedly asked, "But what message is coming from Feng Tsai?" Shiva shook his head first, and then nodded. "It is the message from Piling, but it is not from the honored teacher, but from the new lord. I heard it was Nu Jinda." Several people. Ouyangzon's eyes flashed, and Ouyangzon asked again, "Sit down and speak slowly." Nu Jinda has been to Lanshan for some time, and there has been no information, but they also know that. What did Nu Jinda do? At this time, there can be information. First of all, I can explain that Nu Jinda has joined the youngster. As for security, Nu Jinda is there. Who dares to attack the youngster? When Shiva recovers a little bit, Ouyangzon hurriedly said, "You can tell me, what is wrong with your teacher? What is the stage of Kushu?" Shiva sighed regardless of the identities of a few people. He breathed for a long time, then took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Ouyangzon. A cow is painted on the seal of the letter. This is Nu Jinda's unique letter logo, especially since this cow has only one horn. In this world, no one except Nu Jinda can do that. Draw a cow. Several people's eyes lit up when they saw this, and they hurriedly opened the envelope. In the letter, Zhang Feng said everything about her piling, and even Nu Jinda boasted about this coal mine and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Several people automatically filtered out what Nu Jinda was boasting about, mainly by looking at Zhang Feng's passage. After seeing that Zhang Feng was actually targeted on the mountain, a few more than half a century-old fogey angrily slapped the table and threw the bench. And when a few people saw Zhang Feng actually cleverly used this, the bureau set up by the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Institute of Great Culture cleverly messed up this conspiracy to him, not to mention it, and even promoted the teaching philosophy of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Everyone is passionate. Unfortunately, several old fogey laughed happily. Ha ha ha, the old man knew that this grandson had the most sly plans. Didn't expect. These two wily old fox guys were actually planted in the hands of the youngster Zhang Feng. Happy. Really? It's a pleasure. No, I just said, this youngster is the one who likes to lose. If it's not for our age, you think it's us. This family property can still be preserved to the present. Chu Siliang glanced at it, then took a look at Ouyangzon and said, "Normally, don't you see this youngster the most?" Ouyangzon rubbed his beard without blushing and breathlessly said, "Old man is called beating. The more you like, the harsher the beating. Unpolished jade won't be able to become a powerhouse." Ha ha ha. Have it. What you said is reasonable, but what we care about now is how to let these people get to the mountain and let them meet again. Yu Shinan's voice fell. the eyes of a few people couldn't help but flash. We got together like children and discussed with each other. Ouyangzon first said, "The old man thinks that football on the mountain is not a climate at this time, but think about it, this basketball is still very good." This matter, the youngster said before after that, coupled with the feat of morning exercises, the old man believes that it will give these people a scene that will be unforgettable in a lifetime. "No way." Yushinan knocked on it, at the table, pointing to the letter and saying, "Look, this youngster is making such a big mess this time. If we follow the previous plan, it is very likely that we will lose face." "Not equal to me?" Ouyangzon looked at Yushinan with some concern. He doubted whether this old guy had brainwashed Jiang Feng. "Ask, you can talk about it. As long as it's not too hot, you can still talk about it." Yushinan smiled and looked around, and said, "Actually, we have some. It's too conservative." After going up the mountain, take a look at this point of view. Is there anything we have seen before, or is it familiar? So, we learn from that youngster. Since these people don't want us to have a better life at this time, then why don't we be more high profile? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 990. The people of New Jinda, after all, are not qualified to enter the Imperial Palace today. Compared to entering Mount Q, it is still very simple. At this time, the people of New Jinda can be considered to be exhausted, and finally waited for Zhang Sun Wuji at the gate of the Imperial Palace. At this time, it has reached the third quarter of Shanxi. Zhang Sun Wuji naturally knew New Jinda. As soon as we met, Zhang Sun Wuji waved and turned back and hurriedly entered the Imperial City. As soon as he entered the Imperial City, Zhang Sun Wuji was taking advantage of it while waiting on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. He asked, "But came with news of Kukari?" The house will be hearing this and hurriedly said, "Go back to Duke of Zhao. This time I will bring it." Two pieces of news. One is from surname Wang and the coal mine, and the other is from this autumn hunt. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji can also understand the importance of this, and I won't say anything more. Knowing that this is not a place to talk, I just want to prepare in advance. New Jinda's people came. He had a hunch. It seems to be related to coal mines, but didn't expect is still related to surname Wang's people, which is difficult to do. As for Jiang Feng, the youngster, these people in the palace are not worried at all. As long as the man doesn't harm others, he should burn incense and expect others to cheat him. It depends on who this person is. It is only the people from Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Institute of Great Culture. It is not Zhang Sun Wuji who looks down upon them. Even if they go to lift Jiang Feng's shoes, they are not worthy. This is telling the truth. Zhang Sun Wuji does not favor anyone. The two waited again for almost 1 hour, and the Jinwu guards led them to ride the horse and personally led them into Tji Palace. In the Imperial Study Room, Li Shiman and Li Yuan seemed to be discussing something. At this time, seeing people come in, and after seeing the ceremony, Li Shiman waved his hand and said, "First, let's talk about how the Erpiga coal mine matter was mixed with the people of surname Wang." "Yes, I remember. The person who heard of surname Wang hadn't been to this Erpiga for a long time before. Could it be that surname Wang clansman among you couldn't make it? That family will be scared all over tremble. This is the first time he has seen his Imperial Majesty so close. Although it is enough for him to boasting for a lifetime, this imperial power still makes him afraid to breathe. If we go back to his Imperial Majesty, this is what happened this time. We were ordered to go to Erpi Ling. Immediately, new General Nu has sent someone to buy the entire Erpigu. Even with a large piece of land in Zhu, Erpi Ling was purchased, and it was announced to the outside world that General Nu was going to build a house and where to provide for the elderly. Li Shiman slightly frowned. If this is the case, it should not be cited. Whoever came to surname Wang, in other words, the coal mine here has already alarmed surname Wang. In this case, Li Shiman's heart sank slightly. The county office in Lanshan County, which is the closest to Chainan, is that surname Wang's fellow too? Just as Li Shiman was about to ask little Gizzy to look up this Lanshan County government, the general said, "His Imperial Majesty, The matter may also have to do with noble son Jiang. This family will say so. Li Shimin and Li Yuan looked at each other and asked almost at the same time, "Say it." Jiang Feng's affairs are quite complicated. This time it was obvious that someone was targeting him. As for the target person, Li Shimin and Li Yuan, as well as the National Duke, are still having headaches at this time. No one knows who is targeting Jiang Feng. At this time, the family will say so. Who are Li Shimin and Li Yuan? Something came to mind in an instant. The general hurriedly said, "Back to His Imperial Majesty retired Emperor, a few days ago, when General Nu took down Erpiling on the second day, the people of surname Wang went up the mountain. Nu the general also thought that these people came because of the coal mine. But today he and noble son Jiang found out after the secret meeting under the mountain. All this seems to be related to noble son Zhang's autumn hunting!" Hearing this, Li Shimin and Li Yuan couldn't help being surprised. Is this autumn hunting so difficult? The faces of the two of them suddenly became gloomy, and Li Shimin waved his hand directly. "Are you sure what you said is true?" "It's true, it's all small, yes. I heard it with my own ears." Hearing this, Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. "Come here, little Gizzy," guarding the door. Entering the imperial study room hurriedly, Li Shimin said with a gloomy face, "Send my order, and immediately start a thorough investigation of all the properties of the Wang clan of Taiyuan in Chainan City. If you need to beat and let out the atmosphere, just say retired Emperor. I am a guest on the mountain, and there are people who are uninterested. Just come, I will pick it up one after another." Little Gizzy, and the kneeling home will be instantly shocked. His Imperial Majesty is this preparing for the operation of Wang clan of Taiyuan? Is His Imperial Majesty really ready to fight those aristocratic family great clan? Little Gizzy didn't dare to be careless, and immediately went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to draw up a secret decree, and then Li Shimin said, "Jiang Feng, what should I do about this matter?" Noble son Jiang said, "Let the young and the others go to the smelting workshop of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning to receive 100 Mitsubishi military thorns." At this time, the people should have already gone up the mountain. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 991. After sending the people away, Li Shimin paced and walked back and forth in the imperial study room for a long time. Then he said, "Father Emperor, do you think Feng Tsai? What do you mean by doing this?" Li Yuan smiled and smoked, lightly saying, "You have been with that youngster for so long, don't you see it? This youngster is amenable to coaxing but the lord of not coercion. This time, maybe he is really angry. These people have touched his bottom line. If you and me, what do you think will happen?" Li Yuan like this say. Li Shimin was silent. In his eyes, Jiang Feng has always been a carefree and idle man. "I have always been very nervous about many things. This is one of the places Jiang Feng can attract everyone, but this youngster is extremely damaging. Once someone offends him, or someone he doesn't like, he will be extremely unlucky, just like what was written in a letter by Nuchinda in Li Shimin's case at this time. This youngster turned a good autumn hunter into his forcibly like a storyteller in a tea house. Not only didn't let these two people see the joke, but it also let White Deer Academy of Classical Learning make a big one's mark. What is this? This is simply a normal operation of Ghost God. Everyone is misled by this youngster's outer skin. Although this youngster is not a good person, he is not a bad person. He just wants to live the life he wants to live as he pleases, that's all. But these people are always thinking of ways to respond to him. To get him? Do you think rabbits will bite people when they are in a hurry? You said that this youngster is in a hurry. What will you do? This. Li Shimin couldn't help being speechless. Judging from the situation at this time, this youngster really got angry. From the Taoist immortal anointing incident, to the use of Kuzu and the environment of Erpiling at this time, he wanted to engage Jiang Feng. Died there. These people are simply heartbroken. Li Shimin issued several orders in succession, all of which were directed at the three core departments of the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Rights, and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Institute of Great Culture. In these departments, Li Shimin has long wanted to move, but Nei has never had the opportunity, and time are the capital to contend with these aristocratic family great clan. But now, due to the emergence of cooperatives, coupled with the opening of waterway commerce, as well as the Mitsubishi Army Thorns that Jiang Feng made at this time and the upcoming fire guns, this is what Li Shimin wants to completely concentrate all power in his own hands, as Jiang Feng said, where the motivation lies. Now, Jiang Feng is ready to do this at this time, and it has also found an opportunity for Li Shimin. Erlang, you can figure it out clearly. Once you work with the 5 surnames 7 clans and the Guanlong clans, it will inevitably cause people in Shandong province to react. Are you sure you can deal with it? What is Great Tang at this time? This. Li Shimin couldn't help but hesitate. Li Yuan is right. These aristocratic family great clan are basically the same chi connected branch. If you are a Dongyai, it can almost be said to be against these aristocratic family great clan at the same time. In case these aristocratic family great clan are slightly do something, it would be a big earthquake for Great Tang. In addition to the instability around Great Tang at this time, what would happen if such a thing happened at this time? Li Shimin couldn't help but fell silent. Seeing Li Shimin at this time, Li Yuan sighed. Actually, you are not to blame for all this. This is the tumor deposited by the previous dynasty. I think if you want to do it, let's start with the imperial court. After all, this Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Rights is an important core of my Great Tang. Before, these people were a bit deep and could not start, but now these people have all jumped out. If so, then we have a reason to give him these guys with their tails cocked. The reason why the Sui dynasty died and the Tang dynasty was able to rise so quickly, in fact, Li Yuan knows very well. When I was in Tai Yuan, I had a night talk with the 8 great masters of Guanlong and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 tribes. This allowed Li clan of Longsai to recognize his identity, and Li clan of Longsai Tang, since then laid the foundation. However, to get rid of these aristocratic family great clans' restraints, Li Yuan has always been working hard. But after what happened last time, Li Yuan has gradually moved away from the government, but at this time he really saw hope. The reason for reconciliation with Li Shimin is also because he saw Jiang Feng's body. It was time to get rid of these aristocratic family great clan and let Great Tang truly walk towards the shadow of glory. Therefore, at this time, Li Yuan's long dead heart became hot again. The imperial study room fell silent completely. As time passed, slowly, the setting sun has long been hidden in the Qinling Mountains. The long-lost bright moon hangs high above the sky of the imperial palace, like a lantern. Under the cover of this night, in the imperial study room, among the bright and dark lights, some people are discussing something in a low voice, but outside the imperial study room, even though it's night now, but the night sky, like a rare beast with its bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, is looking down at the busy one after another on the ground. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 992. The next morning, in the sky, Xiao started again. The temperature in the air also suddenly dropped by 1 point. At this time, it seemed to be telling everyone that autumn is inviolable. The grass on Mount Q is wet, and the day is still dark. A crowd of students and artisans in the mountains roared a chant that shook the sky and surrounded Mount Q. Running on Mount Q. There are also a group of students wearing undershirts, sweating like rain on the basketball that was originally built on the thatched beach between the teaching building and the dormitory building. At this time, you can no longer see what the once thatched beach looked like. Instead, it was replaced by a large and small dozen or 20 basketball courts. On the basketball court at this time, Yushinan and the others were taking the lead and slapped the basketball on it. The action was almost impossible to watch, but the students on the sidelines, did they burst out excited? I saw that Sun Simiao grabbed Chu Siliang's beard at this time, snatched the basketball that was in his hands from him, and then rushed straight at a student. When he bumped into it, the student was already speechless by scaring the gods of several people. Seeing Sun Simiao hit, where would he dare to stop? Hurrying away, he also made a gesture of please. At this time, Zhang Feng is no longer at the mercy of him. A ball hit the backboard, and the force that the hardest sandalwood can check and balance still made the backboard burst into painful moans. How about Brother Boshi? I told you to practice Wu Qin's eye with the old man a long time ago. If you don't do it, now you know our body can't keep up, right? Sun Simiao, wiping the sweat off his face, sitting on the edge of the basketball court gasping for breath, sipping hot tea. The remaining 4 old men played around again, and seemed to feel that it was not fun to play with the group of students, so they gave up the basketball court in an anguish and sat on the edge of the basketball court. Chu Siliang shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "It's not good if you don't accept the old. It hasn't been a quarter of an hour, and you will be tired and straighten up. You will have to prescribe a tonic for me tomorrow." Sun Simiao glanced at Chu Siliang's terrifying belly, eyelids twitched. "The old man thinks Feng Tsai is really suitable for you. Why do you see it?" Chu Siliang, gasping for breath, asked. "Don't you say that the youngster's claim of prolonging life is true? It's okay to fool others with this thing, but I can wait. It's not an old fool." Sun Simiao, hearing this, was taken aback. But all this seems to be true. This thing, it really is. However, Sun Simiao still shook his head and said, "You are wrong. This thing does help your health, especially if you are so fat and normally lack activities. If you can really exercise in this way, it will last forever. Although it will not prolong your life, at least it will make you live for a few more years, and it will also relieve your asthma, and even cure it. You are believing or not?" Exclamation mark. This time, not only Chu Siliang, but even Yu Xinan and Du Yangzon were completely shocked. His eyes rolled round, pointing to the student who was dodge and jump fast on the basketball court, and said, "Old son, don't you tell me that this is a joke. Because of this stuff, it's really not funny at all." Sun Simiao shrugged. "I'm telling the truth. Before this thing, the old man really underestimated it, thinking that this thing was really born out of Wu Qin's eye. This thing is the old man, to be honest. Although some things are indeed, it comes from the shadow of Wu Qin's eye, but this basketball is even better. To put it bluntly, Feng Tsai has not said that this thing can be used in military weapons, otherwise, do you think you can get us?" Yu Xinan said with little confidence. "It seems that Feng Tsai once said that this thing can be used in military training." This for a moment, the 4 of them fell silent for an instant, but the enthusiasm in their eyes was still not diminished. Before Zhang Feng said that this thing can strengthen the body, they only thought that this thing was just to talk about, that's all. But now they have also experienced it personally. "Don't talk about this. At this time, under Sun Simiao's praise, can there be any fakes? You need to know that Sun Simiao has a long-standing relationship with several people over several decades. Everyone knows what Sun Simiao is." At this time, seeing Sun Simiao say this, everyone looked towards the same a basketball court in the distance. "I was preparing to go up, when the activities seemed to be rusty skeletons," Sun Simiao said with a smile. "Okay. There are old bones. If you continue to toss like this, your body on the contrary, it's the first thing I can't stand. Walk around. Let's study first. How can we connect this morning exercise, running exercise, and this basketball thing together?" Feng Tsai the youngster has already dealt with the affairs of the autumn hunter in advance, so we should also make a concerted effort to let those people take a good look at what kind of existence our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning really is. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 993. Erpigu is very lively today. Far away, there are people from Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights, who joined with the local county magistrate to surround this large area. The purpose is to allow these students to hunt safely in it, so as not to let the people stray into it and suffer unnecessary damage. In these 2 skin grooves, Cheng Chumo and the others entered it, All the students of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Cheonan University are like let the tiger returns to the mountains, quickly gathered together. All the students were given advance warning by Cheng Chumo and the others, and they were all brought over. When hunting, the Ministry of Works and the others will generally not come in. They don't have the patience to follow a group of half-old children in the mountains. At this time, this mountain has become the stubborn home ground for Cheng Chumo and others. I saw Cheng Chumo standing on the big rock, learning the appearance of Jiang Feng, waved his hands at everyone, and then coughed. My name, I believe. Everyone who does it again, I have heard about it, but there are still some people who don't know the name of this young master. You can hear me clearly. My name is Chen Sheniu. This Cheonan city person who can stomping can shake 3 times. This is Li, noble son. Of course, he only needs a word. Whether you live or die is not something you can do and live. Talk about the point. Li Chengqian, elegantly clasped his fists at everyone, and whispered to Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo said, "You must have heard that this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is the place covered by our Lord Crown Prince." Who is Lord Crown Prince? That's under one person above 10,000 people. We are all working for Lord Crown Prince. To be honest, now our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Cheonan University are both under Lord Crown Prince. You want to fight against Lord Crown Prince? Nothing? Hearing this, those students who were still a bit aggrieved, their expressions changed suddenly, because at this time, Ionox actually took out a jade token from his arms. This jade token is nothing, but the key thing is that there are 2 natural yellow ribbons on this jade token, and a skilled craftsman has carved these 2 yellow ribbons into 2 dragons. All the world, as long as scholar knows this thing, and everyone will have a jade token around their waist. But this jade token, although everyone has never seen it before, when learning etiquette, the first lesson will teach you to know this thing. Crown Prince Order. This is carved from Hushinbeon, a kind of authentic jade. All over the world, this kind of jade is daring to carve dragon mark. No one except the imperial family or the imperial family rewards. Dare, touch and die. At this time, Cheng Chumo saw that everyone was restrained by the Crown Prince's order, and then he shook the token in his hand and said, "Now, every word I say, you let me hear everything clearly." What Dean Jiang Feng just said is true, and I can also reveal the message to you. If you learn this time, 3 years later, my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning will break the rules. I think you are all smart people who know how to choose. 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 I choose your uncle. You all took out the Crown Prince orders. Do we have options? I knew the rumors were true. I shouldn't have come to participate in the autumn hunting of Lao Shizi. I could not help but be one of the students of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Institute of Great Culture. In the middle, bursts of discussion broke out. Then someone said, "This Chen noble son, the villain's surname is Ji. His name is still Xiang, and his name is Enk. The villain's surname is K and his name is Yu Xiang." Little man. As students exposed their homes one by one, these students salivated and said, "I also hope that noble son Chen will speak more and more beautiful words in front of Dean Jiang." Sentence: when the time comes, you wait for us to do what we do. How about go on the road? Cheng Chumo glanced at Li Chengqian. Then he waved his hand. "I'm tired of waiting, this hunting." Little one understands. How can such a vulgar thing make Chen noble son Li noble son shot? Let's go hunting, let's go. Cheng Chumo sighed. But I am afraid that someone will file a lawsuit. What should we do? This matter, our hospital, I don't know how long. Everyone is hearing this. The young man surnamed K, with a stern face, waving the dagger in his hand and saying, "You should also know Dean Jiang Feng's ability. Presumably you have long yearned for which piece of Jiang Feng noble sons bring in the wine, right? So, this is the action. Those who go, stand here for me. Those who don't, you know your results." Full of threatening words, I made the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the youth of the Institute of Great Culture a little bit embarrassed. But under the power, everyone can only succumb. Then a crowd of people waited, as if going crazy. rushing into the woods frantically, looking for prey. It wasn't until everyone walked away that Cheng Chumo sat down on the ground. Li Chengqian, the viewer full of smiles, said, "How about it? Isn't that solved?" I said, "These guys belong to mules. You can't beat them." Li Chengqian took a look at Cheng Chumo and took the crown prince with his hands. He said with some worry, "I don't know you, youngster. Is it right? I hope this matter. Don't let Feng Tsai know about it." Ma Zu and Hao Chu-jun and the others, like fossils in the wind, from the very beginning, until now has been in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell is this doing? What did I see? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 994. Li Chengqian is very vigilant about everything, especially when you decide to do everything. To a certain extent, he looks great on the surface, but Cheng Chumo and the others also know Li Chengqian's in the bones. There is a deep inferiority complex. After all, his father is His Imperial Majesty Li Shimin, and his brothers are all brilliant, especially 4th Prince Li Tai. They are deeply loved by Li Shimin, Empress Zhangsun, and even Li Yuan. It can be said to be the most graceful. Although this guy always refuses to admit his flaws many times, as through childhood playmates, Cheng Chumo and Dugu and the others know Li Chengqian very well. Li Chengqian likes to care about right and wrong. For example, now, as soon as the Crown Prince order is issued, if those aristocratic family great clan people pass the matter to Libation Chancellor of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, or people of the Ministry of Works Ministry of Rights, they will how? What would happen if Feng Tsai knew about it? He will always weigh the best solution among the worries. At this time, Dugu, Wai Shu and the others looked at Li Chengqian in a daze, and couldn't help but shook their heads slightly. Although normally, all of them can be heartless, but they know that Li Chengqian's thoughts are too heavy. This is why His Imperial Majesty wants Li Chengqian to learn from Jiang Feng. One is that Li Chengqian often goes to Yanlai building. Doesn't His Imperial Majesty know? Crown Prince is one of the 4 great demon kings. He is not clear about His Imperial Majesty. These things, anyone who is familiar with them can understand the truth. It's just that Li Chengqian is still a little unwilling to let go at this time, and everyone is not easy to break. After all, things are very simple, but Li Chengqian can't figure it out. What can they do? Several people admire Li Chengqian very much, because Jiang Feng basically learns the same thing by one of them, but they have worked hard on this youngster. Anything they learn will be given to him. But what about Li Chengqian? Always fear the tiger before the wolf. At this point, he can only rely on him to comprehend on his own, and no one can help him. At this moment, with the neigh of a wild boar and a cry of excitement, the autumn hunting began. The Emperor Great Tang loved hunting very much. Starting with Li Yuan, there are a lot of records of Li Yuan hunting in Tang history. For example, the colonel hunted at Fuping, the colonel hunted at Huichi, and the colonel hunted at Nanshan. The Nanshan Mountain is Erpi Ridge in Lanshan County. Hunting has almost run through Li Yuan's entire emperor's career. He is not only hobby hunting, but also his sons. Every time he hunts, Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji will follow, and even Li Yuanji often confronts him. People said, "I would rather not eat for 3 days than hunt for a day." So after the change of Xuan Wu Gate, Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji hobby hunting became ridiculous for them. Strong evidence. However, criticism is critical. After Li Shimin ascends the throne, there is still no shortage of hunting time. And Li Shimin felt that this small-scale hunting was not enough. So the scale began to grow larger and larger. He even incorporates hunting into the annual academy assessment. It is aptly named that only by being able to hunt can reflect his intelligence. As an excited shout sounded, Cheng Chumo and the others looked at Li Chengqian, and finally clenched the teeth. Everyone also picked up the guy and joined the hunting team. When Li Chengqian saw this, after hesitating slightly, he also stood up, sorted out his mentality, raised his arms and shouted, "Wait for me." After Li Chengqian approached, Cheng Chumo half opened to play said with a smile, "Why? Do you want to open it?" Li Chengqian blushed and stared at Cheng Chumo, Feng Zai is right. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Let's go. I don't believe it. With our ability, is it better than them? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo and the others will burst into laughter. They know that Li Chengqian's heart knot has not been opened. This is a long way, but if he can figure this out, it proves that he did not stay in Mount Qa for so long in vain. Mazu and the others still followed a few people with a dazed expression. I don't know if the topic is too high-end, or because the name of the 4 great demon kings has kept a few people down. However, at this time, the stubbornness of these Chenin are all gathered together. It is a rare occasion. Li Chengqian waved the dagger in his hand, like a teenager in a white robe. At the forefront, and behind the stubborn group, it is also strange that they rushed into the jungle with Li Chengqian. Those students who were surrounding a lonely wild boar suddenly rushed over when they saw Cheng Chumo and the others murderers looking, hurriedly abandoned the target, and dispersed them. And Li Chengqian excitedly rolled up his sleeves and said, "Don't move, take a good look, how this noble son surrendered this wild boar." Cheng Chumo and the others hearing this, their complexion could not help but hesitated and said, or Tang. Cheng Chumo didn't even look at Cheng Chumo, waved the dagger in his hand, and rushed in. Jungle. But after the quiet jungle and Li Chengqian's anger sounded like a cup of tea, Li Chengqian walked out of the jungle in disorderly clothes and threw the dagger in his hand to Cheng Chumo without changing his face. Tang. Rest for a while, this wild boar essence will be handed over to you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 995. Zhang Feng is doing nothing here. I directly occupied the outpost where I saw Nuchindu as a temporary resting place, and this tidal flat is also a good place for fishing. In less than 2 hours, Zhang Feng caught almost a dozen fish, and these fish are mainly wild grass carp. Although there are many carps, Zhang Feng often eats them. But at this time, if you catch carp to give these people a word, it will be a bit bad. After all, when the Imperial Emperor didn't know what was going crazy, he actually ordered that the people were not allowed to eat carp, saying that it was a recoil with Li surname, which made Zhang Feng, who has always liked carp, wanted to scold his mother. This carp is the best thing for a picnic. But at this time, Zhang Feng can only bear it because of this situation. After secretly sharing 2 big carps with his children, he hurried back with more than a dozen big grass carps, ready to win people's hearts and humiliate the director of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. By the way, as the dean, Lao Tzu is the first to take the lead. You know how to sit and eat ready-made. When Zhang Feng returned to the camp with the 2 daughters, he ran into Cheng Yojin Head, and a strange old man who was all revealing his aristocracy. The moment he saw the old man, Jing Shu's face changed slightly. It trembled slightly. Zhang Feng didn't take it seriously. I saw the old man wearing a yellow coat with a flood dragon embroidered on his body. His hair and beard were slightly grey, and the beard on his lips was trimmed very decently. Zhang Feng almost wanted to go up, check if this beard is fake. Cheng Yojin said Zhang Feng in one piece, immediately haha said with a big smile, ha ha ha, come, brother Xiao Gong, let me introduce to you, this is old Li's most proud business partner. I am the youngest Viscount of Great Tang, and I am added as the Dean of Chenin University and the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Libation Chancellor, Zhang Feng. Right? This both of them are his madam. Li Xiaogong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt Zhang Feng's beard and didn't know what he was thinking, and Cheng Yojin grabbed Zhang Feng who was a little confused and said, Feng Tsai, come, 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 come. Zhang Feng hearing this, a secretly thought came true. This Li Xiaogong is a personal thing. Although he is a prince, but with his true ability, he forcibly took the second place in Linian Pavilion, which shows that this person's martial arts is so high. Behind him, a few people wearing guards are looking at Jiang Feng with extremely sharp eyes. Behind these guards is the Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Rights Ministry. The three old guys of works hunched over, licking their faces and winking at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng haha smiled and flicked the fish-worn rattan hanging around his neck to extend the hand and said, "Hello, Lord Li, I have been admiring you for a long time. I have been admiring for a long time." And the name of an adult is no longer a ringing in the ears of the villain all the time. "Oh, tell me, you are all what did you hear?" Li Xiaogong did not extend the hand. The awkward Jiang Feng just remembered that it was in Tang dynasty, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Student Jiang Feng, I have met the high official. I just learned that the high official came in person, and I was a little excited." "Now, don't blame high official. See Jiang Feng playing haha." Li Xiaogong asked with a somewhat unpleasant tone. "It is rumored that Chainan's braised pork, fine salt, and that kind of cigarettes, white paper, beer barbecue, and old Li once gave it to the officer. You youngster tinkered with all the white wine?" "Exactly." Jiang Feng smiled. "It is reasonable to say that Kushu, such a big man, is impossible to alarm." Jiang Feng looked at Cheng Yojin suspiciously, and Cheng Yojin motioned to him to don't be impatient. Cheng Yojin laughed and said, "Lord Li, don't be pestle, walk around, let's sit and talk." "No, my officer is here today. I just want to see this youngster." Li Xiaogong didn't give Cheng Yojin face, which could not help but make Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments a little confused. Not knowing these two, life treasure, what a fame this is doing. Li Xiaogong looked at Jiang Feng faintly and asked, "I ask you, there are rumors in the market. As a Ding, you opened a deserted tavern in Chainan. Normally there is not a single guest. Why did you open up two academies in such a blatant manner during this period? What do you mean by that? Is it because you want my great Tang talents to be like you? Can't you become a Pao? Why don't people laugh at me, great Tang?" Is this to find the fault? Jiang Feng can't figure out what Li Xiaogong really means, and he can still occupy the second place in Linian Pavilion's 24 heroes. Jiang Feng can only smiled wryly, and the three people from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments were hearing this, and they couldn't help but be overjoyed. The two people from the Institute of Great Culture and Imperial College of Supreme Learning couldn't help but straighten their backs. Looking at Jiang Feng with a faint smile, he seemed to be waiting for him to explain. "Lord Li, what are you talking about? Although I did start tavern before, whoever stipulated that the person who runs tavern cannot read or teach? Educating people? Look at Mr. Yashan. The tragic ups and downs of his senior journey are obvious to all of us, so the students got this idea after they learned about it, and before the youngster was in filial piety, it was inconvenient to leave. But the ambitions in the students' hearts are no longer brewing all the time. Only when there are these insignificant things, I want to do my little power. Let great Tang be strong, even if the liver and brain are smeared." "Okay, this official knows." Li Xiaogong interrupted Jiang Feng somewhat speechlessly. "I have long heard that this youngster has done a great job, but now it seems it's really scary." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 996. Come this time. The main reason is my curiosity about Jiang Feng, as well as last night His Imperial Majesty urged him to enter the palace and talked about it. Li Xiaogong was only going to see this youngster that His Imperial Majesty and the retired emperor were thinking about. "Who are you?" "That's why I called my friend Cheng Yojin, made a round, and wanted to test him." Li Xiaogong really admired what Jiang Feng did before, but when he learned that Jiang Feng had such achievements in the military, he couldn't help but instantly shocked Jiang Feng as a man of heaven. But it's simply not as famous as meeting each other. Seeing Jiang Feng at this time is not proper. Li Xiaogong is a little bit angry. As the Academy Libation Chancellor, the Viscount actually hangs that filthy thing around his neck. He actually met the officer and didn't know to take it down. This thing is Feng Tsai. Cheng Yojin walked to the two of them without a trace, whispering to Jiang Feng, pointing to his neck. Jiang Feng suddenly slapped his head and said, By the way, I almost forgot, old Chen, what time is it now? Cheng Yojin was a little speechless. After holding back for a long time, he said, "The last moment. Is it the end?" Lord Li shouldn't have eaten yet. Come on, this is what the youngster had just hunted. As the dean, the youngster thought he had to take the lead, so he took his family and went hunting by the river. More than a dozen fish. Let's cook it now. How about to relieve the hunger for adults? Dot. 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 Cheng Yojin's face is a bit uncontrollable. Does this mean this? I asked you to lose everything on your neck! Exclamation mark. Are you so naive? The smiles on the faces of several people in Ministry of Works became stronger, and some even couldn't help it. Li Xiaogong laughed when Jiang Feng's work was involved. When you say this, the officer is really hungry. I heard that your craftsmanship is good. Old Li also opened a number of restaurants in Chainan. Although the name is a bit ugly, those meals really have different flavors. Well, you just make it and let the official taste it. Jiang Feng seriously doubts whether this old Li is Li Xiaogong. What kind of relatives? But if you think about it carefully, the history of Li Xiaogong's relatives is still very vague, and I can't help but feel a little suspicious. But at this time, seeing Li Xiaogong say this, I can't even think about it. Pulling the two women, they went to Xiaohigu on the side. Until now, Li Xiaogong glanced at the people behind him, coldly snorted, "The purpose of the autumn hunter is to play a leading role." Look at Jiang Feng. How old is he? He is a toy institute. Long. There are so many achievements, and there is no talent and pride. Look at you. What are you doing? Look at the Jiang Feng kid, the one hanging on his neck. It is 17 fish. Today's hunt is over. Everyone must turn in 10 prey to the official. If there is anyone who can do it, please resign yourself. Several people hearing this, their faces suddenly changed. I dared not say anything in a hurry. Hurriedly holding the skirt of the official gown, Sayazi ran out. After a few people left, Li Xiaogong and Cheng Yojin laughed. Old Black, you lost. Remember that you still owe me 100 catties of white paper and 30 jars of white wine. Cheng Yojin was a little sad. What do you do? Knowing this youngster will eat this move? Li Xiaogong smiled and said nothing. Looking at the backs of the three of Jiang Feng in the distance, they carried Cheng Yojin with their hands behind their backs while walking towards Jiang Feng, and said, "Actually, it is very simple. Jiang Feng is very simple and pure, and what I said is justified and well-founded. Did I say something wrong? It's really true." Cheng Yojin thought for a while and couldn't help but thumbs up. I admire it. I really admire it. You can think of it, but is it really good for us to do it this way? It's okay. I came here this time just to see these people, what kind of fame I want to make, and I want to meet Wang family people for a while. I remember, I haven't killed their people for a long time! Exclamation mark. Li Xiaogong didn't hide the killing intent in his heart at all. Starting last night, to this day, His Imperial Majesty has been thoroughly investigating the matter, and he is also extremely angry about this matter. He is worried that Cheng Yojin and Nu Jindu are some of the impossible to subdue places, which is why he is called after all. Although Li Xiaogong is Ministry of Appointments high official at this time, his early deterrence still exists, so he is the most suitable one. Lord Li, old Chen, come here. I will give you a paper-wrapped fish today. At this moment, Jiang Feng was hurriedly waving his hands at the two of them. Li Xiaogong and Cheng Yojin hearing this, the gloom on their faces disappeared. Let's go. This youngster is really big-hearted. Li Xiaogong shook his head speechlessly, and Cheng Yojin is faintly smiled and said, I think at this time surname Wang and the people from Imperial College of Supreme Learning also think about Jiang Feng. The youngster. Li Xiaogong hearing this was taken aback. Why? Mitsubishi Army stab, can be in the hands of old Ox tonight? What do you think this youngster wants to do? Cheng Yojin looked at Jiang Feng with a complicated expression. This youngster is probably ready for inescapable net, waiting for these people to take the bait. Don't underestimate Jiang Feng, otherwise, Just think about Yuchi, old bastard. Li Xiaogong hearing this for a moment. Is this youngster really so evil? Really so evil? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 997. In the afternoon, the time always flies quickly. Unconsciously, the sun has slowly hung on the western horizon. At this time, Li Xiaogong, with a face full of surprise, with the support of Cheng Yojin, sat on the stool in the center of the valley camp. Straight Cheng Yojin said silently, "This is all the sun has set. These little brat, why don't these little brat come back? There will be something wrong. Don't wait for him to finish." Cheng Yojin saw the sound of rustling footsteps not far away. The first thing that catches the eye is Cheng Chumo and the others. I saw Cheng Chumo and the others, although his clothes were in tatters, and there were even a lot of blood on his body. Then Li Chenqian's face was not known to have blood cut out by something. At this time, the blood had already dried up, and it seemed that the wound was not deep. And on their shoulders are carrying large and small prey. Cheng Chumo is carrying 2 wild boars on his shoulders, and Li Chenqian is a wolf on his back. Although he is most embarrassed at this time, it can be seen that he is really excited at this time. See, Li Chenqian was fine, and also hunted down a wolf, Li Xiaogong and Cheng Yojin, which was really shocked. Cheng Yojin hurried to the river bank and called the 3 of Jiang Feng who were sluggishly in the wind. Jing Xiu, Jiang Yuao, and Jiang Feng sent to the barracks. It's better not to show them this thing. The province was uncomfortable at night. 2 beautiful women lay beside them. It's quite the endurance of postgraduates. Plus, if you are frightened now, Jiang Feng will suffer that night. When Jiang Feng arrives, Li Chenqian and several people stood in the shaped field in amazement. Jiang Feng was also taken aback by everyone's prey. When Jiang Feng walked in, Li Xiaogong patted the stool next to him and said, "Brother Jiang, come, sit here. I will introduce you some amazing talents later." Jiang Feng is a bit speechless. Doesn't it mean the deployment of a marching army? Now you don't have soldiers anymore. Why do you always want to pester Lozi? I wouldn't bother to care about you unless you were the boss of Ministry of Appointments. But Jiang Feng really can only recognize counsel at this time, forced a smile. Sitting next to Li Xiaogong, and Li Chenqian and the others saw Jiang Feng and Li Xiaogong intimate at this time. One by one, with their mouths wide open, they looked at Jiang Feng in amazement. What happened today? Why did Li Xiaogong, commonly known as the living Hades, be bought by Jiang Feng in one afternoon? Crooked day. What's the situation? And Li Xiaogong doesn't care about everyone's gaze, and points to the people of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Chenin Academy. These are still very good. Look at that skinny boy, who can actually hunt down a wolf, and his courage is commendable. Not bad. As a student, he can use resourcefulness to hunt down a wolf without hurting his muscles or bones. Wolf, I recommend you in 3 years. Boding. Li Xiaogong pretended not to know Li Chenqian, and pretended to praise Li Chenqian. However, Li Chenqian really went beyond Li Xiaogong's expectation. Normally, the writing is weak, and didn't expect still have such explosive power. Jiang Feng he said with a smile, "Lord Li, this person is called Li Qian. He is the son of old Li." Li Xiaogong pretended to be startled. "What? He is old Li's son? My deed. Not bad, not bad." 3 years later, it seems that old Li's family will be able to embark on official career. Ha ha ha. While speaking, Li Xiaogong pointed to Fang Yi and said, "This young man is not bad too. You can actually hunt 2 badgers. Old man knows this thing, especially not. It's easy to catch, and as far as the old man knows, this thing is extremely rare near Cheng'an. Not bad, and good luck." This, by the way, this seems to be Old Black, too? Cheng Chumo was waiting, but after hearing Li Xiaogong's words, his face turned black instantly. And Li Chenqian and the others held back their laugh desperately. Cheng Yojin doesn't care, haha said with a big smile, "Yes, it is my dog." Li Xiaogong nodded, Yes, your old youngster has someone to succeed. With Li Xiaogong's personal inspection of the stalls, the people from Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Institute of Great Culture came back. I thought these stubborns suddenly went crazy and asked them to help hunting. I thought that the future was hopeless, but in the end this group of people didn't know what they were going crazy, so they went hunting directly. And they were still kind of desperate. This could not help but aroused the blood in everyone's hearts. But everyone is still a step late. Look at the pheasants, frogs, mice, and other things in their hands, and then look at other people's prey. Is this better? Moreover, it is also Ministry of Appointments high official. When the Prince of the Prince comes to perform the test himself, there is still a trace of moisture. Li Xiaogong also suddenly became interested, got up, walked slowly with Cheng Yojin and Zhang Feng, watching the items in everyone's hands. La's mouth couldn't close, but after the achievements of Cheng'an University and Bailu Secretary were all verified, Li Xiaogong looked forward to the Imperial College of not far away, which had been there for a long time. Pray for students of Supreme Learning and Institute of Great Culture. But for an instant, Li Xiaogong flicked his sleeves angrily and left. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 998. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng was awakened by the sound of overwhelming drills. So I hurriedly got dressed, and when I reached the door of the big tent, I saw Cheng Chumo holding a bamboo pole like a javelin and sticking it motionless outside Zhang Feng's camp. Zhang Feng eyelids twitched. When did you come? Report to Lord Dean. When you returned to defense late last night. Dang. Your uncle. I wonder if the Dao Academy lady is in the too? You youngster die for me. Zhang Feng looked angry. I thought this youngster was interesting, but when I thought about the camp, the dream of red mansions I talked to with Jingxiu Zhang Yui last night was probably leaked, and I couldn't help but get angry. This is still a trivial matter. What Zhang Feng is most annoying is listening to the wall. Cheng Chumo was instantly discouraged. The original serious face suddenly became frivolous. Don't get angry. When I came, it was late at night. Except for your snoring, there was no other business, and I just surrounded 10 steps away from your barracks all around. I can't listen to anything. I didn't listen. You still know I snore? Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. But he also knows that at this time, it is an extraordinary period. Old Chen arranged for him to come, nothing more than to protect his integrity. Zhang Feng is really moved. Have you eaten yet? Cheng Chumo shook his head and touched his stomach. I had nothing to do last night, so I secretly roasted 3 pheasants. Now you am really hungry. Let's not say, what do you want to eat today? When it comes to eating, Cheng Chumo's eyes turned into crescent shapes instantly, and Zhang Feng's shoulder was hooked, and he didn't let go. Zhang Feng slightly frowned. This is outside. Give me a little sense of what you do. Cheng Chumo, hearing this, immediately called Zhang Feng before calling them a military salute to him. Oh, sir. Zhang Feng shook his head speechlessly, and placed his right hand above his head on the center of his eyebrows. Then he said, let's go. Yes. Zhang Feng was taken aback by a loud roar. Be quiet. Zhang Feng stomped and stomped. Don't be heavenly ghost. It's noisy. My eardrum hurts. Yes. This time, Cheng Chumo's voice finally became much quieter. This idiot. After all, I haven't seen many people in the world. Zhang Feng felt that Chen Shenyu met him as the right person. The pattern of the buddies was too big. Before, this guy was a little stubborn with a mouthful of flowers. Now what? Zhang Feng is planning to bring him to the upper class level step by step. For example, a great character like Li Xiaogong. In the distance, Li Xiaogong and Cheng Yojin, as well as all the people with dim eyes, staring at their big eyes, looking dumbfounded at White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Chain and doing morning exercises. University students discuss spiritedly. What's more, he pointed to the crowd commenting on the vote. Li Chengqian did his part to become the leader of these people, pushing his button, shouting loud slogans. He also performed hard. At this time, sweat is already on the forehead. The arrival of Zhang Feng made Li Xiaogong very happy. Haha said with a big smile, Dean Jiang, you are really a talent who can surprise me all the time. Jiang Feng didn't dare to be it, and waved his hand again and again. Where and where? This is what students should do. These things are trivial things. When is the high hat can be worn? For example, at this time, the three old guys of Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments, and the two old guys of Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Institute of Great Culture looked at Jiang Feng's eyes. It seemed I wanted to Jiang Feng directly. Jiang Feng pretended not to see the eyes of the five people, said with a smile, I'm sorry to make Lord Li noisy. Students like me just can't sleep in the morning. So the students pondered and gave them a simple evolution from the five animals opera. An easy-to-learn method to exercise your body. On the one hand, you can get up in the morning to relax your muscles and improve your memory. After strenuous exercise is over, you can eat a meal, which will help your body's healthy development. Li Xiaogong laughed and said, is this another medicine of your academy? Yes, that's it. Didn't expect Lord Li actually knew the little ones. This is really an honor for Sanxing. Li Xiaogong glared at Jiang Feng. Stop flattery. Wait for you to tell the old man clearly, otherwise, the board will be light, and you will be disqualified from this hunting, and it will be light. Jiang Feng is like the monk of Jiang. There is some confusion. What's the matter with this special? Isn't it okay just now? What kind of madness is this? However, Li Xiaogong did not pay attention to Jiang Feng at this time. Instead, he shook his head and stared at Li Chengqian and the others doing morning exercises 5 times. This was a bit of inexplicable saying, Sir Qian, and my lord. Hearing this, 2.5 old men from Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Works hurried forward and bowed to Li Xiaogong's side. Li Xiaogong pointed to the field and asked with a smile, is this still a comparison? The two couldn't help but feel embarrassed. My lord, this is the rule set by His Imperial Majesty. Although the students of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and Cheonan University have performed very well overall, I still think that we must follow the system. Do things. Li Xiaogong took a deep look at the two of them, and then nodded. In this case, this official announced that the 3-day debate will be changed to 1 day. Today's debate is both the beginning and the end. Everyone is doing it under the witness of this official. What do you three think? Do I, Li Xiaogong, have this qualification? Institute of Great Culture and Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Ministry. The three of rights are hearing this, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Does this still need to be said? Need to ask? You stomped and we all trembled. Now you come to ask us? This is not a trouble. Several people laughed, pretending to be relieved, and said, but listen to lordless orders. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 999. Li Xiaogong hearing this, the right hand squeezed back slightly, lightly saying, since it is autumn hunting, and we are all literati, why don't we have a debate? Debate? A few people couldn't help but asked in the heart rhetorically. Liu Hongwen, the Dean of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, and Du Yangkai, the Dean of the Institute of Great Culture, were a little confused at this time, not to mention the 3 old adults. They were afraid to speak. After all, in front of Li Xiaogong, they are nothing. Jiang Feng also came to be interested. I saw a few people who were a little cowering and didn't dare to say anything. He asked, dare to ask the adults, how do we debate and what are we debating? Li Xiaogong pointing to the students in the field. According to the rules, the most important part of the autumn hunting, in addition to the hunting, is the debate tour. While speaking, Li Xiaogong looked around with some faint smiles. Then he said loudly, thanks to noble Sun Jiang. The previous autumn trees used to focus on students, but when the official arrived, he actually saw noble Sun Jiang lead by example and participate in the hunt personally. That is the case. If we do all our hunting activities in the future, all the deans who come must also participate in any activity. Ashamed, old man and the others have always focused on students before, but forgot to lead by example. You can rest assured, your old man will faithfully return his imperial majesty. Hee, not enough to talk about it. This little thing is really not enough. Jiang Feng he smiled and waved his hands again and again. What the hell is happening in this old youngster? Although Jiang Feng was smiling on his face, he couldn't help but slander in his heart. After listening to this sentence, it seems that he is also announcing the official start of this debate. Those students are extremely smart people. At this time, I saw several big gunpowders on the field. For fear of hurting the innocents, I had already rushed to find an opponent, and went to start the debate neatly. They are scared. It would be miserable for fear of harming the pond fish. In the field, the three people from the Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Works looked at Li Xiaogong in amazement, wondering what he wanted to do. Cheng Yojin was also a little stunned, but he seemed to hear something, and he was holding his arms to watch the show. The two women Jingxiu and Zhang Yuiao were originally going to take a look at the appearance of the peak talents gathered in the world collection, but how they listened to Jiang Feng's body, they couldn't help but feel a little curious. His eyes widened, and he stared at a few people for an instant. Jiang Feng smiled and made a pleased gesture and said, I hope Lord Li will make it clear how to do this. I have heard of Noble Sun Zhang's poems for a long time. I have also heard old Li and anecdotal rumors that Noble Sun Zhang once chanted 100 poems overnight, but he has never seen everyone present, but except Old Black. Everyone here is basically in the same poem, all slightly dabbling. I naturally know that the fastest time for a poem to be completed is more than a month. But if you say that you can chant a poem overnight, this seems to be a fantasy story, so the old man wants to learn about Noble Sun Zhang's poetry together. Hearing this, Liu Hongwin and others couldn't help but gather with the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, muttered softly, and then the Ministry of Works and the adults asked, dare to ask Lord Li, what do you think? Is this debate related to poems? But you also know that Noble Sun Zhang's poems are written together, and it is also considered to be famous. Is there something wrong with Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng's fame is not good. At this time Li Xiaogong arranged like this. That is definitely a big mistake. This is simply for Jiang Feng. But after a few people thought about it again, they figured out a different taste. Although Jiang Feng's poems are very popular, no one has really seen or heard of those hundreds of poems. They just heard some of Jiang Feng's poems in bits and pieces. Although everyone wants to see what it is at this time, it is Kushu at this time. Moreover, Ministry of Appointments High Official Li Xiaogong personally hosted. What does this mean? Everyone is not stupid. They must know that this is clearly partial to Jiang Feng, so at this time everyone wants to get prevarication. For example, at this time, Hongwin's son hurried forward and said, if you go back to Lord Li, this debate is about the Tao of Confucianism, 4 books of Confucianism, the 5 classics of Confucianism, and the side sects. This is a test. The bottom line of the academy is that since Lord Li said he wanted us to have a debate with the dean, in this regard, we must waste time on this poem. Poems and poems together basically have this thing in individuals. From this single aspect it is difficult to reflect the talents of a person, let alone the talents of an academy dean. Therefore, the small official has a feeling of remorse. Before Sun Hongwin finished speaking, Li Xiaogong glanced at him, lightly saying, before this official came here, he issued a secret order from His Imperial Majesty. Don't you think His Imperial Majesty's words are wrong? If that's the case, then this palace host will provide you with a quick horse now, and you will reply immediately, Jing, in front of His Imperial Majesty to refute this matter. The official has nothing to say. Sun Hongwin didn't know what to say for a moment. His face suddenly changed. This time let him go to the palace and ask His Imperial Majesty, not to mention the time spent in and out. Who would dare to contradict His Imperial Majesty's will? Who can stand this? His Imperial Majesty wants to see Jiang Feng's poetry skills. Are they a ball? However, Li Xiaogong also considered some issues and smiled and waved his hand. since Dean Sun has said it, this official has also weighed this matter. If this is the case, then we will taste the poetry. How about a gimmick? Is this fair? And you have been waiting for more than 30 years of immersion. Are you afraid that a youngster in his early 20s will fail? Old man doesn't believe this youngster. It's like that cows can chant poems in 7 steps. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 1000. What Li Xiao Gong said is true. Even if he started to learn poetry in the womb, speaking of which would only take 20 years. In the first 3 years of throwing it out, 3 years of literacy and hyphenation were removed. This is only 14 years after the full calculation. What can you do in these 14 years? How many books can he read? How many ancient book masterpieces have you read? As for the hundreds of poems in the night, it seems that His Imperial Majesty does not believe it, and wants to expose this person's conspiracy in person. So it seems. Those poems, after all, are just rumors. No one knows whether they were made by the youngster overnight. Total everyone, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Ministry of Works and the adults boldly stepped forward and clasped fists, and bowed. Since Lord Li has said so, then I can only respect it. But to be fair, old man, I think the quality of the poem is the most important thing. What do you think? Zhang Feng laughed. I didn't know what medicine Li Xiao Gong sold in the horde, but at this time, I listened. Zhang Feng actually remembered. Looking at it this way, old Li's method is indeed a bit of heaven's pan. Not only is it a brother to the fourth great Confucian, but it can also invite the current national duke, and it is also Linyan Pavilion, the second person. At this time, I heard Li Xiao Gong say that His Imperial Majesty was also for this, and he was appointed. What kind of means does old Li have? Could it be that the poems chanted after that night of drunkenness have been passed to His Imperial Majesty? The more Zhang Feng thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. Otherwise, why there are only a few scattered poems on the market now, and the total number does not even exceed 10. This is really unreasonable. If you are an ordinary businessman, even if you treasure this poem, this thing, but the glamorous lintel, even if you hide it, you can't hide it. But this old Li, I actually have all these things. It's dead, and it's like a peer out of thin air. After thinking about it this way, Zhang Feng was surprised to find that he actually didn't know which street or street market old Li lived in Chainan City. Just when Zhang Feng was thinking about it, everyone has finalized the matter. Li Xiao Gong held his belly and looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully and asked, Dean Zhang, what do you think of this arrangement? Zhang Feng was a little speechless, but he also knew that this was helping him, and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. But just listen to Lord Li, youngster will definitely obey. Well, if that's the case, come here. Li Xiao Gong faintly waved a Buddha's sleeves. In an instant, several servants hurriedly stepped forward and knelt in front of Li Xiao Gong. Li Xiao Gong faintly instructed the instrumental music of banqueting. After the words, Li Xiao Gong took the lead and moved towards another direction. Cheng Yojin looked at Zhang Feng and blinked. The meaning was self-evident. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh, astonished, screamed. I also simply talked to Cheng Yojin and slowly fell behind Li Xiao Gong with the two women. Jing Xiu also took the opportunity to talk about some precautions at the banquet. After all, she doesn't know if Zhang Feng has participated in a banquet at this level. Maybe she has never seen such a scene before. The liquor of this level is very particular, and all aspects of etiquette must be paid attention to. Otherwise it will be invited to leave the banquet on the spot. If it is heavy, it will lose your head. Liu Hongwen, Ouyang Kai and the 5 old fogey who announced the Ministry of Rights Ministry of Appointments were busy at this time. After hurriedly instructing the scene, they whispering followed behind these people. From time to time, there was a quarrel or two, but although Li Xiao Gong and Zhang Feng could hear them, they did not take seriously. After all, not worthy. The banquet is set up on the edge of a river in Nerpigu. Although the river is not very wide, you can see the soft sand in the river at a glance. In the calm and clear water, You can see you swimming happily in the water from far away. Jiang Feng estimated that the deepest part of the river can only be submerged and around the calf, and in this river, at this time, there have been 7 assistants, 2 in the top. Obviously this is the location of Li Xiaogong and Cheng Yojin, and on both sides of the 2 cases, there are 3 cases. Obviously, this is the location of Jiang Feng and Liu Hongwin and Du Yangkai. In the downstream, there are 3 cases side by side. Needless to say, this is the seat of the officials of those 3 departments. At this time, a variety of seasonal melon and fruit wines are already on the table. Slightly muddy grape wine, faintly exuding a hint of magical luster in the glass. Although at this time and even in autumn, the maple leaves are swaying with the wind and swirling, all of which fall on the river and the table, this scene really has several points of poetry. There is a trickle of water underneath, and there are patches of maple leaves on it, which looks a bit elegant. Jiang Feng didn't expect that Li Xiaogong, who was born in martial arts, could still be so elegant after he stepped down from the horse. A group of singers on the shore are playing something. Even Jiang Feng keenly discovered that in front of the group of singers, on the beach in the center, there is also a table. It's just that there are incense burner and ancient zither on the table at this time. 2 female maids, holding an incense burner and a group fan, are cheerfully standing next to the desk, not knowing that they are waiting for the arrival of who. Jiang Feng took a deep look at Jing Xiu. After seeing that there was nothing unusual about her, he came to the beach with everyone. Jiang Feng was a little excited, and simply took off his shoes and socks. So barefoot, entered the river. It was noon, and the sun seemed to warm the river. Jiang Feng couldn't help groaning when he stepped on it. Comfortable.